The following was transcribed from an earlier network broadcast.
Sounds like the American Broadcasting Company just had a new program. Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. ABC presents Henry Morgan in a program featuring Susie Dussault, Charlie Irving, Bernard Green and his orchestra, and a few surprises. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the star of our show, America's #1 funny man, Bob Hope. Peanuts. This is Henry Morgan. The reason the announcer said Bob Hope was we figured we'd get, 12 million more listeners. If you tune out now, kid, you're just a sore loser. Now, about this show, I'll tell you the truth. The American Broadcasting Company was suddenly stuck with 30 minutes of dead air. They had all this time, see, with nothing in it. Now, where this 30 minutes came from is quite a fantastic story. Some say that the guy who comes in here in the morning and opens the station for the day arrived one morning when his watch was a half hour fast. And he started broadcasting a half hour too soon, see? And by evening, here was this empty half hour sticking out. Of course, the executive responsible for this was dealt with. Before they fired him, they made him turn in his ulcer. And then they flogged him with a wet Jimmy Fiddler script. Anyway, they were stuck with this time. One vice president suggested that they get the public library to sponsor 30 minutes of silence. They were going to call it Program to Read By. Well, the library turned it down because they said they weren't getting a full 30 minutes of silence because at the opening, the announcer said, shh. Then somebody else suggested that we do a half hour of tobacco auctioneering. Split the time, he said, between L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina, and F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky. Or, it was difficult, though. The trouble was we couldn't find a writer to write that stuff. Anyway, somebody suggested that, if you can't get a new type program for the free time, why not have one of the shows that's already on the network do the same thing twice? And they asked the Lone Ranger if he'd take over the time, but he said no, this is the night that Silver listens to the radio. You'd be surprised, kids. Everybody has turned this half hour down. Harry Wismer, Jack Armstrong, Alma Kitchell, until they came to me. Oh, it's not that I needed the job, but they made me such a good offer. They told me, the executives did, that if I do this show, I get, 1, an autographed picture of Chiquita Banana, 2, a season pass to Grant's Tomb, and 3, a rubber stocking, which I don't need. Then we had the problem of giving this program a name. It's very difficult. You think this is easy? We were going to call it the Jack Benny Show, but we found out somebody was using that. We had... Oh, pardon me. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
No, I said we were going to call it that. Now, this show will be... That was terribly amusing when we did it the first time. This show will be divided into 2 parts, an opening and a closing, and I, of course, am in the middle. Now, everything that happens from now on will be a public service. As a public service, we present... Great Sayings of Unfamiliar Men. Friends, many things were said last week that you may not have heard. Who said it or where it was said isn't important. But what is really unimportant is what was said.
Presenting the quotation of the week.
But...
Now for the music part. We were going to have the ink spots. But you know the fellow who says, "Do I worry?" He was too worried to come tonight. So instead we have Ross Gorman. This is where the commercial announcement would go if I were foolish enough to sell this valuable program. But I won't. It's monotonous selling the same product for the same sponsor week after week. My way, I can sell anything I like. And tonight, I feel like selling cigarettes.
Have you tried Morgan cigarettes? Only taste will tell. So why not try the taste test? Simply take a package of Morgan cigarettes and remove the paper from each cigarette. Pour the tobacco into a bowl. Now, taste it. Makes you sick, doesn't it? You see, ladies and gentlemen, you simply can't go around tasting cigarettes. You've got to smoke them. Here's what Mr. Snagwaris of Hollywood, California has to say. Mr. Waris, you're a regular smoker of Morgan cigarettes? Yes. Well, now, after you've smoked a pack of our brand, is your cough better or worse?
Better. Much better.
Yes, the British Broadcasting System may have commercial programs someday, and probably will have sponsored broadcasts of baseball games. Our troops left them with some knowledge of the game. We're about to take you now to London, England, for an imaginary baseball broadcast. We hope you will forgive the announcer, Mr. Morgan, if he seems a bit unfamiliar with some of the terminology. Take it away, London.
This is Googie Morgan, bringing you the final inning of today's contest between Frothingham and Twickenham, in a broadcast sponsored by the makers of Empire Carbonated Water. Empire Carbonated Water contains double the bubbles, you know. I dare say we have proof positive of this. Double the bubbles. Oh, yes. It's been a lovely afternoon. The fog having lifted twice for a sum total of 17 minutes. At present, the scoreboard reads, and doubtless writes, too. Sorry. The scoreboard reads, Twickenham nothing, Frothingham 0. The next player is to be Mr. Egbert Toad. Mr. Toad is native to East Cluttingshire and stands 10 stone and drinks 3 hogsheads. As he stands at the basin... thank you. As he stands at the plate... His manner is quite assured.
Mr. Thrussell, the bowler. Thank you. The pitcher is about to pitch. Yes, that is. Mr. Toad stands perfectly still, and I'm afraid he's misjudged. That would be one strike, I imagine. Here's the following attempt by the pitcher. And Mr. Toad thrusts mightily. Made quite an admirable contact. This may well win the game, you know. The ball is quite high in the air. Several players are making for it. You know, this Toad fellow reminds me that some seasons ago I had the good fortune to spend a fortnight or so in East Clottingshire. Never met the Toads, of course, though I did encounter a rather interesting old gentleman by the name of Viridans or Givney or some such. Fascinating fellow. Seemed to have spent the major part of his time in India, though he'd been elsewhere. Tanganyika, I think he'd been there. Straits Settlements, yes, he'd been there. I do believe he'd even been to the States back in 1912, somewhere around there. I dare say. Had this daughter, you see. She'd become confused with some chap from Cape Town, according to what the old chap told me. Fellow enlisted, joined the Royal Fusiliers. Was injured, too. Got knocked about a bit by the premature explosion of a fusel. Never saw him again. The old gentleman, I mean. Well, let's see. That Toad fellow appears to have run quite around the field. Won the game, I imagine. However, there's to be another contest tomorrow. Or Friday, I think. Perhaps you'd best check on it. This broadcast was sponsored by Empire Carbonated Water Company. Double the bubbles, you know. Cheerio.
No doubt you've heard the expression, New York's a great place to visit, but I wouldn't live there if they gave me the place. In the year 2000, on a Wednesday, a man named Sullivan opened a meat market in Paterson, New Jersey, just a few miles from New York City. He had meat, and word got around fast. By Thursday morning, the exodus had started. By Friday night, there wasn't a soul left in Manhattan. The city was empty. Trolley cars stood dead in their tracks. Vegetable dinners grew cold in the restaurants. And the people? Well, once outside of New York, they realized they'd never liked it there in the first place. And they just didn't come back. Some went further west, to Newark. Others became good humor men on the Lincoln Highway. New York became a dead and silent city, like Carthage, Pompeii, Philadelphia. For 1,000 years, nothing is heard of New York. In January of the year 3000, a rumor reaches Professor Trigg at Buzzkirk University in Cleveland. Trigg, agog with the news, rushes to one of his colleagues.
Professor Morgenhoff. Professor Morgenhoff.
Yes, Trigg?
A report just came to my desk that a herd of animals has been sighted from the air over ancient Manhattan.
Animals?
Yes, Swinus vulgaris. Pigs, that is.
Oh, yes.
I thought they were extinct.
Extraordinary, Trigg. I will form an expedition immediately. Just between us, Trigg. These food pills we live on are awful. We start at once.
5 minutes later, a rocket ship sets the expedition down in ancient Manhattan.
We've landed. Here we are, gentlemen. New York City, just as it was when it was abandoned 1,000 years ago.
Look, Professor Morgenhoff, those two signs. One says Broadway, the other says 42. And look at those vehicles piled on top of one another.
Must have been an intersection in the old days, yes. McGreevy?
Yes, Professor?
McGreevy, why don't you take this road to the east and keep your eyes open? If you see anything, report to me on your wrist radio.
Right, sir.
Yes. Fine boy, that McGreevy. Love that boy, McGreevy.
This is odd, sir. Poles with red and green lights on them.
Poles with red and green lights? Oh, yes. Those were traffic signals in the old days. They were used in a game played with automobiles called Beat the Light. Oh, that's McGreevy signaling on his radio. Yes, McGreevy?
I found a bottle with a note in it.
What do you make of that? I'll read that again.
I don't mind if you do. Go right ahead.
What do you make of that, Morgenhoff?
Much better. Well, years ago, sailors in distress put notes in bottles and tossed them overboard. What does this note say, McGreevy?
It says, leave 2 cuts milk, 1 pit cream.
Excellent report. Report on anything else you see. Fine boy, that McGreevy. Lovely boy.
Say, this looks interesting. The sign over the door says drugs and soda.
Rather have a scotch and soda, would you? What's in this little booth here with the glass door?
Well, I think that was called a telephone, Professor. Put that piece next to your ear.
This piece here? Put it next to my ear. All right, yes.
I'm still trying to get to a party.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Fig, what are you doing over there?
It's a little room hung on cables.
Room hung on cables? Oh, yes, that's an elevator, Fig. Back in 1946, you could ride in an elevator for nothing. By 1947, they didn't go up and down anymore, and you had to pay $8 a night to sleep in them. That's McGreevy again. That's McGreevy. Yes, McGreevy?
Every place I go, I find an inscription. It's all over the wall.
What's it say?
It says, Kilroy was here.
Fine lad, that McGreevy. I'm very fond of that McGreevy, yes.
Professor, look at that huge sign over there.
Huge sign. Oh, yes, it says, terrific, colossal, gigantic, stupendous. Must have had tremendous beasts in those days.
Yeah, and underneath it says, Margaret O'Brien starts tomorrow.
Professor Morgenhoff.
Shall we throw that joke to the lions? Oh, McGreevy, you're back, eh? Yes. Did you find the pig?
No, sir, but I did find this old newspaper.
An old newspaper. Oh, yes. Look at this headline. It says, Dodgers win series. What's the date on that?
1985.
Right underneath there, it says, autos promised for next spring.
Well, Professor, what shall I say in our report to the university?
Oh, just say, New York is a wonderful place to visit, but I wouldn't live there. I wouldn't live there if they gave me the place.
As a public service, we present the first in a descriptive series about people who give advice, entitled Help.
I'm walking down the street looking for a certain address. Pardon me, mister. Do you happen to know where 675 Sunrise Road is?
Funny thing, I'm going there myself.
Oh, swell. Where is it?
I don't know. Let's ask somebody.
So I lose this character, and I ask somebody else. Lady, do you know where 675 Sunrise Road is?
Well, it's about 3 blocks down the street. Turn right at the gas station and, well, hello.
So I lose that character after 2 or 3 hours. And I ask somebody else. Pardon me, sir, but do you know where 675 Sunrise Road is?
Yes?
Well, is it around here?
Yes?
Can you tell me how to get there?
Yes?
Do you mind telling me?
Yes?
If you don't want to tell me, what are you standing here for?
He asked me what I'm standing here for.
Oh,
Come, Rover. Oh, I don't think it deserves applause. So next, maybe it does. Well, we'll never know. So next I bump into a little old man who looks like he was in New York when they bought the place. He should be. He ought to know. Pardon me, sir. Can you tell me where 675 Sunrise Road is?
Tell you anything you want to know. Speak up, young fellas.
Well, can you tell me...
Know this city like the back of my hand. Was born here. How old would you say I was, young fellas?
Well, 85?
92. Don't look it, do I?
No, you look more like 85. Tell me, do you happen to know...
Used to swim in Central Park Lake every morning till I was 83. They made me stop.
Who?
Tammany Hall. My name's Jeremiah Crisp. Jeremiah after the prophet, Crisp after my father. What do you want, young fella?
Oh, it's not important. I was looking for a house.
I'm a Republican, young fella. Don't look it, do I?
No, you don't look a day over 85.
92. I says 92. Healthy living, does it? Never drink water from faucets.
Why not?
Runs through the ground. Got to get dirty.
Logical. What kind of water do you drink?
Rainwater. I'm healthy as a cow. Cow's got 6 lives.
Oh, no. A cow doesn't have 6 lives.
Huh? Got 6 or something, I know that. You know what the cleanest animals are?
The cleanest animals? No, what?
Pigs. I never seen a pig expectorate. What's troubling you, young fellow? You look fidgety.
I was just in a hurry to get somewhere, but it doesn't matter.
Know what the trouble with the country's economy is, young fella?
High prices?
Nope, guess again.
Gee, I don't know.
Too many swamps. I lived in a swamp for 10 years, then had to move away. They built a city on it.
What city?
Philadelphia. I remember what young Martin Van Buren used to say. Think clean and live in the mountains. Deep thinker, that boy.
Must have been. Well, do you happen to know
The
where...
railroads done it.
They done what?
Railroads filled the air with smoke. We're all breathing railroad air, not American air. How old would you say I was?
Oh, about 92?
85. So long, young feller. And remember, keep your feet on the ground and your nose to the grindstone and your eye on the politicians. Jeremiah Crisp said it.
Well, I'm glad to have met you. Thank you. The shadows of dusk are slowly lengthening over the great metropolis. The lights of the city are twinkling on one by one. It's very picturesque. And I'm still looking for 675 Sunrise Road. I see a charming-looking couple sitting close together on a park bench. Excuse me, folks. Can you tell me where 675 Sunrise Road is?
Well, of course. It's 2 blocks down and turn to the right.
You mean to the left, darling?
Oh, no, dear. I'm sure it's to the right.
Never mind. I'll find it myself.
You see, dear, you're confusing the man.
I'm confusing him. Now, if you hadn't said anything, darling...
I was just telling
Why do you
him.
talk about something you know nothing about?
Well, you're the one who doesn't know. If you don't know, why do
Who
you
said I don't know? I used to work right next door.
You work. You haven't worked in 10 years.
If you don't mind...
You stay right here.
Look, you go down 2
You
blocks.
stop. I suppose you were in such a blind stupor you forgot last Saturday night. You were so drunk you went around kissing every woman in the room.
Ha, ha, ha.
Except you didn't kiss me.
I wasn't that drunk.
Well, thanks for trying, folks. I'll manage.
I hate you. I hated you the day I married you.
Then why did you marry me?
Because you were a pest. You were born a pest and you'll die a pest.
Gee, it's swell of you folks to try to help out. I'll take a cab.
Wait a minute. I'll go with you.
You're going my way?
Going your way, I'm going to live with you.
So, finally, I gave up and hailed a cab. Taxi, 675 Sunrise Road, please.
Okay, 675 Sunrise Road.
Yes.
How do you get there?
Well, I don't know what radio's coming to, but I know where it's been.
People are asking more questions today than ever before.
We have to stretch a little. I think we're going to be a little short.
People are asking more questions today than ever before. And they're getting fewer answers. Now, in an effort to alleviate this serious shortage of answers, we bring
take
you...
a lot of time with this.
Yes. In an effort to alleviate this serious shortage of answers, it's going to get pretty dull.
2 L's and alleviate?
Yes, and 1 B. B.I. We bring you the fellow who knows everything. Everything, that is. Radio's famous question man. Now, if you have a question you'd like answered, I'll repeat that. If you have a question you would like answered, send it in. Now, the question man.
Good evening.
Our first question, sir, comes from Mrs. R.K. of Newark, who asks, are hockey pucks edible?
Yes, hockey pucks are edible and are pronounced delicious by epicures. When a hockey puck is boiled with greens, the greens become soggy and are pronounced soggy by epicures.
Mr. M.B. of Scranton asks, who played second base for the Baltimore Orioles in 1902?
This position was held down by the first baseman.
Mr. M.B. of Scranton asks, well, in that case, who played first base?
The Mill on the Floss was written by George Eliot.
Our next question. George Eliot asks, what is meant by the term postman's holiday, and how did the expression originate?
The term postman's holiday refers to a holiday taken by a postman. It is not known how the expression originated.
Mr. Casey of Topeka writes, I often hear people say, well, there's more than one way to skin a cat. Is this true?
Yes. Send for my free booklet, 89 Ways to Skin a Cat.
Mrs. R.D. of Atlanta wants to know, do some foods contain more calories than others?
No. Some foods contain less calories than others.
Mr. B.P. of Fresno says, my friends all submit questions to the question man. I am made sport of because I cannot think of any questions. Can you help me?
Yes, I can. Send for my free booklet, questions suitable for submitting to the question man.
If you have a question, send it to the question man.
Are we still short, Charlie? Or can we, on the nose. Keep going.
If you have a question, send it to the question man. Enclose $5 to cover the cost of living. And be sure to tune in next week because...
Morgan will be on the same corner in front of the cigar store next Wednesday at the same time.
This program was transcribed from an earlier network broadcast. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting...
Transcribed from an earlier network broadcast.
The following program was written while the author was, I am sorry to say, under the influence of money. Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Chick Injector Razors and Blades, bring you the Henry Morgan Show, featuring Bernie Green and his orchestra and a few surprises. Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Thank you. Thank you. This evening, I would like you to consider the pocket and what it has done for elephants. Now, without pockets, there would be no pool tables. Without pool tables, we wouldn't need ivory to make billiard balls. And if we didn't need ivory, elephants would be allowed to multiply until they overran the earth, thus sending the cost of peanuts sky high. Logical. And the pocket led to the discovery of the Pocket Magazine. The Pocket Magazine. The Morgan Digest. The only pocket magazine that comes with the pocket. At the moment, there are thousands of magazines on the newsstands today, such as the Saturday Evening Bath, The homely woman's companion. Look, peek, squint. The homeless lady's journal. Pick, click, ever sharp. Chic, that is. Nobody has time to read them all. So all magazines today are sent to my huge digesting plant in Stomach, Idaho. There the articles are condensed and then reprinted in the Morgan Digest, a family magazine which appeals both to youngsters and to people in the Middle Ages. It is printed in every language, including chartreuse and uranium. There's a special kiddies edition that comes with the pages already torn out. There's a Subway edition, which you paste inside your glasses. During the rush hour, when you have one hand clutching the subway strap and the other on your wallet, you simply turn the pages with your eyelashes. Gee, I sure wish I had time to tell you about our special limited trial offer, which ended last night. It applies to all quintuplets, one-eyed jacks, and survivors of the Alamo. This special offer, of course, is good everywhere except in the United States. Bernie, open tonight's copy of the Morgan Magazine Digest. No, Bernie. This is Digest Night, the condensed fanfare. The first article in the Morgan Magazine Digest is by the great foreign correspondent, Rudley Mongoose. Just returned from a 12-minute visit to the country of Snoznia. Mr. Mongoose is known as the author of such revealing books as Austria, a Country of Austrians. South Africa, Land of Smuts. The Boer War and Why It Was Boring. And Philadelphia, Gateway to India. The following article was both written and condensed by Mr. Mongoose for the Morgan Digest. It's entitled Snoznia, a Country to Watch. Snoznia, a Country to Watch. So I watched it. My plane landed in Snuznia, capital of Snoznia, early in January, or perhaps February, depending on what calendar you use. As you know, the Snoznian week has 2 Fridays because they're so fond of fish. As we landed, thousands of hungry Snoznians gathered about the plane, begging for 1946 Chevrolets. I naturally gave out as many as I could. After all, I'd come to learn something about these strange, mysterious, unknown people about whom I'd already written so much. What's wrong with the first 5 rows here? As I walked along the main street of Snuznia, suddenly, without warning, a sinister native stopped me and muttered,
"Your shoelaces are untied."
This proved to me that I was being watched. Weird situation. I was watching Snoznia, and Snoznia was watching me. Then I noticed 2 sinister figures following me, members of the dread SPCA. And warily one approached me and said,
"Can you tell me whether the subway is to the right or to the left?"
This proved that the Snoznians are a confused people. They don't know which way to turn. Later, I wormed my way into the office of General Horatio Ticklish, widely known for his book on military caution, entitled I said to him, "General, I am Mongoose."
Mongoose, I'm ticklish.
Yes. General, off the record, how is the Army?
At full strength.
Oh, really?
Yes, we'll beat the pants off Navy on Saturday.
Good. How about your armaments?
We have 3,200 tanks, 4,200 planes, 3,000 cannon, and 4,200 mortars.
I knew there must be a reason for all this secrecy. As I left the office, I stopped a man on the street and I said, "Pardon me, Snoznian, have you a match?"
Match? Just a second. No, sorry, Bud, I'm all out of matches.
My suspicions were confirmed. These Snoznians are hoarding great quantities of sulfur, a chemical material. Or they have no sulfur at all. Or both. I left there with all the facts unearthed. My 12 minutes well spent. And my message is, all Americans must watch Snoznia. I just can't watch it all by myself.
Page 4 of the Morgan Digest. A quiz. Your personality is you. Or else, who is it?
Answer this quiz and find out if you are anybody. Today's question, will you make a good mate? You take the test, lady.
All right.
Do men frequently call you up for dates?
No.
Do men ever call you up?
No.
Does this discourage you?
No.
Why not?
I haven't got a telephone.
Next question. Do you demand your future husband to be affectionate and attentive at all times?
Yes.
Do you insist that he be handsome, intelligent, witty, and wealthy?
Yes.
Put a check in the box marked Old Maid and turn the page. Let's go back. We forgot to read the little filler at the bottom of page 4. It'll only take a second. Read it, Charlie.
It says, How I Conquered Alcohol by William C. Fields.
Well, Mark, you see, it's like this. I was
Sorry.
standing on this corner,
Sorry.
see, my own
I'm
business,
sorry.
see?
No, please. This joke belongs in Morgan's Hip Pocket Digest. Turn the page, Bernie.
A little known fact of history, condensed from a big fact.
Oh, that's me. We all remember Washington's eloquence at Gettysburg. I'm sorry, I was handy. We remember Lincoln's great speech at Valley Forge. Here is a speech almost as famous, which we should never forget. The scene, a small Kentucky village. Farmers from miles around have gathered about a platform in a clearing near the edge of town. They're waiting.
Well, Jed, reckon he's going to show up and start soon?
Mighty soon, should be. I rushed my crops to be in time for this.
We all did. Looky, Jed, he's coming now.
He sure is. He's climbing right up there on that
Hush
platform.
up, Jed. He's fixing to speak.
Page 18. A commercial. Now, Charlie Irving, the announcer, will read the original commercial as it was written by the sponsor. I will read the condensation for the digest. Go ahead, Charlie.
The Ever-Sharp Schick Injector Razor. Condense that, Henry.
It.
The Ever-Sharp Schick Injector Razor changes blades automatically. No blades to unwrap, no cut fingers.
Bloodless.
It's the fastest, safest, smoothest shave in the world. Just push, pull, click, click, and you have a new blade.
Click.
The Ever-Sharp Schick Injector Razor and a 20-blade injector are only $1.25. You get a smooth shave, a fast shave.
Ever-Sharp Schick. Quick.
Page 23 of the Morgan Magazine Digest.
Giants of Science.
The story of Dr. Schluber.
This article condensed from Unpopular Mechanics magazine.
Lost in the obscurity of the 17th century is the story of Morgan Schluber, inventor of the buttonhole. Although buttons had been made for centuries, they were useless because there were no buttonholes. Button manufacturers facing ruin looked to science, but science looked out the window. The best scientific minds in Europe had given up in despair.
I am one of the best scientific minds in Europe. I give up in despair.
I give up in despair.
I give up in despair.
Me too.
But Dr. Schluber did not despair. He took his theory to the academy.
And I say in closing, gentlemen, if there is buttons, and I believe there is, we must have buttonholes. I will discover it single-handed, thank you.
Pardon me, Dr. Schluber.
Yes?
Don't worry about them. I believe in you. As a matter of fact, I've been working on a little invention of my own.
Is that so? What's your name?
Zipper, Dr. Zipper. Here, let me help you on with your coat. Pity there's no way to button it.
Yes, there's no way to button my coat, but I intend to find a way.
Let me work with you, Maestro.
Tell me, are you prepared to spend long hours in a cold, damp laboratory, toiling day and night, straining your eyes, going without food, doing nothing but work, work, work?
Yes, Maestro.
Good, then I won't have to do it.
So, back they went to Sluber's laboratory, and the endless experiments began once more.
Experiment 643 failed. 644 failed. 645 failed.
644 failed. 645 failed. Can't you say anything else?
Yes, sir. 646 failed. 647 failed.
Look, Zipper, I don't understand why we don't get nowhere.
Well, Maestro, I think the reason is that we haven't had an accident. All great discoveries are the result of an accident. Yes, sir.
Ridiculous. Hand me that vial of acid.
Here you are, Maestro.
Clumsy oaf, baboon, dummkopf, butterfingers, it schlitzed all over.
I only spilled 2 drops on this piece of Harris tweed. It burned a hole right through the cloth.
Pete, don't touch it. Hand me a button.
Here, Maestro. Gosh.
You see? We've been making buttonholes circular. Either they should have been making them lengthwise or the sidewise, not circular.
Congratulations. You have invented the buttonhole.
Precisely. Now then, Zipper, what's this nonsense you was trying to invent?
Are animals smarter than people? The editors of the Morgan Digest will pay $10 for anecdotes describing unusual intelligence in animals, and $10,000 for anecdotes describing unusual intelligence in people.
Our first $10 prize winner is Miss Samantha Boggs of Utah, who writes,
I have a cat named Tabby. When Tabby was a kitten, she used to frisk with a ball of yarn while I was knitting. Well, one day she playfully reached for my knitting needles, and I gave them to her. Yes. Before I knew it, she had turned the heel of a sock and was rapidly knitting the foot. However, she has improved, and now she does all my knitting while I frisk on the floor with a ball of yarn.
Our next $10 winner is Mr. Swifty Otis of New York, who writes,
One day last week, I was walking in the woods cataloging birdies. I passed John Kiernan, nodded to him, and was about to enter a description of his plumage in my notebook when I espied a titwillow. I was surprised, as it is past the time when titwillows leave for Florida. That is, those who can afford it. I stepped up to him and I said, Tell me, Dickie Bird, why do you sit singing willow, titwillow, when all the others have left for Florida? With a shake of his poor little head, he replied,
Why should I sit here beating my gums just so you can get $10 from the Morgan Digest?
and our last $10 winner.
Say, just a minute.
Who are you?
I'm a dog. Now, I've had some unusual experience.
No, please,
And
I'm very sorry. No talking dogs. We have to draw the line somewhere.
Look, Mac, I'm a veteran. 3 years in the canine corps.
No, I'm very sorry. This program is for people. Now, if you've had an unusual experience, just get one of your Army buddies to write it in for you.
Who would I know that can write? I hung around with the officers.
I'm terribly sorry, but that's the way it is.
Discrimination, that's what it is. Is that what we fought for?
Well, it's too bad.
Yes, sir, some life. It shouldn't happen to a human being.
Don't forget, the Morgan Digest will pay $10 for anecdotes describing unusual intelligence in animals,
and $10,000 for stories of unusual intelligence in people. There were no $10,000 winners this week. Page 35. Mr. Bernie Green and his orchestra present a special condensation of the opera Carmen. In order to explain this shorter way, we present Monsieur Henri Morgan, who will read the program notes. Monsieur Morgan.
Bonsoir, mesdames, messieurs. For the first act of Carmen, the stage is set to resemble a huge stage. Carmen himself, she are working in the factory of cigarettes. Carmen, she is like a flame, but she do not smoke. Her hair is pure gold, and she has 3 teeth of the same material. Overture. Act 2. Carmen. Oh, she is a dangerous lot. She is also a vacant lot. And she is desolate. She has given up her job in the factory of the cigarettes because every time she have to make the proof positive, it come back marked negative. Which reminds to me a very funny story. It seems this fellow is out with his girl, and he says to her, est-ce que vous êtes le conquis de le fort diable non rajout? And she says, tenez, pourquoi les enfants camembert les anges de pessoir? And he says, but there was not a lady, that was a girl to whom I am married with her. Act 2. Act 3. Carmen is engaged to marry Henri, but Henri first must get divorced from Marie, who is to get the money from Pierre. He owes 500 francs to Escamillo, who is out of town with the doctor. Meanwhile, what of the dark stranger? And who will take care of little Louise? And what about Aunt Bessie's busted leg? Now, in order to make the condense, this part of opera must go very quick. Act 4. The bullfight. Carmen has no money, and the OPA have removed the stealing of meat. And Escamillo says, do not, no, never mind. I will get you an old bull. This makes Carmen happy. So, after the fight, he kills her. I hate opera. Thank you, Carmen Lombardo.
Page 41. a quiz. We're back to the digest. Words are power. Without them, you would have trouble speaking. This quiz was prepared for the digest by the leading dictionary binder, Dr. Wilbur Punk.
The average person learns his basic vocabulary before the age of 3. This consists of 6 basic expressions, namely, mama, papa, no, I won't, I don't wanna, and I hate you. As an adult, he learns, 50 words a year, of which 48 can't be used in mixed company. Now, the following quiz will help you to enlarge your vocabulary. Contestant, are you ready for the questions?
Yes, sir.
First question. What is the meaning of tinsel? Take your choice. Tinsel is A, the name of a Russian general.
Nah.
B, a small piece of tin.
Who do you think you're kidding?
Very well. C, the trimming on a Christmas tree.
You're out of your mind.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're wrong. It is the trimming on a Christmas tree.
Go on home. Your mother wants you. It's something a doctor cuts out of you.
What?
Sure. I had my tonsils cut out when I was a kid.
You have now completed the quiz. Put a check in the box marked moron and go on to the next page. Wondered where that note was. In the belief that most radio listeners are deaf, Mr. Eversharp suggested that we put in another commercial about here, even though we've already had one. And, of course, I said absolutely no. Here is Mr. Ted Using.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Again tonight we bring you the famous Eversharp Chick Shave-a-thon, the most daring demonstration ever conducted by any razor. Right before this microphone, in full view of our studio audience, we will now conduct another actual shaving contest which proves week after week that the Eversharp Chick Injector Razor gives the world's fastest, easiest, smoothest shave. Last week, an Eversharp Chick user whisked in the winner in the record-breaking time of 32 seconds. Well, now tonight we have 6 more contestants picked at random from the studio audience. Men from Ohio, Connecticut, New York, the Bronx, and 2 of these men are from New Jersey. 3 of them are going to shave with the Eversharp Chick Injector Razors, and 3 will use other well-known safety razors. Well, now, who's going to win tonight's big shave-a-thon? Here the contestants are out on the stage. They're all lathered up. They're at the post. They're waiting for the signal. And here it is. And they're off. Yes, tonight's big shave-a-thon is on. I wish you could see these 6 shavers up here tonight on the stage. They're all busily engaged in getting underway and getting underway fast. Now, if you look at these men with the Eversharp Chick, you'll see they're almost already out in front because there's no blade to unwrap. All you do is pull, push, click, click, and there's a blade all ready to shave you. Fast, you said it. Smooth, right again. Easy, say, mister, it's a romp with the Eversharp Chick. It's the world's only razor with the automatic blade changer. Saves your time and saves your skin, too. Now, who's that out in front? Well, it's too very close, much too close. These men are all half-shaved already. Fast, easy, smooth, with gentle strokes. These men are shaving their faces as slick as a billiard ball. Now, see how easily that man shaves under his nose and around his lips? He's using an Eversharp Chick, and the race is close. Once over is enough for the fastest, easiest, smoothest shave of your life. And say, men, shave slick, use Eversharp Chick for the fastest, easiest, smoothest shave of your life. And there's the winner. There goes the bell, and here's tonight's winner, the second man over there. A close race, and that was an Eversharp Chick Injector Razor that he was using, proving once again it's the fastest, easiest, smoothest shave in the world. And now, Charlie Irving, that was exciting. What was the official time?
Well, Ted, it's 54 seconds, and the winner using an Eversharp Chick Injector Razor is Mr. Schweitzer of New Jersey.
Congratulations, Mr. Schweitzer. Thank you.
I don't know what you people at home got out of that, but I suppose it's better than having no radio at all.
End section. The Morgan Magazine Digest presents the condensation of a full-length book. This week, we cut down the current bestseller, Drenched. This is the dramatic story of a lonely man and his lonely wife in their lonely house. Then came the storm. We present the story of a wet man and his wet wife in their wet house. Drenched.
It was January. A cold wind roared through Maine. The wind is always cold as it goes through Maine. Who isn't? Over my 4-story house, the wind is rising in fury. I look at the barometer. Falling. I catch it and put it back on the hook. The wind is rising in fury. And my wife comes down the stairs and says,
"Is the wind rising in fury?"
She asked. Yes, I rejoined.
Oh.
She said. I knew from her expression that though on the outside she was calm, on the inside she had her usual stomach trouble. I looked at her pale, timid, lovely face, and I thought to myself for the 1,000th time, how can I get rid of her?
Cut 50 pages while author describes how to get rid of her.
The wind kept rising in fury over my 2-story house.
Cut 55 pages about more rain and hail and things like that there.
The wind kept rising in fury over my 1-story house. And I cursed to myself. Cut, I said. Again, my wife came down the circular stairway. There was a sudden rush of wind. Rush of wind? I looked at the circular stairway. It was straight. The wind kept rising in fury. My wife looked frightened as she'd been through a terrible experience. I asked her, where were you?
I went over the Smith's house.
You visited the Smiths?
No, I just went over their house.
I'm so dazed. I've forgotten. Where is the Smith's house?
There it goes now.
The wind rose in fury. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Some unfortunate lost in the storm, I opined. So I opined the door. It was my handyman, Virgil. Yes, Virgil, what is it?
Sir, I've news for you.
What's the news?
The wind is rising in fury.
Thank you, Virgil. I closed the door. Well, Virgil, what are you still doing in my house?
I'm not in. You're out.
Cut, dot, rain, dot.
At last, the storm had broken. Now the birds rose in fury. No trees. My wife and I took a solemn vow never to go through another winter in Maine together. So she went to Massachusetts and I went to Vermont. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we intended to do the section from the digest called The Most Unforgettable Character I've Ever Met. Oh, that's written wrong. Called The Most Forgettable Character I've Ever Met. But it was me.
Don't be discouraged. Tune in again next week because...
Morgan will be on the same corner in front of the cigar store again next week at the same time.
Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp chick injector razors and blades, invite you to tune in same time, same station next week when Eversharp will again bring you the Henry Morgan Show. They're yours again. Eversharp chick injector blades for the world's fastest, safest, smoothest shave. Just insert the automatic blade changer in your Eversharp chick injector razor. Push, pull, click, click, and you're ready to shave. 20 blades, 75 cents at good stores everywhere. This is Charles Irving saying goodnight for Eversharp.
This program was transcribed from an earlier network broadcast. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Henry Morgan Show. Yes, the Henry Morgan Show with Arnold Stang, Fran Warren, Kurt Kelton, Milton Catum's orchestra, and me, Ben Grauer. And here's the star of the Henry Morgan Show, standing on his favorite corner in front of the cigar store.
Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Thank you. Not so many Christmases ago, we broadcast a little Christmas story for children. And it was definitely for children, but we heard later
that a number of grown-ups sneaked out of bed and listened. Well, you know how parents are, kids. Just when you think that they're asleep, they come out of the bedroom with all kinds of excuses. They want a drink of water, or there's a tiger in the room, or their blanket fell on the floor or something. So this year, we might as well let them stay up and listen. But parents, no snickering. We're not going to stand for a lot of grown-ups sitting in front of the radio shaking their heads doubtfully, as though we were making the whole thing up. Now, kids, if you notice your mommy or daddy saying things like, oh, nonsense, or, well, that couldn't happen, just look them in the eye and say, I find this story thoroughly credible. Of course, I don't have that kind of trouble with my parents. If they say, oh, nonsense to me, I just don't give them tickets to my show. Now, it's a story, and pretty good. And the story begins the day after Christmas, which you have to admit is an unusual day to begin a Christmas story. It's about two boys and a girl. They're named Norman, Joey, and Jeannie. How old are they? Oh, they're just about your age. And where do they live? Oh, just across the street. As the story begins, it's the day after Christmas. And Norman, hey boy, is coming up the front walk to Joey's house, and he says...
Hiya, Joey. Hi, Norman. What presents have you got broken?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. What he said was, what presents have you got broken? It was a very good line, too. I have to tell you that Joey is sitting there looking at the ruins of an electric train, which it took a dozen graduate engineers to put together.
What you doing, Joey? I'm trying to figure out how to put this train together again. Who took it apart? My father. Don't you know enough not to let your father fool around with your toys? They don't know what it's all about. Well, he was fooling with the train and running it round and round, and after a while he said he had a theory about how to make it run different. What's his theory? I don't know. Something your father has when he tells you to hand him a screwdriver. What'd you get for Christmas? Oh, a sled and some skates and a rector set. Yeah? What else? Oh, the rest of it was just useful stuff. Yeah, I got stuck with some of that, too. Hello, Norman. Hello, Jeannie. Hello, Joey. Joey, why don't you say hello to Jeannie? She's my sister. Hey, Norman, I bet you didn't see Santa Claus. Oh, yeah? Did you? Sure. Did he come down the chimney? We got radiators. Oh, Joey, Mama says for you to come in and wash up for supper. I don't bother me. What a pest this sister is. I asked for a brother and I got you. Now, you better mind or Santa Claus won't bring you anything for Christmas. You just had Christmas, Smarty. Smarty yourself, I mean next year. Ha! You don't have to be good all year. I figure 2 weeks before Christmas is plenty. You do so, too, have to be good all year. Good all year for just one Christmas? Gee, that doesn't sound fair. Yeah, if you've got to be good every day on account of Christmas, then it ought to be Christmas every day. What do you think, Joey? It ought to be, but it ain't. That's on account of they got the wrong people in charge of it. Who, Joey? You know, grown-ups.
You know, Joey's absolutely right. I can't blame him for wanting Christmas every day if he has to be good every day. And that's the way it looks to him as he sits down to supper with Joan and his father and his mother on the day after Christmas.
Did you wash up before coming to the table, Joey?
Yes, Mom. He didn't. I did.
For goodness sakes, children, stop it.
Didn't.
Now, that's enough. Didn't what, Gene?
I forgot.
Joey, you aren't eating a thing. Pass your plate.
Oh, Mom, I don't like turkey hash.
Nonsense, son. It's delicious. No, thank you, Mother. I don't believe I'll have any.
Daddy, is that right what Jeannie said? That you have to be good all year for Santa Claus to come?
That's right, son.
Gosh, if a fella's got to spend all his time being good, he never gets time to live a little. Isn't that right, Daddy?
Huh? Oh, of course, Joey.
Father.
Hmm? Oh, no, Joey. Of course not. Whatever your mother says. Mother, would you hand me that newspaper, please?
Here you are, dear. I haven't seen it yet. What are the headlines?
General Eisenhower gives up presidential ambitions, announces he has become Republican. Say, here's an interesting item. You remember that woman in Boston who left $50,000 to her cat last year?
Yes.
The cat just died and left it to another cat.
Well, that's sensible.
Here's an interesting item.
Read it, dear.
Park Avenue theater owners are lobbying in Washington against popcorn machines. Look at this headline. Snobby lobby claims popcorn hobby makes their lobbies slobby.
Daddy, what's a lobby?
Well, a lobby is a group of people who go to Washington to put pressure on congressmen so they'll pass a new law.
Can they get any kind of a law passed?
Well, sometimes it seems that way.
Even if the president doesn't want it?
Especially.
Dad,
Yeah?
how far is it to Washington?
Well, I never said it. Somebody else must have said it. Well, the plot is not getting any thinner. Joey's getting an idea to have a law passed. Sort of a new OPA. Overthrow parents' authority. And naturally, the first thing he has to do is tell Norman.
Hey, Norman, we gotta start a lobby. Okay, what's a lobby? Well, a lobby is when you go to Washington and tell a senator to pass a law. Who does? Anybody. Us, we could do it. We got rights just like people. No kidding. Sure. We just go to Washington and tell them to pass a law like no school, no washing for supper, no spankings, no running errands.
Well, they wouldn't pass all those laws.
Yeah.
But I know how you can get everything you want with just one law.
Yeah?
On Christmas, you don't go to school, you don't run errands, and you don't get spanked. Isn't that so?
Yeah.
So you just get the senator to pass a law making every day Christmas.
Jimmy!
Santa Claus would come every day, too.
You suppose he would?
He'd have to if it was a law.
Jiminy!
We haven't got a Jiminy. We got a radiator.
So the three children have decided to go to Washington. And while the kids are packing their little overnight bags and buying their little railroad tickets, why don't we sit back and listen to little Fran Warren, who is still dreaming of a white Christmas, as she sings, "Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow."
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Oh, it doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbye. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. kiss goodnight. How I hate going out in the sun. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbye. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Thank you, Fran. Fine.
Thank you, Fran. Now we go back and join the three kids, Joey, Norman, and Jean, who, you probably remember, had decided to go to Washington as the head of a children's lobby to get a law passed making every day Christmas. They carry with them a petition signed by such leading American figures as Butch Jenkins and Margaret O'Brien. And so, to Washington, where the three children have just arrived.
Gee whiz, look at all the big buildings around. What's that thing? I saw a picture of that one. That's the Washington Monument. Wow, is he tall.
My mother says that maybe I'll grow up and be president.
They don't have girl presidents.
Why not?
Well, a president has to make laws and speeches and wars and things like that. Yeah. All ladies do is cook and go shopping and take care of the kids.
Well, they can do all that other junk in their spare time.
Hey, let's ask someone where we can find some senators. Hey, there's a man. Let's ask him. Hello, mister.
Hiya.
We just came to Washington. We have to go someplace in an awful hurry.
Who's stopping you?
We don't know exactly where to go.
What's the matter? You lost?
No. We came to Washington to get something done.
You're lost.
No, we ain't lost. We got important business. We're going to see a real senator.
Big deal. Well, if you're looking for senators, why don't you go to the Senate building? It's on S Street.
They told us it was on O Street.
I tell him S. He tells me O.
Thanks, mister. I hope we'll see you again sometime.
Likewise.
Still don't know what Gerard was doing in Washington. But those children were there on business, and they started to look for a senator to get their bill introduced. In the crowds, they couldn't tell who was a senator because many senators look like people. So they went all around Washington, where they saw many politicians and other sights. Finally, they came to an important government building.
Mister, what building is this?
This is the Bureau of Printing and Engraving.
What's that?
Well, this is where we make all the paper money.
Well, my daddy makes a lot of money.
I hope he doesn't make it the way we do.
How much money you got here, huh?
Oh, I don't know. I just keep making it. Then I never know where all that money goes.
That's just what Daddy always tells Mommy.
I tell you something, though. Last week alone, I made $20 million.
Gosh.
Last month, I made $200 million. For the year, I made $3 billion. And here's a sample of my work.
Gosh.
A picture of a penny.
Here's another place. Maybe they can help us here. I'll open the door.
Look here, Jones, haven't you found my fountain pen yet?
No, sir, and I've looked everywhere for it.
Now that pen's been missing for 3 weeks. Can't anybody in this place ever find anything?
What does it say on the door, Joey? Federal Bureau of Investigation. Hey, Norm, maybe this is the place. Yeah, it says Senate Committee. Let's go in.
Yes, what is it? I'm a busy man. Where you from?
Well, sir, we're from PS 58.
What congressional district?
Huh?
I said what congressional district? Third, fourth, fifth?
Oh, we're from the 3rd grade. Miss Horton is our teacher.
Horton? I don't know any Miss Horton.
Gee, didn't you ever go to school?
Of course I went to school, but that was 40 years ago.
Oh, Miss Horton must have been there then.
Now, listen, children, you just can't come walking in here. After all, this is the government.
I know. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people.
Say, that's pretty good. Do you know who said that?
Yes, sir. Miss Horton.
Now, children, what can I do for you? I'm a busy man.
Mr. Senator, we came here about Christmas. Yes. We don't think one Christmas a year is enough. We'd like to have Christmas every day.
Christmas every day? Well, I can't blame you. When I was young, I also had dreams. But now I don't dream of making everyone happy. I don't dream of solving all problems. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
What?
You don't sleep so good.
Of the people, by the people, for the people. Miss Horton said that, eh?
Yes, sir. And we believe it, too.
I see. Let me ask you something, kiddies. Are you now, or have you ever been, a member?
They didn't get very far with that, Senator, but they weren't discouraged. After all, a child who can nag his mother into giving him an all-day sucker just before dinner, not going to be discouraged by a senator. And the children began to pick up support around the country. Newspaper headlines said,
"Kids claim cloakroom quorum."
One paper quoted the minority opposition group with the headline,
"Anti-kid block blocks kids block."
And on the air, you heard reports like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, your favorite news commentator, Walter Morgan.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. American. All please at ship. Beep, 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 beep. All right, already. The Children's Committee for Christmas Every Day continues to meet with congressional biggies. Also, Smallies. Lawmakers are weakening before Lollipop Lobby. And insiders said they didn't have a chance. Ha! All right, all right.
But, Mr. Secretary, we want it awful bad.
Ridiculous, absurd, flagrantly unconstitutional. Undermines the foundation of our government. Of the people, by the people, and for the people, as was said by that great statesman, Miss Horton of PS 58. Your proposal is undoubtedly a priori and e pluribus.
Now, what do you say to that? Okay, now stop that. Right now. Please, you can't, you're just trying to... Oh, all right.
Ah, woman's tears. How important they've been to history. If it weren't for a woman's tears, civilization wouldn't have many of its wonderful inventions. Mink coats, diamond bracelets, babies, and so the children's lobby made progress. And on the air, you heard...
Ladies and gentlemen, your favorite news commentator, H.V. Carlton Morgan.
Good morning. Tonight, the news from Washington concerns the United Nations delegate from Russia, who is, I understand, Russian. And there is a discussion of the future of the United Nations, which, in my opinion, still lies ahead. This may mean nothing, or, on the other hand, something. Or both. Which is unlikely, at least at this time. Meanwhile, the children's lobby is making considerable progress in Washington. It looks very much as if the president will... Good night. And finally, late on the next day...
Hey, Norman, let's try this place. We haven't been here. Okay, Joey, let's go up the steps.
Oh, welcome to the White House, children.
Is there something I can do for you?
Well, we'd like to have a law passed.
I know just how you feel.
This would be a very popular law. You see, we want to...
Just a moment, kiddies, just a moment. Margaret. Just a moment. Margaret! Well, kiddies, I feel this way about it. You can please some of the people some of the time, and some of the people all of the time. But you can't please some of the people any of the time.
If you pass this law, you'll please all of the kids all of the time.
All right, I'll do it. Have a glass of buttermilk?
Ladies and gentlemen, your favorite news commentator, Gabriel Morgan.
Oh, there's good news tonight. There's a little light burning in the White House tonight. And there's something about the sight of a white light burning bright in a house that's white that makes a man want to shout out so all the world can hear. Oh, there's good news tonight. And little children are rejoicing tonight all over the world tonight. And I've just been handed a flash, and it says, good night. And so the law was... Thank you on behalf of that fellow. And so the law was passed making every day of the year Christmas. Every day of the year. And there were great changes throughout the land. The George Washington Bridge was torn down to make erector steps. The Ford assembly lines converted overnight to making four-door Tinker Toys. On the stock market, the flexible flyer went up and down. And every poor little girl had a mama doll. And every rich little girl had a mater doll. Did this make boys and girls happy? We'll find out right after Milton Cadence plays Bernie Green's special type Christmas medley.
Little Jack Horner sat in a corner eating a Christmas pie. He put in his thumb and pulled out a plum and said, what a good boy am I.
What's the boy?
Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after. Little boy blue, come blow your horn. The sheep's in the meadow, the cow's in the corn.
It's now 1 year later. The children have had Christmas every day for a year. The time is now December 24th, and the same two little boys are talking.
Hello, Mormon. Hello, Joey. What have you got there? A sled. How many sleds you got? 364. Me too. How many footballs you got? 364. How many skates you got? 728. Hello, fellas. Hello, Gene. What have you got there? Oh, another old doll. What's its name? Ditto. You know, I broke the window in the garage today. Gee, that's good. Maybe we won't get any presents. Nah, they forgave me. Why? 'Cause it's Christmas. Ah, gee, Christmas every day. I sure miss the 4th of July. Yeah, me too. I sure wish we had July 4th every day. Now don't start that again. Oh, look, fellas. Here comes Santa Claus. Yeah.
Well, hello, children. Merry Christmas. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
What's so funny?
Well, here it is, Christmas. Again. And I have the peachiest present for all you children. Norman, would you like to see what I brought you?
Nah.
Oh, I got the best sled in the whole world for you.
You said that yesterday.
Oh, this one's got fog lights and ashtrays and a radio and chromium bumpers.
I got that kind.
I know, but this one's a convertible.
I don't want it.
Oh, now, don't make me take it back to the North Pole again. You know what we agreed, fellers. No return.
Okay. Put it on that pile over there.
Well, fine. Goodbye and Merry Christmas.
Santa,
Yes?
how about not coming tomorrow?
Not come tomorrow?
Yes. Well, why don't you skip tomorrow and make it a holiday?
Oh, I'd love to, children. My feet are killing me. But you know, it's Christmas every day. It was your idea. See you tomorrow. Christmas, you know. Oh, those bells. I think I'll put in a buzzer. Well, goodbye.
You know, kids, Christmas all year round is awful. Our law has got to be repealed. It's a priori. It's C pluribus. Down with Miss Horton. On to Washington.
And so the children talked to the men in Washington who repealed the law and changed Christmas back to once a year. And all the children were happy again, and the moral of the story is, nil comparandum, nil quantulatum, nil ultimus, as said by that great Latin scholar and philosopher, Miss Horton of PS 58. Translated, this means, Merry Christmas, everybody, and a Happy New Year to you all.
Show with Arnold Stang, Fran Warren, Fred Kelton, and Newton Cadams and his orchestra. In the cast were Art Coney, Jack Albertson, Joan Gibson, and youngsters Butch Cabell, David Anderson, and Joan Lazer. Morgan himself will be back on this corner in front of the cigar store at the same time next week. The Henry Morgan Show is produced by Kenneth McGregor. This is Ben Grauer speaking.
Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Hooray! Thank you very much. And a Happy New Year. This year, according to our research department, will be 1947. Last year, in case you missed it, will be 1946. Now, we've been going over our books for the year, balancing debits and credits, and I have here a brief report on the year's doings of the House of Morgan. The first item is jokes. We find that in this program in 1946, we used 918 jokes, not counting several hundred we thought were jokes. Of these 918, 818 got laughs. The other 100 jokes we carry over to this year, and we'll give you another chance at them. Well, that's the 818 laughs, but in radio there are many different kinds of laughs, so we have to break that figure down. We got 124 yucks, 68 bops,
if this is new to you, a yock is when everyone laughs loud enough so we can count all the gold inlays in the audience. That's the trade name. A buff, or belly laugh, is when we can count all the belt buckles. Now, a buff yock, or gold belt buckle, that's when the sponsor laughs. According to the report, no buff yocks. But we did get 214 freeps. A freep is when everybody laughs because the person next to him is laughing. Unless, of course, it's an empty seat. Now, we got 88 orcs. An orc is when the orchestra laughs. Now, when the orchestra laughs, it's because a guy in the orchestra is laughing because the trombone player whispered something funny. But we count them. They add up. We also got 88 Bernies. A Bernie is when Bernie Green laughs. He laughs because somebody told him what the trombone player said. And we got 100 yocks, which is when nobody laughs at the joke, but the comedian gets it by wiggling his ears. That makes 672 laughs. 672 from 818 leaves 146. We got 146 laughs in rehearsal. Well, you'll just have to take my word for it, that's all. So much for laughs. Now, let's see. Here's our report on the mail. Every morning about 11, the mail clerk staggers in with my fan mail. Don't know why that boy should stagger with 3 letters, but it's not my business to report him. Incidentally, I'd like to thank Fred Allen for his encouraging letter. I wish he'd put the next one in writing. Those tea leaves are so hard to read. We had a letter from Bing Crosby which said, boo. And, altogether, are you people just smirking? Altogether, during the past year, our mail totaled 118 pounds. Tonight, I've selected a few ounces. The first letter reads,
Dear Mr. Morgan, gosh, we must have an ever-sharp chick radio. Because whenever you come on the air, my father changes stations automatically.
And here's a rather interesting letter from an ardent fan.
Dear Mr. Morgan, I find your program very hard to turn off and will continue to do so.
So much for the report in the fan mail. According to the report on scripts, we have lots of material left over from last year, and we have to use it up tonight if we want to start the new year even. Let's see now. We had 4 sound effects left over from last year. First, a cash register. Next, a ship dropping anchor. Then, a rustling of paper. And a shattering of glass. Now, in addition to these sound effects, we had 4 sentences left over from last year. They had to be cut out of different programs at the last moment. These are the 4 sentences. 1.
Yes, delicious, ain't it?
2.
Here's your change, sir. They don't call me Honest Ambrose for nothing.
3.
What a pity. We'll never find it in this here fog.
4.
Honey, you ain't been getting enough calcium lately.
Just leftovers. Now, we also had a bit of music that was left. Bernie? Guess that's all that was left. Well, I'd like to get all these leftovers out of the way, if you don't mind. So I've prepared a little sketch to use up all this extra material. Then we can start the new year. Bernie, we'll start if you'd use some of the leftover music, please. Our story begins on the deck of a small tramp steamer bound for New York with a cargo of tramps. This is really a ruse. In reality, this is a gambling ship, and 2 stealthy figures are busy marking the deck. One says,
Nasty weather for the Admiral's dinner tonight, what?
Regular pea soup fog.
Yes, delicious, ain't it?
I mean, one gets tired of nothing but chicken noodles.
Say, would you lend me $5?
Well, here's a $10 bill, but I can only lend you $3.
Very well, then you can owe me $2. Which leaves you $5, and here's your change, sir. They don't call me Honest Ambrose for nothing. Say, I believe we've dropped anchor.
What a pity. They'll never find it in this here park.
Thanks. Our next scene, naturally, is in old Arizona. Ambrose walks into the Last Chance Saloon where his keen ears detect a strange, treacherous sound.
Hey, what's that noise?
It's me. I was just rustling this here paper.
Stranger, we don't stand for no rustlers in this here town. I don't even let Jane rustle. One of us has to leave pronto.
All right, I'll go.
No, I'll go. You left last time. I ain't been out of town all year.
2 hours later, Ambrose pulled up his weary steed before a small house. His steaming horse was covered with lather, and leaving instructions for the beast to be shaved, he went inside to visit his sweetheart.
Oh, there you are, Maribel, honey. You're so delicate, so fragile, like a china doll. Here, let me hold you real close to me, darling. Honey, you ain't been getting enough calcium lately.
Don't worry about it, because now we're even for last year. We can start fresh. Oh, here's the report from the Ever-Sharp Schick Injector Razor Company. On 12 programs, the name Ever-Sharp last year was mentioned 438 times. The full title, Ever-Sharp Schick Injector Razor, was mentioned 105 times. I had meetings with the sponsor twice. I lost twice. I said the razor changes blades automatically 12 times. Charlie said it once. Ted Using said it 150 times. We all said the Ever-Sharp Schick Injector Razor sells for $1.25, complete with 20 blades. As a result of this high-pressure salesmanship, we sold 3 razors. A man in Oregon bought 2 in the belief that it was a pen and pencil set. My father bought the other one, thinking that what I said was blazers. End of report. Since this is the first day of the new year, we think it's only fitting to take a look at what the other 364 are going to be like. So we're going to describe the rest of 47. And if you feel like it, you can go to sleep right after the show and stay in bed all year. First, the weather for 47. In California, this winter, the weather will be mild and sunny with occasional showers. Daily. The winter in Chicago will be very cold. The winter in Florida will be very expensive. Now for a quick survey of the changes in 47. At the beginning of 46, the housing shortage was called severe. At that time, 4 million people were crowded into garages. By the end of the year, the situation had improved. 2 million of these people had been able to find sellers. And in 47, we predict that railroads will move forward. Next year, the American public will find an unexpected luxury on railroad trains.
Hey, Sadie, look at me.
What is it?
I'm sitting.
We come now to soap, which expects a banner year in 47. We've invited Mr. Homer Clunk, manufacturer of one of our better-known soaps, Broken Heart Soap, the soap with a message, to discuss the future of his business. Mr. Clunk, we're delighted to have you with us this evening.
Of course you are.
I get it. Do you have any plans for any new kinds of soap?
Of course I do. Today our designers are working on a new soap bar. Rather expensive. It'll cost you $2 a bar, but it's well worth it.
Well, why will it cost so much?
This soap bar will have nuts on the inside.
Nuts on the inside?
Of course it will. In case you get hungry during your bath. Any other questions?
Of course I do. I mean, I have. Yes, I do.
Then there's the new soap I forgot to mention. Now, you know the soap that floats
Yes?
Oh, we have a new soap that chases you around the tub.
Thank you very much, Mr. Homer Clark. I got a feeling that's going to be left over next year, that whole thing. In 47, unions will go in for more collective bargaining. They'll go in for more. They may come out with less. But in many instances, there'll be a better understanding between employer and employee, as in this one.
Come in, come in.
I wanted to talk to you about a raise.
Well, sit down, sit down.
Well, you see, prices are way up and my expenses are high, and I thought maybe
I
if
understand your position perfectly, my boy.
Yeah, you mean you give me a raise?
Certainly. $25 a week raise.
$25 a week raise? Oh, boy. Thanks, Father.
The most important thing about any year is what the people will be thinking and doing. Let's look in on two average people on the first day of 1947.
Hello. Hello, Hortense. This is Gerard.
Hello, Gerard. This is Hortense. I want to express my deepest gratitude and appreciation for the hot time you showed me New Year's Eve.
Likewise.
Gee, didn't we have a good time to Evelyn's house?
Is that where we were?
Yeah, don't you recollect? First we were at Evelyn's house. Then I took you to my friend Katie's house. Then I took you to my friend Gloria's house. Then I took you to my friend Ruthie's house.
Gee, Hortense, and you didn't even drop me once. Anyway, Hortense, I'm glad it's a new year. My boss says that this year we're going to have great achievements and accomplishments in a field of pickles.
I'm glad for you, boss.
We're putting out a completely different pickle this year.
Is that true? What's it gonna be?
We're calling it the New Dill.
Parade. Songs of 1946 most likely to be killed off. Tonight, Bernie Green and his orchestra play the leading songs all America got most tired of in 46. Here is number 1084, which last week was only 1087, entitled, What is the Fruit, Dear, which after it's sold, you ain't supposed to keep it in the cold. Number 1084. Presents the beautiful love song, Soap Gets in Your Eyes. Your Flip Parade is presented by the makers of Elephant Cigarettes. Remember our slogan, I'd walk a mile for an elephant, but would he do the same for me? Remember, with men who bribe football teams, it's the New York Giants 24-14. And here is a song in 89th place, but destined to go nowhere. A song which hit the all-time medium. The song that taught people that a nickel is easily worth 5 cents. And here it is, number 3 on your obit parade. The song's most likely to drop dead. Number 3, entitled, Even Though Your Teeth Ain't Pearly, I'd Like You to Be My Girlie. And And finally... Somebody wrote that in on me. Finally, number one. Yes, here's the number one candidate for whatever it is. The title, I Don't Love You, My Dear Mamie. I don't love you, and you can't blame me because... Songs we should have buried, and to the strains of our theme, You're Driving Me Crazy, we say farewell. This program is sponsored by the makers of Elephant Cigarettes. Remember our slogan, I'd walk a mile for an elephant, but I'd rather he'd run his own errands. Good evening, Theodore. Here it is, the announcement you've been afraid of, the Shave-a-thon. Oh, well, the Shave-a-thon isn't so bad. At least after it's over, we have no listeners left, so we can say anything we want. To continue our predictions about the coming year, we examine the field of medicine. Medicine has made tremendous advances during the past few years, especially in fees. In 1947, a lot of important things are going to happen in the medical profession. For instance, more and more doctors are becoming specialists, and this trend is going to continue. First, we meet Dr. Bradley. Doctor, you're an ear, nose, and throat man, aren't you?
That was last year.
And this year?
I treat only the right nostril.
I see. Why not the left nostril?
The left? Sir, I'm a Republican.
It figures. This year there'll be an increasing number of consultations between doctors. There's a very good reason for consultations, and these doctors will show you. We take you behind the scenes of a medical consultation.
Dr. Lawrence, I wanted to consult with you about a patient.
What's the complaint, Dr. Silverway?
He has an ingrown toenail.
So why the consultation?
He also has $1 million.
Ah, yes, you were wise to call me in, Doctor. How's it look?
Quite a toenail.
Bet it hurts him.
It's murder.
I'll bet. Those things hurt, you know.
I read that someplace. You, ever have one?
Yeah.
I'll bet it hurt.
And how?
But what can you do?
That's what I say. What can you do?
How about using hot water, Doctor?
I don't know.
Why not?
That stuff can get awful hot.
Well, thanks a lot, Doctor.
Glad to help.
I'll send your fee to your office.
No. Send it to my home.
Oh, expect to be home long?
Oh, a couple of weeks till my ingrown toenail gets better.
Funny, I was very fond of that in rehearsal. Listen to this startling testimonial to doctors.
I wouldn't be caught dead without my family doctor by my side.
Another thing that's going to happen this year, doctors are very likely going to start to advertise on the radio. Some of the more popular programs will be the news commentary by H.V. Corpuscle, Portia Faces Anesthesia, Life Can Be Bellevue, Ladies Be Inoculated, and I imagine a lot of new medical theories are going to be tried out. Now, last year, doctors discovered that patients improved more rapidly if they got out of bed very soon after an operation. This year, the theory will be carried even further.
Scalpel. Sutures.
Forceps. All right, you can get up now.
But, Doctor, did you finish my operation already?
Start walking. I'll finish it on the way to your room. There. Your appendix is out. How do you feel?
Tennis, anybody?
Another advance in medicine has been the theory that many physical illnesses result from a state of mind. We take you now for a visit to the office of the famous Viennese specialist on this subject, Dr. Heinrich Morgan.
Dr. Morgan, we'd like very much to visit your office to see how you work. Is that all right?
I acquiesce.
Oh, I see you have two powerful microscopes on your desk.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't see a thing without them.
Now, Doctor, we're particularly interested in your method of treating patients who suffer from mental aberrations.
Oh, yeah, what?
I mean, people who imagine themselves to be sick.
Oh, sure, why you didn't said so. I show you. First patient. Doctor, I'm in a terrible condition. This I could see.
But what's the trouble?
I have an awful pain in my right leg.
The pain is all part of your imagination. When did it start?
Well, I was walking down a street, and I imagined I was hit by a brick.
I see. Tell me, when you were first realizing that you hate your grandmother?
I don't hate my grandmother, Doctor. But what about my leg?
See, he's fighting me. I tell you something. You just forget your grandmother and the pain would go away.
It will?
Sure.
Gee, you know, my leg feels better already.
That's fine.
Sure, my leg feels great. Only, now I hate my grandmother.
Morgan will be on this same corner in front of the cigar store again next week at this same time.
Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Shake, Injector, Razors, and Blades, invite you to tune in same time, same station next week when Eversharp will again bring you the Henry Morgan Show.
Oh, I see John Russell has stepped into the studio here. He's got some recordings in his hand and something else in there. Hi, John.
Hello, Chuck, and Happy New Year.
Oh, Happy New Year.
Thank you. It's the day after New Year's Eve, but nevertheless, we have a dance party planned for our listeners today.
And some noisemakers,
too. We will feature the Ron Smolin Orchestra and lots of good dance music by other bands, too.
That's great.
It's Midwest Ballroom today at 5 o'clock.
We'll be listening.
Thanks, Chuck.
Okay. Put that down. Put that down. Thank you very much. Put that down. Put that down. Thank you very much. Put that down. Put that down. Thank you very much. Put that down.
The Henry Morgan Show? Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Shake, Injector, Razors, and Blades, brings you the Henry Morgan Show, featuring Bernie Green and his orchestra and a few surprises.
Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Thank you. Thank you very much. A lot of people have asked how we make up jokes for this program, and a lot of people have asked why we don't. Of course, humor today is big business, And it can't be run in a slipshod way like housing or California divorces. It takes a lot of planning. Now, many people think that jokes are made up on the spur of the moment right after some story breaks in the newspapers. And that's not so. The joke is written first. Well, that's true. After it's made up, the joke is put in the icebox so it won't rot and is brought out at the proper time. Of course, sometimes you reach in for a joke and come out with an egg. Let me show you how this happens. A couple of months ago, long ago, we were talking about this program, and one of the actors said...
Hey, Henry, I got a great topical joke.
What's the joke, Brewster?
Well, we wait until Oregon has 2 governors at the same time, see? And then you say to me...
Wait a minute. How could Oregon have 2 governors?
How do I know how? I just say it might happen, and where will you be then?
Well, I have a lot of eyebrow jokes ready.
You mean in...
Yeah, in case of a cold strike.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm all set. But I think you ought to forget that 2 governors business. That's impossible.
Impossible? That's what you said about the ballpoint pen.
Yeah.
So what happened?
Yeah.
So they invent the ballpoint pen, so Fred Allen has a new underwater joke every week, and you don't even have one damp joke.
Well, I had a joke about a typewriter that writes under wood.
That's not the point.
You didn't wait for that. Oh. Look, I had a joke about, there was one about a pen with a matzo ball point that would write under chicken soup.
Hey, Murgatroyd.
Yeah?
Remember I told him back in 44 that Truman would be elected vice president and he played the piano?
Yeah, and Morgan didn't believe it. Henry Wallace, he kept saying. Making up Henry Wallace jokes, and we finally had to load in boxcars and sell cheap to Westbrook Pegler.
Yeah. Let's make up some football fix jokes, I kept saying. Come on, let's all make up some football fix jokes.
And what's he say? He says he wants to make up jokes about the eternal bachelor. He'll always be a bachelor, Morgan says. So 50 jokes he makes up about Leo DeRocha.
Don't worry about that. We may still be able to use them. That's
Football
pretty
fix
subtle,
jokes,
I
I told him.
I should have made that a Lorraine Day joke. I could have done a lot better.
I told him about basketball fix, football fix, prize fight fix jokes, I told him.
All this week I've been telling him. Smog jokes. Smog jokes.
Fellas, what do we want with smog jokes?
Suppose they move the program to California.
Yeah, I guess if I had some smog jokes ready, they'd call me a pretty smog operator.
Well, how about this 2 governors of Oregon business before it's too late?
Well, if you think it could happen in this country...
I just got a feeling, that's all. Go ahead.
So, I made up 37 jokes about Oregon's having 2 governors, and you know what happened. Georgia has 2 governors, and every other program has a joke ready. Not us. I even had some set up for the Carolinas. Like, did you hear what the 2 governors of North Carolina said to the 2 governors of South Carolina? Stuff like that. I had a lot of it. The reason I'm telling you all this is about 2 months ago, I made the worst mistake of my life. I really guessed wrong. You see, Brewster came up to me and he said...
Hey, Henry, I got a great idea for a joke. Look, suppose somebody writes a song called Open a Door Written.
That's impossible. And now, in answer to many requests that we might get, here is... Or here are the Elm City Four. Here is the Elm City Four singing Under the Bamboo Tree.
If you like me like I like you, and we like both the same, I like to say this very day, I like to change your name. 'Cause I love you and love you true, and if you love me, 1 live as 2, 2 live as 1, under the bamboo tree. Down in the jungle lived a maid, of royal blood though dusky shade. A marked impression once she made upon a Zulu from Matabooloo. And every morning he would be down underneath a bamboo tree, awaiting there his love to see. And then to her he'd sing, if you like me like I like you, and we like both the same. I like to say this very day, I like to change your name. 'Cause I love you and love you true, and if you love me, One live as two, two live as one, under the bamboo tree. If you like me like I like you, and we like both the same, I like to say this very day, I like to change your name, 'cause I love you and love you too, and if you love me, one live as two, two live as one, under the bamboo tree.
Very good. Tonight, the Eversharp Company, manufacturer of Eversharp Chick Injector razors and blades, have kindly consented to reduce the length of the commercial announcements by between 1 and 2 seconds. Eversharp likes to explain the way the razor works by having people go around saying push-pull, click-click. But I think it would be more effective if you could actually hear this handy little gadget. So tonight we're going to make the sounds for you. The Eversharp Chick Injector razor, of course, changes blades automatically. You take the razor in one hand, the injector cartridge in the other, and then just push. Then you just pull. Then just click, click. Works very simply. And you get the razor and 20 blades for $1.25. And the sponsor always thanks me for the commercial announcement. I think I owe him one Eversharp. Well, I said it. For a long time, I've been thinking about getting an insurance policy. Not so much that I've been thinking about it, but I know an insurance agent, and he's been thinking about it. This is the way it happened. A couple of weeks ago, as I came out of the studio after a broadcast, I met this agent who'd been in the audience, and I said, "Hello, Harvey, I see you just came out of the show."
Yeah.
Well, how'd you like it?
Very good.
Thanks.
Henry.
Yes?
You need insurance. Like, I'm your friend. Don't let another week go by.
I shouldn't, huh?
Listen, face the facts. You know how many ways there are to die.
Your company sells them?
Why, Henry, there's death by strangulation, death by asphyxiation, death by accidental shooting, death by on-purpose shooting, death by hanging, death by poisoning, and, if you'll pardon the expression, you could drop dead.
Well, that's probably just for poor people.
There's death from floods, hurricanes, tornadoes, typhoons, death by falling from heights, death by heights falling on you.
No wonder anybody's alive.
There's death from sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid, acetic acid, acid stomach, acid indigestion, and acid.
I never touched the stuff myself.
Well, Henry, you can't be lucky forever.
Yes.
And it's not only you. Something could happen to your wife. Something could happen to your wife's mother.
How much does that cost? Anyway, after he got through talking, I didn't feel too well. And who was I to fight the insurance trust? But I couldn't get the policy until I'd seen the insurance company doctor.
Well, Mr. Gorgon, what are you here for?
Morgan, and I'm interested in a 20-year endowment policy.
Oh, yes. Take off your clothes.
Well, okay.
Now put them back on.
Well, aren't you going to examine me?
Oh, no, I just wanted to see you tie that bow tie.
Oh, I see.
Now, let me see. I ought to ask you something. Oh, yeah. Do you suffer from headaches?
Yes.
You, too? Oh, my headaches are killing me. My back's been bothering me for years. Every spring and every fall, I get the grip, and my foot hurts. I wish I knew a good doctor. Tell me, Mr.
Morgan.
Yes, of course. Tell me, Mr. Gordon, you have any trouble with your internal Morgans?
Just in the gas pipes.
Oh, yes, in the gas pipes. Well, now, let's see. You ought to do something else. What? Oh, stick your tongue out.
Yes?
Oh, my. What is wrong with your tongue?
Nothing at all. Nothing wrong with my tongue.
Well, then, why do you talk so funny?
Because my tongue's out. Hey, Doc.
Yes?
Can I throw it back in now?
Well, all right, but the way you talk, I'm sure you're not normal.
Am I through now?
Oh, no. Oh, my, no. No, they make me give you a blood test.
They make you. Don't you want to?
Oh, no, the sight of blood makes me faint.
Never mind, Doctor. My blood was tested.
Well, how did it make out?
It failed in spelling. Am I through now, Doctor?
Well, just one or two questions. Do you have an involuntary thrombosis or a deviated septum?
Gosh, no, I can't afford things like that.
I'll give you a break. I'll put down yes. Do you have a nervous disorder?
I'm getting one.
Oh, that's good. Do you have neuritis, arthritis, sciatica, lumbago, or gout? Choose one.
Well, I finally passed and went back to the insurance agent to get my policy, and he said...
Well, Henry, tell you what kind of policy I'd like to see you have. That 20-payment life.
What's that?
After 20 payments, you get a year's subscription to life.
Well, let me look at the policy, will you? Oh, say, this looks pretty good. Here in paragraph 34, section 91, it says, I get $10,000 in case of snow blindness, provided I live in Miami. That's pretty good. Section 81 says, I'm guaranteed against harpooning while in swimming. Happens every day. Says here, if the George Washington Bridge caves in while I'm on it, the company repairs my car. Nice. It's a big comfort. I see, though, I'm not covered in case of baldness.
Who is?
Yes, uh-huh.
I hope you notice paragraph 91. You get a $50 bonus for triplets after the third set.
Grand. Say, tell me something. What happens if I get in an accident?
You may get killed.
Well, what happens if I get sick?
We pay you $100 a week for 6 weeks.
Well, what if I get out of bed before the 6 weeks?
Why should you? We're all set
I
now.
like that. That's pretty good.
We're all set now, Morgan. Who's your second beneficiary?
What did you say, sir?
We're all set now. Who is your second beneficiary?
My second beneficiary? Who's my first beneficiary?
The president of our company. Will you meet him, Henry? You'll be crazy about him.
He sounds delightful. I'd be glad to leave my money to him.
Most wonderful of all, Henry. The death benefit of this policy pays so much money that you'll be able to retire for the rest of your life.
I'll take it.
Hello.
Hello, Hortense. This is Gerard.
Hello, Gerard. This is Hortense.
Hey, what are you doing tonight, Hortense, honey?
Don't Hortense, honey, me. I'm mad on you.
You are? What did I do?
You don't even know what you did?
No.
That even makes it worse.
What did I do? What did I do? Hey, wait. You mean because I called your father a stingy old sourpuss? Well, that was nothing. It's only a figure of speech.
That is not the reason. But I didn't know you called my father a stingy old sourpuss.
What are you picking on me for, Hortense? Everybody says so. Even your own mother
Oh,
said...
Gerard. Now I begin to see you for what you are. You know what? You're dangerous.
Hey, but wait. If you're not mad about that, for heaven's sakes, what are you mad at me for?
You know.
I don't.
Ha, ha, ha.
Tell me.
I never want to talk to you again. Goodbye.
Me neither. Goodbye.
Hello.
Hello, Hortense. This is Gerard.
Who?
Gerard. Hey, what do you mean, who?
Oh, Gerard. Hello, Gerard.
Well?
Well?
What are you mad at me for?
Well, it's because what you did to me.
What did I do, for goodness sakes?
You apologize?
Yes. What for?
Remember when we went skating on Monday?
Yeah.
And I tripped over someone and took that terrible flop?
Yeah.
You didn't even pick me up.
Well, gee whiz, Hortense, who do you think you tripped over?
Oh, was that you, Gerard? Oh, I didn't know. But anyway, I'm still mad.
What for?
When that crowd gathered and the doctor came, you didn't even have the decency to take me home.
Well, for goodness sakes, Hortense, who do you think the doctor was examining?
Oh, my apologies, Gerard. Do you feel better?
Oh, much better.
That's good. Why don't you come over tonight and we'll sit in my parlor?
I'm still not allowed to sit.
That's too bad. Anyways, we're not mad on each other anymore.
I wasn't mad on you, Hortense. You were mad on me.
Well, you didn't even bother to explain.
What is there to explain? You fell on me.
At least you could have called me up.
I did call you up just now. You were mad on me.
Well, what did you have to scream for? Can't you talk like a human being?
Look who's talking about who's a human being. Gee, Howard, she yells, she tortures me.
Oh, shut up.
Hortense, I don't ever want to talk to you again. Is that understood?
I acquiesce.
Strange Men of History.
In the year 1821, a 19-year-old immigrant boy came to this country from Slovenia. He arrived with only 13 Zagrebs in his pocket, which was equal to about 65 shillings in English money. But he was in the United States. It was about $1.50. He had no friends, no relatives, couldn't speak a word of English. And yet, in 25 short years, he was completely broke. Aside from the fact that no picture of him remains, nothing is known about him at all. About the only thing we do know for sure is that he never even suspected that someday Bernie Green and his orchestra would play a peachy arrangement of The Peanut Vendor.
We're all familiar with the fiery pep talks which football coaches give their teams between halves. Now, we thought it might be interesting to listen to an English rugby coach pleading with his team to die for dear old What's-His. So we take you now to a stadium just outside London, England, for the annual game between Furrow and Marrow. It's halftime, and in the Furrow dressing room, Coach Throstlewaite Morgan is screaming his team up to a fighting pitch.
Gentlemen, I don't know quite how to tell you this, but the score isn't particularly invigorating. As a matter of fact, it's a shade disheartening. 85-3. I mean, after all, we're not ahead. Feels to me our showing isn't strong. Ought to win one, you know. Oh, to alma mater, blood, sweat, all that sort of rust, you know.
Bravo!
Oh, yes. I thank you so much. Thumbs up. Thumbs up, lads. Now then, you, where's your thumb?
I'm terribly sorry, sir. It's on the playing field.
Then I suggest you jolly well trot right out and retrieve it. No excuse for untidiness, you know. My maternal grandmother, bit before your time, of course. One of the least tidy women in Lancashire. I make no brief for her, none at all. Now then, chaps, I checked the records of the visiting team. Nothing formidable, actually. They're right forward, Griggs. No breeding. Father's in trade, I believe. Doesn't hold a snivet to our lad Wheatley here.
Rather!
And you, Godowski, we're counting on you for brawn, old boy. Get your head into it, won't you? Dislike putting you lads on the griddle like this, but this sort of showing just won't pass muster. Reminds me, elderly gentleman dining at the club yesterday asked me to pass the muster. Sorry. Now what, say, lads? Mustn't look so futile out there?
Rather!
Or to score at least one before the fog lifts?
Rather!
Now then, here's how we do it.
Yeah.
Rather expected a rather. Now, Priestley, next time you get possession, you're to kick to Beastly. No, you kick to Beastly, then Beastly, you're to kick to Priestley. Or I mean to say Priestley. Tell you what, suppose we do it alphabetically. Beastly, you kick to Priestley. Priestley, you kick to Beastly. And you, Beastly, Priestley. However did you come to such an atrocious muffler as you're wearing? Very poor taste. What sort of impression can this team hope to make if our left wing dresses like a member of the House of Commons? Priestley, don't kick the ball to Priestley. He doesn't deserve it. Kick it to someone worthy. Oh, time's up, lads. There's the whistle. Now then, let's trot out there and give those whippersnappers from Marrow a taste of what for, eh? What? Wrong dressing room, you say? This is Marrow?
Rather!
Well, no matter. No harm done. Carry on, lads. Ladies and gentlemen, the world's greatest announcer, Ted Husing, and the world's worst commercial, the Shave-a-thon.
Thank you very much for those kind words, Henry. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Again tonight we bring you the world-famous Eversharp Chic Shave-a-thon, the most daring demonstration ever conducted by any razor. Right before this microphone, in full view of our studio audience, we will now conduct another actual shaving contest which proves week after week that Eversharp Chic Injector Razor gives the world's quickest, easiest, cleanest shave. Last week, an Eversharp Chic user whisked in the winner in the sizzling time of 20 seconds. Tonight, we have 6 more contestants picked at random from the studio audience, 3 men from New York, 1 from California, Ohio, and Canada. Now, 3 of these men are going to shave with the Eversharp Chic Injector Razors. 3 are going to use other well-known safety razors. Who's going to win tonight's big shave-a-thon? Well, here the contestants are now out on the stage. They're all lathered up. They're at the post. They're waiting for the signal, and here it is. And now they're off. And again, tonight's big shave-a-thon is on. These 6 shavers up here tonight on the stage are now getting their razors ready. Say, look at those men with the Eversharp Chic. One after another, they're already out in front because with the automatic blade changer, there's no blade to unwrap. All you do is pull, push, click, click, and there's a blade all ready to shave you. Fast, you said it. Smooth, right again. Easy, say, mister, it's a romp with this razor. Who's that fellow out there in front? An Eversharp Chic user naturally. He's half shaved already. And that's a wonderful, close, clean shave he's getting. And gentle strokes to one side of his face is as thick as a billiard ball. And there goes the bell. And here again is tonight's winner. Once again, it's an Eversharp Chic user. And since Charlie Irving isn't here, I'll tell you who it is myself. It is Mr. Gregory, and the time is 25 seconds. Well, congratulations, Mr. Gregory. Now you have actual proof, ladies and gentlemen, that with an Eversharp Chic, you not only shave faster and easier, but your face feels smoother and more comfortable. You can feel the difference, you bet. No sting, no pull. Yes, folks, for the world's quickest, easiest, cleanest shave, use an Eversharp Chic Injector Razor. Thank you, Henry.
People. Oh, that's your line, Charlie. Sorry.
Well, people are asking more questions today than ever before.
I like it.
And they're getting fewer answers. In an effort to alleviate this shortage of answers, we bring you the man who knows everything, the Question Man. And here he is, the Question Man.
Good evening.
Our first question, sir, comes from Mrs. F.S. of Oberlin, Ohio, who asks, Should olives be eaten with the fingers?
No, the fingers should be eaten separately.
Our next question comes from Mrs. J.E. of Nantasket, who inquires, how do you prepare chestnut stuffing?
Send for my free booklet entitled How to Stuff a Chestnut. Merely enclose $2 to cover cost of covering costs.
A bachelor of Louisville, Kentucky writes, I often hear people say, two can live as cheap as one. What does this mean?
Nothing.
And Miss J.L. of Cincinnati wants to know, who wrote The Tale of Two Cities?
I'm afraid Miss J.L. will have to be more specific. Which two cities?
Our next question comes from Miss J.K. of Utica, New York. She asks, what does the expression habeas corpus refer to?
This refers to an old Latin expression.
Our next question comes from Mr. C.M. of Medfield, Mass., who writes, is it true that the sum of the interior angles of a triangle is always equal to two right angles?
No. Speaker, Hooper, and Lewis comprised the Boston outfield at that time. The first baseman to whom you refer was undoubtedly George Sisler.
And our last question, sir, comes from Mrs. L.T. of Salt Lake City, who says, my husband claims he can determine a horse's age by examining his teeth. Is this true?
No. Your husband should examine the horse's teeth.
Thank you, sir. That was the Question Man, brought to you every so often as a public service. Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Chick Injector Razors and Blades, invite you to tune in same time, same station next week when Eversharp will again bring you the Henry Morgan Show. They're yours again. Eversharp Chick Injector Blades for the world's fastest, safest, smoothest shave. Just insert the automatic blade changer in your Eversharp Chick Injector razor. Push, pull, click, click, and you're ready to shave. 20 blades, 75 cents at good stores everywhere. This is Charles Irving saying goodnight for Eversharp. Anytime. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Eversharp presents a joke.
On the Henry Morgan Show?
Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Chick Injector Razors and Blades and famous Eversharp precision writing instruments, brings you the Henry Morgan Show, featuring Bernie Green and his orchestra and a few surprises.
Good evening, everybody. Here's Morgan. I meant anybody. Thank you. I've been worrying about the housing shortage, and I finally figured out the only answer to it. More houses. Or less people. Let Congress decide. Of course, Congress is under lots of pressure. There's the tenants' lobby, the real estate lobby, the building lobby, where I've been living. Lots of people blame Congress for not solving the housing problem. That's not fair. Congress should be blamed for lots of things. But people still... Am I bothering you? I'll go away. The sad part is that people still ask, what's holding up the new houses? That's a very good question. In the old days, glue could be doing it. I don't know. In the old days, a groom would carry his bride over the threshold and a new home would be waiting for her. Nowadays, the groom carries the bride over the threshold and the parents are waiting for her. Do you remember years ago when Walt Disney made a wonderful picture on housing? The Three Little Pigs? It was a housing picture, if you remember. At first, the tenants were in trouble because of the meat shortage. They were it. Remember? Then 2 of the tenants were homeless because the ceilings were removed. Remember the picture at all? They had to move in with a relative. The guy with the brick house. This pig's house was protected by the OPG. That's interesting. Well, America is still true to the traditions of its forefathers. When the Puritans landed, there were no houses, and we're carrying on that great tradition. So tonight, we dedicate our program to the finest group of people in the world, those poor unfortunates, America's landlords. We take you first to Washington. A congressional committee is having a hearing on housing. Finally. In the corridor outside, two landlords are building up their case. The only building they've done in years. And one says, hello, Cornelius.
Hello, Pierpont. Evict any tenants today?
No, not in this weather. I'm waiting for a rainstorm.
I don't know how you get away with those evictions. Aren't you ever stopped by the OPA?
What's that?
That's the outfit that froze all the rents in my building. I got even, though.
How?
This winter, I froze all the tenants.
You know, I had trouble with heat, too. During the coldest part of the winter, I had trouble with the furnace. Couldn't use coal.
What did you use?
Nothing. Anyway, that empty furnace came to good use.
How?
I rented it to a veteran.
Pierpont, do you charge the same rent for all your apartments?
No, I charge much more for the ones with modern improvements.
What modern improvements?
Doors and windows.
Tell me, do you have any empty apartments?
I have a beauty, 6 sunny rooms, 3 modern bathrooms, sunken living room, loveliest place you ever saw.
Why don't you rent it?
What, and make a tenant happy?
Tenants. There should be a way of getting rents without having any tenants.
Yeah.
What do you do when a tenant complains about pipes bursting and dangerous fire hazards?
Well, in that case, there's only one thing to do.
What?
I go to Florida.
You know, I've got one tenant who keeps complaining that his roof leaks. What should I do?
Charge him for an extra shower. Say, you know my 8-story house on Sunset Lane?
I thought it was 9 stories.
8. The roof caved in.
Any people hurt?
No, just tenants. Say, what are we going to tell them at the committee hearing?
Well, you point out that our costs have gone up 5%, and we demand a 25% increase to meet it. Sounds fair if you say it fast.
Suppose they say our houses are 100% rented.
That's just the point. In 1939, they were only 60% rented. In 1940, 80%. In 1941, they were 100%. And since that time, 6 long years, it hasn't gone up even 1%. Meanwhile, the Senate committee is in full swing, and the representative of the tenants is on the stand. We take you now to the Senate committee where Senator Magpie Magnolia and Senator Homer P. Dribble are conducting the investigation.
Senator Dribble.
Yeah, Senator Magnolia.
The housing shortage is pretty bad.
I see your point.
It's getting worse all the time.
I see your point.
And the people want you to do something about it.
I'll see you later.
Come back here, Dribble. You got to hear what this tenant fella has to say. Every American has the right to speak out. And until my bill passes, that's the way it's going to stay. Mr. Beavens?
Yes, Senator.
Tell us, what's your problem?
Well, we have 300 families living in our apartment house, and we're very unhappy.
Why?
There are only 5 apartments.
I'm trying to say, Beavens, that this is America, where old people get along. Native, foreign-born, Irish, Italian, Hungarians all living together.
Yes, but do we have to live in one house?
Any other complaints, Beavens?
Well, I realize we're all in the same boat, but the boat is sinking.
Don't tell me. Tell Secretary of the Navy.
But, Senator, I thought Congress was going to appropriate enough money to build 1 million houses, like the one in this picture.
We did appropriate money.
Enough for 1 million houses to live in?
Live in? I thought the houses was going to be the same size they are in the picture.
Senator Dribble.
What?
You're an idiot.
I am?
Yeah.
This gets around Washington on me.
Now, Beavens, let's understand each other. I want each veteran to have a home. We've been doing what we can. We've been putting up veterans' homes just as fast as they've been falling down. Now, you got any other questions?
One other thing, Senator. With the overcrowded conditions, landlords won't take families with children. And these people and their children have practically had to live outdoors.
That's in line with my policy.
Give every American child his place in the sun.
But the overcrowding and slum conditions are planting the seeds of delinquency.
Don't tell me. Tell the Department of Agriculture. Investigation closed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the best groups in the country, the Golden Gate Quartet, and one of the oldest housing stories in the world.
Well, my God's talking. Santa's gonna ride on the rain and tide.
Children, stop still and listen to me. My God walked down by the briny sea. He beheld the evil of the sinful man, declared that he would destroy the land. Well, he spoke to Noah, then Noah stopped. He said, Noah, I want you to build me an ark. I want you to build it good and strong. Build it 300 cubic long, about 50 high and 50 wide. I want it to stand on the rain and tide. Let's go, Noah. Well, after God told Noah what to do, Noah began to cut and hew. The ringing of the hammer cried judgment, singing of the saw cried sinner repent. 100 years he hammered and saw, building the ark by the grace of God. After the foundation was laid, 10 cube and the ark was made. He called in the animals 2 by 2, the ox, the camel, and the kangaroo. Then he called in the fowls of the air, birds come flocking from everywhere. Called in Japhet, Ham, and a Sham. Then when God began to flood the land, he raised his hands to the heavens on a high, knocked the sun and the moon from the sky, shook the mountains and stirred the seas, hitched the wind through his chariot wheel, stepped on the land and he stood on the shore and declared that time would be no more.
God's gonna ride on the rain and tide.
Eversharp is a company which makes the Eversharp Chick Injector Razor, which sells for $1.25 with 20 blades and changes blades automatically. Eversharp sponsors this program. We will now have a 3-second silence in their honor. Last week, a man made a very interesting test. This man took a certain razor and shaved one side of his face. He took another company's razor and shaved the other side. The left side came out smooth, clean, and perfectly magnificent. The right side was rough, ragged, and completely obnoxious. Now, because of business ethics, I can't tell you which razors he used. We will now have a 3-second silence in honor of the losing razor. We will now have a short cheer for the winning razor. Hooray. Too bad I can't mention either razor. However, nothing prevents me from reminding you that for $1.25, you can buy an Eversharp Chick Injector Razor in 20 blades for $1.25. I'm supposed to talk about Eversharp for a minute. I haven't quite filled a minute yet. We will now have a 3-second silence in honor of the minute I'm supposed to fill. Well, there we are. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was looking through the paper the other day and saw a beautiful advertisement, which you may have seen. It says, own your own home. Visit the Paradise Heaven Utopia Gardens development on gorgeous Lake Cosby. Free bus ride to property. If you buy a house, free bus ride back. Well, I know a bargain when I see one, so I took the bus out and had quite a talk with the salesman.
Well, Mr. Morgan, welcome to Paradise Heaven Utopia Gardens on gorgeous Lake Fosdick. I thought you were coming out yesterday.
I started out yesterday.
Where did you leave from?
Times Square.
Yes. Well, isn't this a lovely little place? Only a stone's throw from the railroad station.
I don't throw stones, but I suppose it might amuse the children.
Well, I guess you'd like to ask some questions about the house, eh? You're allowed 3 questions, you know.
Well, I'm pretty much interested in the cellar. Could I see the cellar?
Well, unfortunately, the cellar is full of water at the moment. Rainy season, you know.
When's the dry season?
August 5th to August 7th.
Well, according to the ad, it said that these were colonial houses. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Colonial houses. And they built things right back in those days. By the way, Mr. Morgan, are you a veteran?
Yes, I am.
Good. That makes a difference of $500 in the price.
That's fine.
Sure, you'll never miss it. Your bonus check will take care of it.
Say, I thought you said in your ad that these streets were paved.
Now, wait just a minute, Mr. Morgan. Here's how the ad went. 30 minutes from Times Square, paved street. Get it? Times Square, paved street.
One on me, all right, isn't it?
Tell you what, though. You want to pave the street in front of your house, you go right ahead. We won't stand in your way. That's the kind of people we are.
That's very, very nice of you.
You're a veteran, huh?
Yeah.
Well, by George, we'll do even better than that. You want to put in your own sewerage system, you do that, too. There's nothing too good for you boys.
Maybe my wife could do that. She likes to putter around the place.
Splendid. Well, now, shall we get down to business? You brought your checkbook, I presume.
I don't think I'll buy the house after all.
What? You mean you've been wasting my time?
Instead of buying the house, I think I'll just read your ads in the paper every week. You get so much more for your money that way.
Some months ago, Henry told a sort of a bedtime story with special music by Bernie Green. The story went over so well with Henry that tonight he'll tell it again. He does it in a moth-eaten Russian dialect, which he likes very much. Go ahead, Vladimir Morgan.
My dear children, each character in this story is represented by musical instrument. The name of story is Peter and the Landlord. The part of Peter is played by trumpets. Peter, a veteran, Peter is recently disconnected from the service. He is living in Brooklyn in 2-room apartment with mother, father, wife, 2 children, sister, uncle, brother, 2 cousins, and a boarder. In 1 room. In the other room is best friend, a police dog. In story, the dog is represented by police whistle. Incidentally, this is not ordinary police dog. He don't bark. He's member of secret police. Also in story is landlord, represented by tuba. Also in story is renting agent. No good. He is represented by timpani in low register, clarinets in high register, and escaping gas in low register. Also in story is janitor. No, we don't need janitor. Include janitor out. No janitor. No janitor. Now, one day... You want janitor? All right. If that's the way you feel, let me hear, janitor.
I don't pick up no garbage after 5 o'clock.
Well, no, janitor. Too fresh. Now, one day, landlord comes to apartment. He knocks on door. Oh, I didn't know they teach the bell. Landlord says, tell me, is true you got living here 15 people and dog? Peter says, yes. Landlord says, you got to move. Here I don't allow people. Peter gets sore. He shoots landlord. He stabs landlord. He kicks downstairs landlord. He hangs landlord to lamppost. But landlord says, here I don't allow people. Oh, how Peter suffers. Must find apartment, but where? Renting agent, of course. So Peter goes for a walk to renting agent. But wait, where is police dog? Hello, doggy. So they're coming to renting agent. Agent says, both, you got references? Peter says, well, I was 4 years in army. I win good conduct medal. When I got back, he says, my old boss gave me nice letter. Not job back, but nice letter. Agent says, for you, I got apartment. Rent, $40. Sensational. Only thing, you got to buy a few pieces furniture. Black linoleum, used to be white. Newly painted kitchen chair, 8 years old. Canvas army cot from 1917. All genuine antiques. Besides, though, you get ironing board, washboard, clothespins, safety pins, iron pot, enamel pot, water glass, looking glass, and half-box spick and span. All free. Sounds bad? No, sounds good. How much? For you, special. $12,000. Down. Oh, how Peter suffers. He walks through street dejected. But, wait, where is dog? Hello, doggy. They walk together. Wait. Oh, that dog. But there is a sign, apartment to rent. Peter runs in, and there, sitting at a desk, is... Same agent. Agent says, in this building, I also have fine apartment. Care to look around? Peter says, yes. But why it says on outside of building, condemned? Agent says, he used to live here, George condemned. Then agent says, now I show you special feature. Look, first I open manhole cover in floor. Now I open skylight in ceiling. You see what you got here? Cross ventilation. Then agent says, now let me show you the den. Keep that door closed. Well, agent says, what do you think? Peter scratches head and says, okay, how much? Agent says, $1 million. You got to buy the building. Now is Peter sad. No. Sad. He walks down street. Sad. Yes, much better. Don't forget dog. Hello, doggy. They walk. Look, that sign. What that sign says? It says, building materials for sale. And Peter thinks, why not? I could have my own. He rushes into office, runs over to boss. Agent again. But Peter cannot see agent. Peter says, where are you? Where you do business? Agent says, here I am under the counter. Agent says, what can I do for you? Peter says he wants to buy material so can have his own. Agent says, of course, I sell you material. You want to build racetrack, nightclub, department store, pool room? Peter says, no, I just want to build tiny, little, small, cheap house. House to live in? Oh, that agent, he told Peter good. You know, this is practically end of story. Say, where you think Peter is living today? He is living in Brooklyn in two-room apartment with mother, father, wife, 2 children, sister, uncle, brother, 2 cousins, and a boarder. With police dog. Also, with landlord and renting agent. Here is Uncle Charlie.
Men, we agree with you 100%. Shaving is a nuisance. That's why we urge you to see and try the Eversharp Chick Injector Razor. It banishes forever your 4 biggest shaving nuisances. 1, it reduces shaving time. 2, it helps avoid nasty nicks and cuts. 3, it ends the bother of cleaning your razor. 4, it eliminates the trouble of unwrapping and handling blades. To change blades, just insert the automatic blade changer. It changes blades just as fast as this. Listen. Hear that double click? A push, a pull, click, click, and you're shaving. Patented guard bar holds each whisker erect, ensures a closer, smoother, no-lick shave. And when cleaning your Eversharp Chick Injector, there's nothing to take apart. Just rinse, shake, and put away. Yes, it's 50% faster, 100% safer, 200% cleaner. So, for the world's quickest, easiest, cleanest shave, get an Eversharp Chick Injector Razor tomorrow. Only $1.25, complete with 20 sharper, keener Eversharp Chick blades. There have been so many questions about housing and so few answers that we've asked the question man to appear with us tonight. He will explain some of the housing terms that have been puzzling our listeners. And here he is, the question man.
Good evening.
Our first question, sir, comes from Mr. R.G. of Buffalo, who writes, when an ad says that a house is centrally located, what does this mean?
This means that the house is located between 2 other houses.
And Mrs. G.H. of Albany wants to know, what is meant by OPA ceiling?
Nothing.
Mr. H.J. of Boston inquires, what is meant by the expression low-cost housing for veterans?
Haunted huts.
Our next letter is from Mr. C.M. of Medfield, who writes, when a newspaper ad reads, apartment for rent will redecorate, what does this mean?
This means that the newspaper is at least 6 years old.
Mrs. D.S. of Chicago writes, according to the real estate owners, what is a landlord's lobby?
A group of gentlemen who protect the best interests of the nation.
Mrs. D.S. continues, according to the real estate owners, what is a tenant's lobby?
An undisciplined mob of rabble.
Mr. T.L. of Baltimore writes, what is meant by accessible to stores, theaters, schools, and airports?
This means that the place is accessible to stores, theaters, and schools if you use the airport.
And our last question comes from Mr. S.E. of New York, who writes, where can I find a place to live? You have just heard the Question Man, brought to you every so often as a public service. Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp chick injector razors and blades, invite you to tune in same time, same station next week when Eversharp will again bring you the Henry Morgan Show. There's a new experience in writing with the Eversharp CA pen. Its magic sphere rolls ink on dry, smoother, cleaner, easier, writes and writes without constant refilling nuisance. CA means Eversharp's exclusive capillary action cartridge. Try an Eversharp CA pen. Great pen value at $15. This is Charles Irving saying goodnight for Eversharp. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Henry Morgan Show?
Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp chick injector razors and blades, brings you the Henry Morgan Show, featuring Bernie Green and his orchestra and a few surprises. Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Thank you very much. Recently, as Fred Allen remarked, the State Department has started sending radio broadcasts to Russia. They probably call the program the Samovar Hour. Some of our best friends are Russians. But I wonder what would happen if we broadcast to Russia the kind of stuff we allow our own natives to hear. We take you now to Moscow to hear two Russians talking after they've heard a couple of hours of typical American broadcasting.
Hello, Comrade Morgan. You heard maybe the American broadcast today?
I heard. First, I listened to a program called, quote, Life, given the proper economic conditions, of course, can be beautiful. Lovely. So sad. Just like Chekhov.
You have a soul, my friend.
True.
Tell me, Comrade Morgan. This is something which confidentially I'm not following. What is the reason for the other wife of John?
Frankly, I don't know. Helps maybe to relieve the monogamy. You know, Americans. I heard other programs, too. Good Russian programs. Rubles or Nothing. Red Skeleton. And say, did you heard we are broadcasting to United States?
Oh, yes. Russia has put together a program especially to make happy listeners in America.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Russia soon will be sending us broadcasts. And here in the studio is Comrade Charny Hebudov with his idea of what a broadcast from the USSR might sound like. Comrade?
Приезжаю из Алабамы, Испания на мой колени. Пойду в телевизионе видеть моей любви. И целую ночь сильнее дождь, погода теперь сухая. Сольнее жарко заморожива, Сузанья, ты не плачь. О, Сузанечка, а ты не плачь при мне. Приезжаю из Алабамы, Испания на мой колени. О, Сузанька, а ты не плачь при мне. Эй, приезжаю из Алабамы, Испания на мой колени. Эй, Дом наш теперь, где олень и антилюпа играл, где редко услышано обескураживающий слов. Небеса не покрыты тучами облачный, мрачный, нахмурный целый день. Ба-ба-ба-бу, ба-ба-ба-ба-бу-бу-бу. Звезды ночей большие и светлые, ценится в Чехах, во всех широкую пожать. Ценится в Чехах, шальные крепкие, похожи на духи. Ценится в Чехах, он меняет мне, ах, ты чеховскушке. Ценится в Чехах.
Ladies and gentlemen, a brand new idea that has never been done in radio before.
Us, the people, speak.
Our first guests on Us the People are a couple who write all those letters that you read in advertisements. The letters are from customers who buy a product and then write to the manufacturer an unsolicited testimonial. Now, nobody asks them to write in. They just like to, I guess. Isn't that so, Mr.
RGM is the name, Peoria.
Is that your name?
Well, you don't need no name in this racket club, just initials. RGM, that's me.
You write unsolicited testimonials?
Yeah. Recently, I wrote one, made all the papers. Went something like this, quote, in an unsolicited testimonial, RGM of Peoria writes, I have been using Ostermuller's self-wetting pencil points for 80 years, and I hope to be 100. Signed RGM, Peoria.
Say, that's a dinger. Tell me, did you ever do any magazine writing?
Oh, sure, yeah. I got into 40 magazines with this baby. Quote, before I start eating yeast, I'd never eaten yeast. But now I eat 6 cakes a day, and I still got all my own teeth. Signed RGM, Peoria.
Tell me something. You said in your first testimonial that you're 80 years old. Gee, you don't look it.
Literary license. I'm all ages. Here's an example of my adolescent work, which got into thousands of comic books. Quote, Master RGM of Tehachapi writes, I sure love to eat Bang breakfast cereal. I mix up a bowl of Bang with cream and sugar. I get a bang out of it. My old man mixes his with scotch, and he goes right through the ceiling.
Thank you very much, Mr. RGM. And now let's hear from your wife, Mrs. RGM. Ma'am, you also write unsolicited testimonials?
Yes. Yes, I take care of the woman's angle, like this one, which you may have seen in the subways. Quote says, Mrs. RGM of Woonsocket says, I simply adore Hacking's cough syrup, and I always give it to my children, A and B.
Tell me, what are your plans for the future, Mrs. M?
Well, you see, I want to get out of unsolicited into solicited. Yeah, it pays off. I'd like to be in one of them ads, where I'm a model and I play on the beach with my 2 kids, and then in the next picture we stand around brushing our teeth.
I see. And you, Mr. M, what's your ambition?
Well, I want to be the guy who jumps from a plane 5 miles before opening his parachute, drives a racing car 100 miles an hour with 2 wrecks, breaks in a wild Bronco in 8 seconds, goes over Niagara Falls in a barrel, and when he's all pooped and somebody says, what do you want? He says, give me a camel.
Thank you both. And now, here is a solicited testimonial.
I bought me a ever-sharp chick injector razor. Oh, it must be now, about 2 weeks ago.
Is that so?
Yep. I still got her, too. Cost me $1.25 with 20 blades.
Well, that's what it costs everybody.
I know. I ain't shaved with it yet, though.
Why not?
Well, I got a problem. Ever-sharp changes blades automatically, like you say. But I always cut my fingers anyway.
How do you do that, for goodness sake? Well,
well...
A little hard to remember.
Well, every night, I take my ever-sharp razor, see, and push, pull, click, click, and change the blade. So far, so good. Then I got this old used blade, you see.
Yes?
Well, every time I go to pick that up, I cut my finger again. It's quite a problem.
Look, Pops, why don't you just shoot the used one right from the razor into the trash can or somewhere? That way you never touch the blade at all.
Oh, it's more fun trying to figure out how to pick it up. I got nothing to do nights anyway. Besides, I intend keeping this beard I got.
What did you say your name was, by the way?
RGM of Peoria.
Well, Eversharp does pay me occasionally. And I bought a new suit the other day, finally. They've been scarce. And I had to go to a very elegant establishment and pay a lot of money. It bothered me a little, the way they treated me. And in the following scene, I play the salesman because, on account of what happened to me, I'm too sorry for myself to play the customer.
This is one of the better shops, and they don't like to cater to just anybody. Oh, here's a customer. Now he's going up to the salesman. I believe he's actually got the nerve to speak to him.
I'd like to see some suits, please.
You'll just step outside. You can see perfectly well through the window.
No, I mean I'd like to buy a suit. Something like the one I got on.
Where did you get that, may I ask? Make it yourself?
Why, what's wrong with it? It's good material, Army surplus.
Yes, I can still see the marks of the tent poles.
I want a suit.
Very well. Here's one with arm-length sleeves, split seams, and hand-picked lint. 100% wool.
Is it warm?
Kept the sheep warm.
Well, could I try on the pants?
Try on the pants? Where do you think you are, in a locker room? Oh, fitter!
Yes, Mr. Morgan, yes?
Fellow wants to be measured.
Well, just wait till I get my tape measure.
Don't bother with that. It's nobody we know. He's just looking.
Oh, no, honest, I'm going to buy a suit. I got money. Look, I got a roll could choke a horse.
Dear fellow, if that's your game, I suggest you try the rodeo.
Gee, these pants look awfully roomy. You could get 2 people in them.
Well, dear fellow, that's entirely up to you.
And I'm not so sure about this pattern. I was kind of thinking of a herringbone.
How about a pinstripe?
Oh, I was kind of thinking about a herringbone.
Yes? Well, you're not running this shop. You think you can dominate our policy, then, by George, you've got another thing coming.
But my wife don't like pinstripes. No, you've got to suggest something else.
I suggest a divorce.
Oh, no. She's really a very nice little woman. I mean, except...
My friend, I'm not John J. Anthony. Have no time to listen to prattle about your domestic affairs. Do you want the suit or don't you?
Oh, sure, you bet. It's a beauty. I'll pay you now and you can send it when it's ready.
Send it? Do you think we have nothing to do but run errands for you?
No. I'll pick it up. I mean, it's right on my way to work. And when can I have it?
About May 4th, 1952.
1952? Why, I may be dead by then.
Really? Well, in that case, you'll want something darker, won't you?
Earlier, we took you to Russia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we take pleasure in switching you to France, where the next voice you hear will be Monsieur Henri de la Morgan, broadcasting the prize fights direct from the ringside of the Paris Square Garden. Henri de la Morgan.
Bonsoir, messieurs, mesdames. Here I am at the side of the ring at the championship fight for the suede gloves. Sitting at the side of the ring are some very fascinating and exciting people. There are also some men.
Over there sits the gorgeous Muriel Montparnasse de la Roque. She is wearing, how shall I say, very little. Next to her is her husband, the famous ambassador of goodwill to Indochina. Since that country has no goodwill for France, the monsieur is with us tonight. On the other side from Madame de la Roque sits her boyfriend, Jacques de la Raoul, famous throughout France as a boyfriend. Here comes the first gorgeous fighter, Valentin Sherry. He's coming in the ring together with his manager, his trainer, his manicurist, and his two gamblers. In case anything goes wrong with the fight, they're in charge of fixing it. Valentin is wearing gorgeous purple tights trimmed with chartreuse ruffles. Yes, here comes the other gorgeous gladiator, Monsieur Jean Sauterne. Both fighters are now taking their last manicure. The fight is about to begin, and all eyes are focused on Madame de la Roque. She is gorgeous. Now the two fighters are in the center of the ring. Monsieur Sauterne has taken off his bathrobe. Sacre bleu! Something terrible has occurred. His trunks are brown. Monsieur Sherry is wearing purple. They clash. Madame de la Roque is carried away. She kissed her boyfriend. Her husband is infuriated. He hits the boyfriend for nothing. The boyfriend is carried away. The two fighters come to the center of the ring. They eye each other. They get bored with this. So they eye Madame de la Roque. She's gorgeous. The fighters dance around the ring. What grace, what beauty. The referee tried to break it up, but they do not wish to dance with him. The crowd give the referee the boo. The first round come to an end. Monsieur Sherry and Monsieur Sauterne go back to their corner. The manager gives them what to drink. Sauterne, he drinks Sherry. Sherry, he drinks Sauterne. Beautiful sentiment. Monsieur Sherry, he gives to his friend such a large clout on the gorgeous puss. Oh, I cannot look on this. Monsieur Sauterne is on the floor, getting his trunks all full of dirtiness. It's a shame for France. The crowd should stand up and give such a terrible boo. The referee should stop the fight. It's too ugly. The fight is over. Vive la France. Good night. Bernie Green leads the orchestra in his own arrangement of Tchaikovsky's Nutcracker Suite. Uncle Charlie.
Stop torturing that face. And yourself, brother. Start using the Eversharp Shake Injector Razor. It vanishes forever the 4 biggest nuisances of shaving. First, it reduces shaving time. Second, it helps avoid nasty nicks and cuts. Third, it ends the bother of cleaning your razor. Fourth, it eliminates the trouble of unwrapping and handling blades. Now, we don't claim that the Eversharp Shake Injector Razor makes shaving a pleasure, but it does banish the 4 biggest shaving nuisances. It's 50% faster, 100% safer, 200% cleaner. To change blades, just insert the automatic blade changer. It changes blades just as fast as this. Listen. Hear that double click? A push, a pull, click, click, and you're shaving instantly with the world's sharpest blade. Patented guard bar holds each whisker erect, ensures a closer, smoother, no-nick shave. And when cleaning your Eversharp Shake Injector, there's nothing to take apart. Just rinse, shake, and put away. So for the world's quickest, easiest, cleanest shave, get an Eversharp Shake Injector Razor tomorrow. Only $1.25, complete with 20 blades.
Hello? Hello, Hortense. This is Gerard.
Hello, Gerard. This is Hortense.
Gee, it's nice hearing your voice, Pussyface. What are you doing?
I'm writing in my diary.
Oh.
I'm up to last Friday when we went dancing.
It was nice dancing together, wasn't it?
Yeah. Gerard, how do you spell clumsy?
Hortense, you're writing in your diary that I'm clumsy?
Well, Gerard, you're not exactly Fred Astaire.
Well, I'm not Ginger Rogers either, so what's that got to do with it?
Honest, Gerard, I wish you'd take dancing lessons with Arthur Murray.
No, I feel silly dancing with a man. Besides, dancing isn't the most important thing in the world. Making a good impression isn't the most important thing in the world.
Then what is?
A struggle for existence.
Gee, Gerard, you're deep. You're the deepest fella I ever knew.
Well, Hortense, I can't help the way I am. I just don't think like other fellas.
You certainly don't. You don't even look like other fellas.
You understand me, Hortense.
Oh, you must have been a very interesting child, Gerard. I mean, when you were a child.
Yeah, I got a picture of me in my family album when I was 3 years old. And I looked very mature.
You did, Gerard?
Yeah. Of course, the glasses help. Would you like to come over and see my family album tonight, Hortense?
I acquiesce.
Well, it looks like Hortense is stuck. There's nothing more deadly than a family album. And the worst part of it is that people insist on showing the family album to totally peace-loving visitors at the first lull in a conversation. For instance, let's see what happens to this married couple visiting some friends of theirs.
Come on, Henry, ring the bell.
Not me. It was your idea.
Well, what could I say? They invited us.
You could have told them we were typhoid carriers.
Now, what have you got against Gloria and George? So George is a little uncouth when he's drunk. Everybody's got the right to drink.
With George, it's more than a right. It's his whole philosophy.
Oh, nonsense, dear. George has a good heart.
Sometimes I wish he had a bad one.
Henry, ring the bell. Well, they must be in. I hear noises inside.
Probably George rolling down the stairs again.
I'll ring again.
George, it's Henry and Ruth at the door.
Well, give them some old clothes and send them away.
Now, don't be difficult. They're waiting.
Do you think a flower pot might discourage them?
Answer the door or I'll smash this bottle of scotch.
Okay. Nice of you to come.
Yeah. Nice of you to ask us.
Yeah. You want to sit down or something?
Might as well now that we're here.
Yes, do sit down.
Think we ought to take our coats off first?
That would be nice.
You're looking very well, Gloria. Not so,
Fat?
Ruth, I
I've never seen you look better, really.
Oh, nonsense. I look a sight, don't I now?
Well, how about a drink, everybody?
Great idea. Certainly could use a drink. What's new, George?
Nothing much. What's new with you?
Oh, nothing at all.
What's,
Nothing.
Well, here's luck down the hatch.
George,
What's the matter?
give somebody else a drink.
Huh? Oh, sorry. Now, it's nice to have a social drink now and then. You know, my whole philosophy is...
I know.
Well, I'm certainly glad we came.
Yeah, it's been nice having you.
George, have you seen the latest snapshots of our little boy?
No.
Oh, they're very cute. Would you like to see them?
Yeah. Love to.
Good. I'll get the family album. All our pictures are in it. It goes way back to when I was a little girl, quite a while ago.
I know.
Yes. Oh, here's something. An old flame of George's. She was so two-faced.
Well, the one in the picture looks pretty good. What happened, George?
Well, Gloria came along. Her family had money. And... Oh, well.
Who's this, Gloria?
Oh, that's George at the beach. He's lifting a 200-pound weight over his head. A second later, it fell right on top of him. Hurt him bad.
You got a picture of that?
That's George. He was always such a show-off.
Yeah? About what?
Oh, here's one you'll like. It's a group picture of all my relatives. Look at them all standing there staring at the camera.
Oh, that reminds me. Ruth, did you feed the dog this evening?
Here's the latest pictures of Danny. Here's one where he's smiling. And here's one where he's waving. He's been waving since he was 4 months.
Anne must be tired, huh?
Here's another one where he's smiling. Oh, here he's trying to climb out of his playpen. Isn't that adorable?
Yeah.
Here's one when he was 3 in the carriage. Isn't that adorable?
Yeah. Say, you folks don't mind if I whisper something to my wife a moment, do you?
No, go right ahead.
Say, Ruth, I have an idea. Which one's the playing, folks? All right, folks. Say, how'd you like to see some pictures of our kids?
Well, it's getting late.
Yeah, well, good night.
Yeah, good night. Good night. Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Chick Injector razors and blades, invite you to tune in same time, same station next week when Eversharp will again bring you the Henry Morgan Show. They're yours again, Eversharp Chick Injector blades for the world's fastest, safest, smoothest shave. Just insert the automatic blade changer in your Eversharp Chick Injector razor. Push, pull, click, click, and you're ready to shave. 20 blades, 75 cents at good stores everywhere.
Morgan will be on the same corner in front of the cigar store if I live where this cold. Again next week at the same time.
This is Charles Irving saying goodnight for Eversharp. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. The Henry Morgan Show? Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Chick Injector razors and blades, brings you the Henry Morgan Show, featuring Bernie Green and his orchestra and a few surprises.
Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to announce that tonight's program is going to be different. Not better, just different. It was going to be a lot different. We almost did it in an entirely different way. Charlie, explain to the nice people what almost happened.
Okay. The other day, just before rehearsal, we were all sitting around shaving and waiting for Henry to show up. And Arnold said,
Hey, Charlie, have I got time for just one more shave before Henry gets here?
How many have you had?
3.
You better take it easy, kid. That bay rum creeps up on you.
Just one more. Oh, boy, push, pull, click, click. Oh, boy.
Sorry I'm late, everybody. Rinse off your razors.
Hey, Henry, can I run down to the barbershop for a quickie?
No, we haven't time. Say, listen. I just found out something. What do you think is wrong with this show?
Well, it seems to me that if you take the money and put it on a little earlier
Wait, just a minute. I found out. I'll tell you. It's very interesting. The trouble is, we aren't people. We have no characters. For example, from now on, there's all new rules. I'm going to have a characteristic. From now on, I'm a tightwad.
From now on, he's a tightwad.
Yes. And as for you, Arnold, from now on, we're going to pretend that your mother hates me.
From now on, we're going to pretend my mother hates him.
Yes. And Bernie Green.
What?
For this, good reading, Bernie. That's our orchestra leader. For this new program, Bernie, I don't want an old-fashioned orchestra leader anymore. Please stop coming to orchestra rehearsals.
So where will I spend my time?
In saloons. And also, you're a woman chaser.
But, Henry, I have a wife and 3 kids.
Bernie, what you do in your own time is your business. Wednesday nights, you're a woman chaser.
Wednesday nights, he's a woman chaser.
Yes. Now, Charlie?
Yeah?
You're not going to get the first base muttering along about a razor. I like the way Harlow Wilcox gets the commercials in. So you mention the product every time you see an opening.
Okay.
Oh, how about me, Henry? I could use a little character.
All right, Betty. From now on, you're man crazy, like Vera Vague.
From now on, she's man crazy.
All said, here are your parts. I'm stingy. Arnold's mother hates me. Bernie is girl crazy. Betty's man crazy. Charlie is ever sharp crazy. And, well, let's see. Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan.
Yes, it's always a good evening if you've just shaved.
Oh, please, Charlie.
Yes, you'll always be pleased if you just push, pull,
Wait,
click.
no, stop. Gee whiz, what's the matter with you, Charlie? Were you out late last night?
No, I couldn't afford to go out last night. I just got paid.
Mm-hmm. So I underpay you, huh?
Yes. But next year I'm going to work for Bob Hope.
Offered you more money, huh?
Money? Who gets money? I just want to work for a guy whose old clothes fit me.
Well,
boy, am I stingy. Friends, there's no need to be stingy with your beard because...
Hello, Mr. Morgan.
Oh, hello, Arnold. Where have you been?
Arguing with my mother. She hates you.
Well, so you were arguing with her, eh?
Yeah, but not about that.
Oh.
We were arguing about whether I should be allowed to go out with girls.
Well, then, Arnold, why don't you ask your father?
Oh, he wouldn't know. He's not allowed to go out with girls either.
Any man around? Oh, hello, Mr. Morgan.
Oh.
Any men around?
She's man crazy.
Any women around? Hi, Betty. Any women around?
Bernie, he's woman crazy.
Everybody's crazy about Eversharp.
That's Charlie. He's nuts. Well, I guess you're wondering how all this ends. Well, Betty married Bernie, and they lived happily for 2 days. Charlie Irving cut his throat with an Eversharp injector razor. Hard to do, but he did it. Arnold's mother hated me so much that she made him leave the show. I was left all alone, and I was so stingy nobody would work for me. So the show went off the air. That's bad. Oh, took me by surprise. A lot of people have asked me to explain about the atom. Fortunately, a friend of mine just wrote a song called Atom and Evil. True. And another friend, Josh White, is going to sing it. He needs help, though, so he's brought his son, Little Josh, who is 6 years old. Here's Josh White and Little Josh and Atom and Evil.
This is the story
of Atom and Evil. Their courtship is causing a great upheaval. Now Atom was a sweet, young, innocent thing.
Till the night that Evil took him under her wing.
Now Adam was an honest and hard-working man. He wanted to help out the human clan. But Evil got him drunk on prejudice and hate.
And taught him how to gamble with humanity's fate.
Atom and Evil. Atom and Evil. Now if we don't break up that romance soon,
we'll all fall down and go bum, bum, boom.
Adam get evil, 'twill be such a shame, 'cause plenty of big shots are playing that dame. His life will be trouble, his life will be cursed.
If Adam played for evil, Adam won't be the first.
Adam's a youngster and hard to handle, but we'd better step in and stop that scandal. If Adam and Evil should ever be wed,
well, darn near all of us are gonna be dead.
Atom and Evil.
Atom and Evil.
Now if we don't break up that romance soon,
we'll all fall down and go bum, bum, boom. We're sitting on the edge of doom.
A startling announcement. The Ever-Sharp Chick Injector Razor will not write underwater. Also, we guarantee that if you shave with an Ever-Sharp Chick, that girl who never liked you still won't like you. Are you unpopular at dances? Are you the wallflower type? Do people whisper about you behind your back? Use an Ever-Sharp Chick Injector Razor and don't go to dances. People will still whisper. They'll say that you're stupid, that you're offensive in 10 ways your dentist can't fix, that you're a pain. But you'll have a nice shave, so what do you care? You buy one of these sets, see? The razor and 20 blades for $1.25. And what do you care if people don't like you? I will like you. The razor... The razor changes blades automatically, and that takes care of your social life. You can sit home nights and play with a razor. Then Wednesday night you can tune in and I'll try to talk you into buying another one. Why, we can go on like this for years, you and I, you shaving and me making money. Of course, on the other hand, if you want to be spiteful, forget the name Ever-Sharp Chick Injector Razor. Go ahead. The other night, I was sitting around hating the hotel I live in when a friend of mine called me and invited me to join his club. Grabbed my hat, ran out to the elevator, and in 23 minutes I was on the main floor. That's one reason I hate the hotel. So I took a taxi to the Ajax Social Club to find out what I'd been missing by not being a member, and this is what I'd been missing.
Club will please come to order. Our secretary, Miss Sadie Hammerklutz, will please read the minutes of the last meeting. Miss Hammerklutz?
The last meeting was called to order promptly at 8:45. It came to order at 9:30. The delay was caused because the Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Scunn, took such a long time throwing out a noisy member, Mrs. Scunn. He also beat her up. That completed the old business. New business. A motion was made by Mr. Klangle not to allow any more women to join up. The motion was made, seconded, and defeated. A motion was made that women are human, too. It was passed 24 to 23. After that...
Mr. Chairman! The chair recognizes Mr. Klangle.
Listen, Chair.
The time is growing late, and we have had enough minutes. I move we do away with Miss Hammerklutz.
Good motion. No business. We got a new member here who has to be sworn in. Mr. Morgan?
Yeah.
I'm going to swear you in. Repeat after me. I. Do. Pledge. To. Up. Hold. Thee. I said thee.
I said thee.
Oh, never mind the rest.
Oh, never mind the rest.
All right, shut up. Now you're in good standing. Sit down.
Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Scunn.
Mr. Chairman, the Education Committee has chosen a very educational topic for the education lecture at our next meeting.
What is the educational topic?
The topic is, why do children behave like pigs?
I object.
What do you object to, Miss Hammerklutz?
I object to the topic. No reason for the whole club to listen to a lecture just because Mr. Scunn's children behave like pigs.
I object.
What do you object to?
I object to Miss Hammerklutz.
Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes the new member. Mr. Morgan?
I think it's a very educational topic.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Klango?
I make a motion the new member shall be kicked out.
The motion is out of order. We are discussing pigs in general and not the new member. Mr. Scunn, do we have a speaker?
Yes. The Educational Committee has procured the services of an eminent doctor in the neighborhood, Dr. Lucius Crange.
I don't think Dr. Crange is qualified to talk about the behavior of children.
Why not?
Well, he's a foot doctor. For one thing, what does he know about children?
Children have feet, don't they? I never heard of such a foolish remark from a new member.
Mr. Chairman.
What is it, Mr. Klango?
I make a motion that the new member shall be kicked out.
On what grounds?
My opinion is being questioned. I wish to resign.
Nobody resigns before the collection of dues. Go on, Mr. Scunn.
Well, the Education Committee proposes that we charge a quarter admission for the lecture. After all, it should be worth a quarter to each and every one of us to find out why our own little precious child acts like a pig.
That there's ridiculous. Dr. Crange's opinion about children isn't worth a quarter.
All right, during the question period, you can ask him about your feet.
Mr. Klango has the floor. I wish you would all... Mr. Klango has the floor.
Refreshments are now being served.
Meeting adjourned.
Tonight, Bernie Green plays a medley of songs, which medley will bring tears to your eyes. As he plays this group of sad tunes, radio's favorite poet-philosopher, Edgar A. Morgan, is sitting in the corner of a friend's living room under a framed motto on the wall. The writing on the motto reads, "Home is where the heart is." Bernie Green's music and our guest, Edgar A. Morgan.
Just rent me a house by the side of the road. A 2-storied penthouse will do. A $10,000 furnished abode with kitchen, 2 baths, and a view. I need a living room 40 feet long. In an elegant residence, that is my feeling. Now the orchestra plays a home-type song with no regard for the OPA ceiling.
Oh, lease me a home where the antelope roam, where the skies are cloudy and fall. Oh, lease me a shack with another in back, even with no skies at all. Oh, rent me a tent at any old rent, on a hill, in the vale, on the trail. A 4-sided tent, either dented or bent. That is the tune of my wail.
lived with those outlaws, my in-laws, for years. Their bickering is driving me nuts. All I got is a cot. How lovely appears the thought of a cave or a hole or a hut. Oh, rent me, sublet me, or lease me a place. I only want room for my toothbrush and comb. I'll take a Quonset, a houseboat, just space. Any old thing that I can call home.
I'm not really worried. I've bought me a thing. It's not very large, but it's all that I've found. Someday I'll move in, and my friends will all sing,
Morgan's in the cold, cold ground.
And here is Uncle Charlie.
Most men agree the 4 biggest shaving nuisances are the time it takes to shave, razor nicks and skin irritation, the nuisance of cleaning razors, the nuisance of unwrapping blades. Eversharp Chick Injector Razor banishes these 4 nuisances forever. Ends nuisance number 1. No time wasted. Nationwide shave-a-thons have proved Eversharp Chick Injector Razor at least 50% faster. Cleaner, smoother shaves in half the time. Ends nuisance number 2. No nicks or cuts. Patented guard bar prevents skin irritation. Even under nose, Eversharp shaves clean and smooth without skin irritation. It's 100% safer, 200% cleaner. Ends nuisance number 3. Nothing to take apart or put together. World's easiest razor to clean. Just rinse under faucet, shake, and put away. Ends nuisance number 4. No blades to unwrap. Automatic blade changer. Locks new blade in correct shaving position instantly. And they're the world's sharpest blades. For the world's fastest, easiest, cleanest shave, use Eversharp Chick Injector Razor. Only $1.25, complete with 20 blades.
Hello?
Hello, Hortense. This is Gerard.
Hello, Gerard. This is Hortense.
How are you, Pussyface?
I'm fine. Lover boy.
Oh, Hortense.
Gerard, why didn't you call me earlier?
I was otherwise occupied.
Doing what?
Oh, I was just washing a few things.
What?
My hands.
Oh, Gerard, you're such a witty type. Honest, I never saw such a brain on a fella.
Oh, Pussyface. Hortense, what are you doing tonight?
Why?
How would you like to frolic with me?
Oh, I would love nothing better, but honest, Gerard, tonight I'm simply full of lassitude and lethargy.
What do you mean?
I'm beat.
Oh.
I'm going to sleep early so I can be fresh at work tomorrow. Maybe I'll dream about you, like I did last night.
You did? What did you dream?
I dreamt that you were a real knight in shining armor. Oh, you were so masculine, sitting on your horse with your spear and eyeglasses.
You dreamed that about me? Oh, sugar lips.
And then you were fighting a desperate duel for my hand.
Really? Who was I fighting with?
Douglas Fairbanks, Jr.
Him. And then what happened?
Well, what could happen? He killed you.
Well, I don't care, Hortense. It's a great honor to be killed in one of your dreams. Will you try to dream about me again tonight?
I acquiesce.
Hortense needs a good night's sleep to get ready for the next day's work. Work is important to everyone now. But there was a time when no one worked.
As a public service, we present another in the series. The March of Science. Great discoveries that have benefited mankind. Tonight, we present the invention of work.
Work. Work. Without it, everyone would live like a congressman. Without work, nothing would be built well except Lana Turner. Today, men work hard hoping to get places. In factories, on farms, in movie balconies. But there was a time when work was unknown. How was work invented? What great genius of mankind first saw its immense possibilities?
The process which is today called work was invented by a young eccentric named Archibald King, who was also responsible for the invention of poverty. Archibald King had great vision, tremendous foresight, and a big stomach. In King's time, everyone slept all day, ate fruit from the trees, did nothing to better themselves, because working had not yet been invented. One day, Archibald King met his old friend Archibald Queen, resting as usual.
Oh, Arch. Oh, it's you again.
Well, Arch, I'm worried about the future. Look at all these people lying around doing nothing like you. Look at all these idle hands. I wish I could do something with my hands.
You can.
What?
Scratch me.
Oh, no. Arch, you gotta listen. I want to make things. To above all be something. Don't you think that's right?
You mean to above all be something?
Yes.
No.
Why not?
Split infinitive.
To, above all, be. All right, so what if I did split an infinitive? That's more work than you've done in your whole life. Think, man, what do you want out of life? Fame?
No.
Fortune?
No.
Power?
No.
Then what?
Girls.
No, please. I'm talking about something with a solid foundation, something physical.
Yeah.
Listen, Arch, if we start making things, building things, history will talk about you and I. Don't you agree?
That history will talk about you and I? I can't agree.
Why not?
Because the subject of a preposition always takes the objective case.
Arch, help me. We'll go at this together. We'll build together. We'll eat together. We'll sleep together. We'll dream of a bright future together. What do you say?
I do.
And so these far-seeing pioneers, Arch King and Arch Queen, started on their great adventure to invent work. First, they began by observing how animals lived and built things.
Now, Arch, watch these birds.
Uh-huh.
You see they're bringing their worms to that little nest?
Yeah.
See, they built their house from pieces of straw? Maybe we can do the same thing as the birds.
Eat worms?
So they watched the birds for 3 years, trying to learn things. But all they learned was how to sit on eggs. Finally, they turned to another animal, the beaver.
Hey, look at those beavers biting into trees.
How disgusting.
But look at those animals. They cut down trees. They build their own homes. They have a floor, a roof. They're warm in the winter. I'm sure we can live like that, too.
Arch, you want us to live like animals?
Arch King and Arch Queen were about to give up. All their hopes had fallen. They were a couple of fallen arches. But something inside them drove them on. It was the desire to drive on. So on they drove.
Look, Arch, maybe if we take these little rocks and pile them one on top of another.
You're right. Let's go.
Faster, Arch. Pile those rocks. Faster, faster. Pile them one on top of another. There. It's done.
Gee, the rock's awful high. But what's it good for?
It's very important.
For what?
In case we ever need a high piece of rock.
Arch King, you're a genius. And what's more, you always were, King.
I always what?
Were, King.
And so working was invented. Since that time, working has become almost universal. Some men work for themselves. These are called businessmen. Some men work for others. These are called husbands. But what of the future of work? Will men continue to work, or will we go back to those unhappy and miserable days when men did nothing but relax and enjoy themselves? We have in our studio tonight an expert on the labor situation, Dr. Heinrich von Morgen. Widely known economist, sociologist, and opportunist. Author of the famous book, Work and How I Hate It. Good evening, Dr. Morgan.
Also.
Dr. Morgan, I read your recent book with great interest. I liked it very much.
You did? I didn't.
Why not?
No pictures.
Tell me, is there another book in the offing?
Yeah, that's the... What?
I mean, I understand you're writing another book.
Sure. What's it called? Oh, yeah, it's called How to Save Money by Building Your Own Flagpole.
Well, getting back to labor. From your books, it's my opinion that labor should remain untaxed. How do you feel?
Terrible. You got the aspirin?
Well, getting back to labor, there's the theory that labor is essentially a mechanistic force and is a commodity interchangeable as any other saleable economic factor. What would you say about that?
Well, I would say What would you say about it?
But, Doctor, getting back to labor, what do you really think?
I think you're a pest.
Thank you, Dr. Morgan, for your revealing commentary. Science marches on.
Morgan will be on this same corner in front of the cigar store again next week at this time. But don't go away. We're going to take the pictures, remember. Don't go away.
Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Chick Injector Razors and Blades, invite you to tune in same time, same station next week when Eversharp will again bring you The Henry Morgan Show. They're yours again. Eversharp Chick Injector Blades for the world's fastest, safest, smoothest shave. Just insert the automatic blade changer in your Eversharp Chick Injector razor. Push, pull, click, click, and you're ready to shave. 20 blades, 75 cents at good stores everywhere. This is Charles Irving saying goodnight for Eversharp. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
This program was transcribed from an earlier network broadcast.
Hey, Bud, come here. You know what really happened to the guy who invented a better mousetrap? He caught a better mouse.
The Henry Morgan Show? Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Chick Injector Razors and Blades and famous Eversharp precision writing instruments, brings you the Henry Morgan Show, featuring Bernie Green and his orchestra and the Golden Gate Quartet.
Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Enough. Thank you very much. All right, all kids, tune out. Kids will not like tonight's program. Yeah, tonight's program's about school. Of course, there's no doubt that the lessons you learn in school help you in everyday living. I remember when my teacher told me that the square on the hypotenuse equals the sum of the squares of the other two sides. You know, at first I couldn't believe it. You won't believe it either until you live through the experience of squaring an hypotenuse. Of course, you may think if you've seen one hypotenuse, you've seen them all. You're wrong. There's a small hypotenuse, a medium hypotenuse, and the large hypotenuse, or hippopotenuse. Anyway, I thought tonight we would dedicate our program to that great institution where we all learned how to think, how to study, and how to leave the room without being conspicuous. The American school. Today, a new type of children's school is becoming popular, the progressive school. Progressive schools are based on the theory that a child should be allowed to act freely without interference from the teacher. This leads to a healthy, clean mind and torn, dirty clothes. We take you now into a modern progressive school. It's very easy to take you in because the door has been ripped off. We find the principal, me, talking to the mother of a progressive child. About our theories of child development, Mrs. Brown, how's little Eddie behaving at home?
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. He's constantly going around the house emptying ashtrays.
Sounds very cooperative.
But he empties them into his mouth.
Splendid. He's showing a healthy curiosity. He's becoming a real little individual.
I think he's becoming a real little slob. But tell me, what is his daily routine here?
Well, in the school, first, the teacher reads to the children.
And does Eddie enjoy the story?
Oh, yes, he always eats the ones he likes best. There's your little boy now, playing with one of his schoolmates. They discuss things so logically. Just listen.
Hey, Eddie, you know something? What? My mother is way prettier than the Empire State Building. But the Empire State Building has more windows than your mother. Yeah. My mother has more hair on top. But the Empire State Building is way bigger. My mother is way fatter. Oh, yeah? Yeah. My Aunt Martha is fatter than your mother. Oh, yeah? Nobody's fatter than my mother. My Aunt Martha is. She's the fattest thing in the whole world. She eats everything. She even eats hay. She does not. She does, too. My father says she eats like a horse. I drew a picture of her right here. Oh, that looks like a cow. That's my Aunt Martha.
Just listen to a little last bit of conversation, Mrs. Brown. Sometimes they're very clever.
Hey, Joan, you know what? What? That's what.
That is rather clever.
Yes, just listen. Once they start, they're so witty.
Hey, Eddie, you know where? Where? That's where.
Funny, I thought they knew enough to switch a joke.
Hey, Joan, you know when? When? That's when. Hey, Eddie, you know who? Who? Abbott and Costello.
And so, we tiptoe quietly out of the progressive school, leaving these two children to grow up. I want to thank you people here in the studio for helping that to die. Well, you know, I could have been wrong, too. This is an educational program, which is fine because the ever-sharp Schick Injector Razor is very educational. Shave with it sometime. That'll teach you a lesson. Well, I'm partly kidding. After all, what's the worst thing that could happen to you? You could drop dead. On the other hand, if you live, you might want to give a razor and 20 blades to a friend, and that'll set you back $1.25, which is a good lesson in economy. For instance, for $1.25, you could buy 25 5-cent cigars, or 25-cent packs of gum that now sell for 6 cents, or 5 25-cent magazines, or 2 25-cent magazines, 10 5-cent packs of gum that now sell for 6 cents, and 3 5-cent cigars. Or you could buy an ever-sharp Schick razor and 20 blades. Very educational. This razor changes blades automatically, which is a great help because it saves time and... I just thought of something. For $1.25, a guy could go to the Paramount Theater for 55 cents before 1 o'clock twice. And still have 3 5-cent cigars. Believe me, Eversharp is a very educational company. The way they pay off has taught me a great deal. That was the commercial. I hope you didn't miss it. As an educational song designed for school children, 4 of our upperclassmen, the Golden Gate Quartet, will now sing Swingin' on a Star.
Gather round and an animal with long, funny ears. He kicks up at anything he hears. His back is brawny, but his brain is weak. He's just plain stupid with a stubborn streak. And by the way, if you hate to go to school, you may grow up to be a mute. Or would you like to swing on a star, carry moonbeams home in a jar, and be better off than you are? Or would you rather be a pig? No, no, a pig is an animal with dirt on his face. His shoes are a terrible disgrace. Well, he's got no manners when he eats his food. He's fat, lazy, and extremely rude. But if you don't care a feather or a pig, you may grow up to be a pig. Or would you like to swing on a star, carry moonbeams home in a jar, and be better off than you are? Or would you rather be a fish? No, no, a fish won't do anything but swim in a brook. He can't write his name or read a book. To fool the people is his only thought, and though he's slippery, he still gets caught. But then if that sort of life is what you wish, you may grow up to be a fish, and all the monkeys aren't in the zoo. Every day you meet quite a few. So you see, it's all up to you. You can be better than you are. You could be swinging on a star.
Continuing our tour of the American school system, we now come to grammar school. In grammar school, that's where the kids start physical training. Their motto being, healthy mind, healthy body. Each student gets his choice. Now, in order to examine the grammar school system thoroughly, tonight we've invited several experts to discuss the subject. The well-known educator, Dr. Yale Syracuse of Columbia. The prominent child psychiatrist, Dr. Sarah Columbia of Yale. Tonight our subject is the grammar school child. Why is he trying to overthrow the government? To start the discussion, Dr. Syracuse.
Yeah?
Doctor, you've had a vast opportunity to study schoolboys in grammar school. What is your scientific term for them?
Bums.
Yes. Would you like to say something about that, Dr. Columbia?
Yes, I feel that the main problem in our schools is that the child has insufficient freedom of expression.
Yes. Well, as I understand it, Dr. Syracuse believes in greater discipline. Dr. Columbia believes in greater freedom. Now, we've asked a typical school child to give his point of view. A little boy, would you step forward?
I am Little Arnold Stang, age 11. I am in the 4th grade in PS 58, the Bronx.
Very good, Arnold. Very good. Now, from your experience as a student, which theory do you subscribe to, rigid discipline or relaxed controls?
Huh?
Now, please, pay attention, Arnold. I'm asking you which you like better, rigid discipline or relaxed controls.
I am Little Arnold Stang.
Arnold, please, I know.
Perhaps if I tried to explain in the child's terms. Oh, Arnold.
Yeah?
See, I like your teacher should give you a hit on the head.
Uh-oh, the strict type teacher. No. My history teacher's like that, Miss Palsy. She only learns us manners, like what happened in my class yesterday. She calls me, see, like this.
Arnold Stang.
Yeah?
Yeah. When I address you, I want you to say, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Now, will you remember that?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
That's better. Now for the question. When did Columbus discover America?
You mean what year?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes. When did Columbus discover this continent?
Huh?
Not her.
Who then, him?
Do not say her. Say what? What, Miss Halsey? What? What, Miss Halsey? What? Remember that.
Are you ready for this question?
What, Miss Palsy, what? Oh, you mean about Columbus?
That's right, about Columbus.
Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
Arnold, just look at your hands.
Huh? I mean, what, Miss Palsy, what?
Just look at those hands. They're filthy. Didn't I tell you to wash them yesterday?
I did wash them yesterday. Columbus,
I washed them yesterday, Miss Palsy.
I washed them yesterday, Miss Palsy. I washed them yesterday, Miss Palsy. Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
Why didn't you wash them today?
What, Miss Palsy, what?
I said, why didn't you? Oh, what happened to your brain?
I washed them yesterday, Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
Stand up straight, and stop fidgeting.
The ocean blue. Columbus sailed the ocean blue. He didn't drop dead, but why don't you?
That was very interesting, Arnold. Tell me, are all your teachers like that, Arnold?
Nah. I used to have a good teacher who taught us wonderful. But she got a job now that pays her much more money.
What's she doing?
She's a waitress.
Yes. Well, perhaps we can explore another area of grammar school learning. Dr. Syracuse, as a Ph.D. from Dartmouth and a master's degree from Harvard, what, in your opinion, is the best way of teaching a child?
Well, kids is like animals. You gotta drum it into their thick skulls. When you want a dog should learn how to pick up a stick with his mouth, you gotta shoot him much. That's how I learned. And that's how I'm learning my children.
And are your children learning that way?
Oh, you should see them pick up sticks with their mouth.
Thank you, Doctor. And your opinion, Dr. Columbia?
I feel that children can only learn if the teacher is patient and understanding.
I see. Well, we'll now consult our student. Arnold, would you tell us exactly how...
I am little Arnold Stanley.
No, yes, Arnold.
That's
right. We're aware of that. Tell us, which do you prefer? To learn through natural comprehension or by constant repetition of educational material?
Huh?
What do you mean, huh?
I mean, what, Miss Palsy, what?
Perhaps I can explain in his terms. Hey, Arnold.
Yeah?
You want the teacher should shut her yap once in a while?
Oh, that type. Yeah. I got a teacher like that. I'll tell you what happened in class yesterday.
We will now learn about American history, class, so repeat after me. In 1677, the Pilgrims hit the New World at Plymouth Rock. In 1677, the Pilgrims hit the New World at Plymouth Rock. In 1677, the Pilgrims hit the New World at Plymouth Rock. Correct. Now, Arnold Stang, what happened in 1677?
Some pilgrims hit a new Plymouth with a rock.
Wrong. Now, please pay attention. Try this lesson, class. Repeat after me and keep repeating after me. The Prime Minister of England is the head of the government and the head of Parliament. The Prime Minister of England is the head of the government and the head of Parliament. The Prime Minister of England is the head of the government and the head of Parliament. Arnold, tell me in your own words what you've just learned.
The Prime Minister of England had two heads.
Arnold Stang, how did you ever become such an idiot?
By repeating after you.
And so ends our forum on the American Grammar School. Thank you, Arnold, Dr. Columbia, Dr. Syracuse, and what, Miss Palsy, what? Anticipating what comes a little later, Bernie Green has arranged a high-type medley of college stuff, and I don't think he's left anybody out. In case you're wondering about that's the College of Hard Knocks. Men, we agree with you 100%. Shaving is a nuisance. That's why we urge you to see and try the Eversharp Chick Injector Razor. It banishes forever your 4 biggest shaving nuisances. 1, it reduces shaving time. 2, it helps avoid nasty nicks and cuts. 3, it ends the bother of cleaning your razor. 4, it eliminates the trouble of unwrapping and handling blades. To change blades, you just insert the automatic blade changer. It changes blades fast as this. Listen. Hear that double click? A push, a pull, click, click, and you're shaving with the world's sharpest blade. Patented guard bar holds each whisker erect, ensures closer, smoother, no-nick shaves. And when cleaning your Eversharp Chick Injector, there's nothing to take apart. Just rinse, shake, and put away. Yes, it's 50% faster, 100% safer, 200% cleaner. So for the world's quickest, easiest, cleanest shave, get an Eversharp Chick Injector tomorrow. It's $1.75 value. The Eversharp Chick Injector Razor is priced at $1. 20 blades, 75 cents. Both yours at the special combination price of only $1.25. A lovely, delightful commercial. Perhaps the best years of all, we're back in school again. The best years of all are those spent in high school. It's in high school that the eager, inquisitive mind begins to grope with worldly problems. And debating groups argue such weighty subjects as, resolve, that the existing high tariff on waste cotton is a threat to the American way of life. If by a coincidence found only in radio, such a debate is going on right now.
Mr. Chairman, faculty, and fellow students, my worthy opponents have claimed that our entire economic structure is based on our production of waste cotton. That's a laugh. Ha! They claim that should the tariff be lowered, thousands of waste cotton factories would be shut down and millions thrown out of work. That's a laugh. Ho! Mr. Chairman, faculty, and fellow students, let's face the facts. Since that glorious day when Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin, we have had waste cotton. Yes, and we had it before then, too. Let my worthy opponents explain that, if they can. And yet, Mr. Chairman, faculty, and fellow students, in this great land of plenty, there has always been enough for all. Think that over. Statistics show that during the year 1946, there were more statistics about waste cotton than ever before. Think that over. And yet, Mr. Chairman, faculty, and fellow students, we keep our high tariff. Why? I don't know. But this I do know. Even if it is necessary to meet force with force, even if it is necessary to spill good old American blood, we must lower the tariff on waste cotton. I thank you.
Ah, yes. Under the spell of such elocution, the 4 years speed quickly by, especially on a half-hour show. It's now nearing the time for graduation, and the senior class is holding its banquet and dance. Senior class president Charlie Irving is speaking.
And now, fellow seniors, let's finish the evening by singing the school song, written by our own class poet, Nicholas Kenny.
Plastic High, we love you, dear old Plastic High. Wherever you are, our hearts will ever be. We'll always try to keep you nigh, dear Plastic High.
Though we're on land or foam or even on the sea.
Plastic High, we'll keep your memory evergreen. Though we may roam or even stay at home, we will be true, dear Plastic High, to only you.
Oh, classmate, to us so much you'll always mean. Classmate.
College now. College life is steeped in tradition, according to the yearbooks. Let's listen to a couple of undergraduates as they meet in front of ivy-covered Frobisher Hall. Hello, Henry. Hello, Charlie. Well, here we are in front of ivy-covered Frobisher Hall. Yes, I just walked over from ivy-covered Fastnack. Yes. Say, here comes ivy-covered Professor Sludge. He's been teaching American history here for 97 years.
Morning, boys. See the papers this morning? Great news. Cornwallis surrendered to George Washington at Yorktown. Yoo-hoo! I guess we showed George III he can't play fast and loose bucks. No taxation without representation. No three.
Well, that's what he gets from reading those ivy-covered newspapers. Well, Henry, I must be off. I'm going over to ivy-covered Hickenlooper. Say, why don't you come along with me? Where are you going? I'm going down to get an ivy-covered beer at Joe's joint. Now, let's go into a classroom. Here is a lecturer who will help us all to understand the Russian language. This is Professor Dmitry Morganovich Morgan, and his interesting talk on the Russian language. Professor?
Yes. Russian alphabet. First, for example, take the letter B, which we don't have. Better yet, take letter W, which we got. Or did have. Of course, you realize in Russian language we have 40 or 50 letters, depending. The letter W we have twice. First, the hard W, which is pronounced and the soft W, which is pronounced W. You will notice also that we don't have letters L, Q, and F, but the people are very happy. Why? In the last 10 years in one city alone,
The alphabet, Professor?
Of course. Take the letter R. This letter you will find in such common words as Shutskaya.
No, there's no R there, but there is a T.
All right, take letter T. T you are finding in samovar.
No. He's empty right now, but
He is scarce, but statistics show that in the last 2 years, more and more T is...
the alphabet, Professor?
Of course. Take the word Stetsninia. Very interesting word, because Stetsninia means both automobile and raincoat. Now, very often, American student is saying, put 3 gallons gasoline in my raincoat. This is unfortunate because although we have a temporary shortage of raincoats, under the next 5-year plan, statistics show that the production of rain...
alphabet, Professor?
Of course. Well, suppose, for example, you are visiting in Moscow. You need a few sentences. You are making yourself understood. I'll give you a couple sentences. Darush Badanya Podpolkovnik. You will have to know this sentence. Darush Badanya Podpolkovnik. This means, why did you kick in my handkerchief? Next sentence.
Professor Morgan, I'm afraid the Russian language is very difficult.
Difficult? Ridiculous. Why, my friend, in Russia, little children is spoken that language.
Well, Professor, isn't there an easy way to learn the Russian language?
Easy way? Yes. To learn Russian easy way, you know what you should do? What? Why don't you go back to where I come from? There's a new experience in writing with the Eversharp CA pen. Its magic sphere rolls ink on dry. Smoother, cleaner, easier. Writes and writes without constant refilling nuisance. CA means Eversharp's exclusive capillary action cartridge. Try an Eversharp CA pen. Great pen value at $15. Very kind of you. Morgan will be on the same corner in front of the cigar store again next week at the same time. Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Chick Injector Razors and Blades, invite you to tune in same time, same station next week when Eversharp will again bring you the Henry Morgan Show. This is Charles Irving saying goodnight for Eversharp.
This program was transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. 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 Program was transcribed from an earlier network broadcast.
The Henry Morgan Show? Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Chick Injector Razors and Blades and famous Eversharp Precision Lighting Instruments, brings you the Henry Morgan Show, featuring Bernie Green and his orchestra and a few surprises.
Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Thank you very much. Starting tonight, we have a new policy. From now on, each time we tell a joke and nobody laughs, we will repeat that joke the following week. For example, 2 weeks ago, we had this joke that nobody laughed at. It was very funny, too. This was the name of an orchestra leader. I called him Vaughn Meatball. Nobody laughed. Last week, we had two kids talking, and one kid said, "Hey, you know what?" And the other kid said, "What?" And the first kid said, "That's what." Yeah. You know, "Hey, you know what?" "What?" "That's what." Nobody laughed. I liked it. So from now on, we do this stuff every week until the people laugh at it. That's all. Take our first sketch tonight. You may not like it. You may not think it's funny. All right, don't laugh. It's all right. We'll put it in again next week. In New York, there are many little hat shops where a woman can buy a nice, serviceable hat for as little as $75. The people who own these places will usually condescend to sell you a hat, if you have references. We take you now to one of New York's smarter hat shops, Shea Henry Morgan.
Good morning. Are you Mr. Morgan?
I hardly believe introductions are necessary, madam. We don't encourage intimacy with the customers.
Well, I'd like a hat.
Of course you would, poor soul. What's that you're wearing now? One of your husband's?
Why, what's wrong with it?
Don't you know that hats this year are being worn off the face?
Off the face?
Yes. Next year, of course, they'll be worn on the face, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, shall we?
Could I see some hats, please?
See some hats? Madam, you're not in a stock room. Our hats are made right on the customers' heads. Sit down. Take off your derby.
Well,
Yes, you. Sit down. I will not have you towering over me.
Well, all right.
Now, let's see. We'll just take this bit of ribbon, this scrap of fur, this slice of salami. We just tie them together with dental floss, thus. You'll observe the dental floss slides easily between the front two teeth, holding the hat firmly in place. That will be $80.
It seems like a lot of money.
Madam, have you priced cold cuts lately?
Could I see something else?
Oh, very well. Mr. George! Mr. George!
Oh, yes, Mr. Henry.
Mr. George, what do you suggest for this lady? I mean, in the way of a hat.
Yes, it is a rather peculiarly shaped head. Mm-hmm. Have you thought of an ice cream cone?
Well, but that's rather bourgeois, don't you think?
Yes, I suppose so. Everybody's wearing them.
Just let me see. Oh, I have it. I'll just cut a piece off the carpet. Snip, snip, snip. Roll it up. Now we'll fill it with nut meats,
pipe cleaners,
pencil stubs,
scalpels,
sutures,
forceps,
sponges,
bandage.
There you are, madam. Didn't hurt a bit, did it? That'll be $150.
Why do you get such exorbitant prices?
Exorbitant profits, dear lady. And don't forget, I called in Mr. George. Consultations cost money.
Oh, Mr. Henry, this hat here, this derby affair, oh, I say, you've created a masterpiece.
I did?
Oh, you sly dog. Holding out on us, just look at that hat.
Yes, it is rather exciting, isn't it?
Exciting. Therefore, it'll revolutionize the hat industry. A hat that looks like a hat. Whatever made you think of it?
Oh, I don't know. I must have been inspired. I'm simply beside myself, I guess, that's all.
Here you are, madam. Just the hat for you. $200.
But that's my hat. That's the one I came in with.
Oh, well, in that case, it'll only be $150. The news hasn't been released yet, but the Russians have just found out about Gilbert and Sullivan. That's what Charlie Haywood tells me.
Цветит цветущей весне, трала, вдыхают дыхание солнце. И как радостными поем, трала, желанными сердце даем, трала, летние розы вино, летние розы вино. И вот это значит, что мы вам скажем. Цветочки цветущие весне желаним. Тра-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла, тра-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла. Цветочки цветущие, милая Поттеркуп, хорошенькая Поттеркуп, сам не могу знать ничего. Но имя моя Поттеркуп, бедная Поттеркуп, чудная, такая хорошенькая, милая красавица, Поттеркуп. Я самый лучший модель современный майор генерале. Знаете, все расхищение ничего, ей минерал. И все короли английские бои исторические. От маратона, Ватерлoo, создание теоретически. И то же самое гонки лошадь дует схематически. Я понимаю уравнение стратегически. От души ее теорема мне знакомы в наш союз. Ага. А теперь что? Да. Много веселых фактов об квадрате по Ну так вот и родительница, вот и я не генерал, сами Лимона современный майор генерал. Вот же он самый английский, он английский.
Himself, incidentally.
Well, this is where the first commercial announcement goes, and I don't care if you don't listen to it. You tune out if you want to. It means nothing to me. Sure, I earn a living by saying Eversharp Schick injector razors and blades, but don't you worry about me. I'll get along all right. Don't have to listen. Don't buy an Eversharp Schick injector razor. All right with me. They can cancel the program because you don't want to buy one for $1.25 with 20 blades thrown in. Eversharp cancels the show. 18 musicians will be thrown out of work. At least 4 actors, maybe 5. What do you care if the Eversharp Schick changes blades automatically or not? It means nothing in your young life. All right. We'll go away. We'll go to Australia. We'll do a program for people who appreciate it. Just forget the name Eversharp. It means nothing to you. We'll be all right. Never mind. There's a famous institution in this country called the blind date. Of course, it takes 2 to make a blind date, usually a homely girl and her mother. But more often, it starts with a boyfriend of yours who has a girlfriend who has a girlfriend who has no boyfriend. That's the kind of blind date Charlie Irving arranged for me last week. Well, Charlie and I were waiting at the restaurant where we were going to meet the girls, and I was beginning to lose my nerve, and I said, hey, Charlie, what's this girl like?
I told you 25 times, Henry.
Well, tell me again.
She's gorgeous. She's stunning. Picture Ingrid Bergman.
She looks like that?
Well, not exactly. Ingrid Bergman with a little of Lana Turner thrown in.
How much? And where?
Look, Henry, will you stop worrying? You know, you're a very lucky guy.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks, Charlie. How come if she's so perfect she hasn't got a date tonight?
Well, she's a particular girl. She won't go out with every Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Yeah, she never saw me. How come she's going out with me?
Your name's Henry, not Harry. Henry.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Oh, look, here come the girls now.
Hey, she is good looking.
Yeah, I told you.
She's all right.
Sure.
A lovely red dress.
That's my girl. Yours is the one with the purple sash slung over her shoulder.
Charlie, you told me.
Don't worry, Henry. She's a real woman.
Are you sure?
Shut up, Winnie. She'll hear you. Hello, Harriet, darling.
Hello, Charlie, dear. Oh, this must be Henry. Oh, hello, Henry.
Hello.
And, Henry, this is Cuddles.
Cuddles? Hello, Cuddles.
So you're Henry. We're going to have oodles of fun tonight.
Oodles. Cuddles.
Well, let's everybody sit down. Shall we start with the drink? I'll order for Harriet myself. Henry?
None for me, thanks. I'm driving.
Cuddles?
Oh, I simply love gin rickeys. Of course, in most places, they're not put together right.
Look who's talking.
Henry, I know you from someplace. I could simply swear.
I know how you feel.
Were you ever in Chicago?
No, never been out of New York.
Oh, never out of New York. Were you ever in St. Louis?
No, just New York. Of course, come to think of it, once I almost.
You did?
No, just New York.
Harriet, honey, you're a cookie with an extra sprinkling of raisins.
Well, you're sweet, Charlie. Sweet as sugar.
And, baby, I ain't rationed.
Henry, I meant to ask you something important.
Yeah?
Were you ever in Pittsburgh?
No, just New York. Bronx, Brooklyn, Bowery, stuff like that.
Harriet, you're a peach without the fun.
Oh, Charlie.
Charlie.
Yes, Henry.
What time is it?
Time for another drink.
Same all around, right? Henry?
No, none for me, thanks.
Henry, I meant to ask you.
No, I was never in Chattanooga.
No, not that. I was just thinking it would be nice to have this drink on the terrace. Don't you think so?
Yeah, swell idea. Go ahead, I'll wait for you.
Don't you want to go?
Well, it's slippery out there. It's pretty dangerous, but you go right ahead.
Oh, Henry, something important just occurred to me.
Yeah?
Were you ever in Fargo, North Dakota?
Now that you mention it, yes.
But you said you were never out of New York.
I was just trying to make an impression.
Harriet, I dreamed about you last night.
You did, Charlie?
Yeah. It was wonderful.
Honest, Charlie.
Yeah.
Oh, Charlie.
Oh, Charlie.
Yes.
What do you think of Gabriel Hayter?
You know, Henry, Charlie could have introduced us 6 weeks ago when I first met him. If we'd met 6 weeks ago, what do you think we'd be doing tonight?
Well, I guess I'd be bowling.
Well, time for another drink, gang. Same all around, right? Nothing for you, Henry.
Make mine a triple scotch.
You, Henry?
Well, it's a blind date, isn't it? So I'm going to get blind. I see there's a new program at our Coming Attractions Theater this week. The Coming Attractions Theater, as you know, is the only one in the country which cuts out the bad parts of a picture and shows you only the good parts, and this takes 2 minutes. So our theater, we're very limited on time here. Our theater shows only coming attractions. Like in a regular feature, it takes Gable an hour and a half to find a woman he can truly love. In the coming attractions, he finds her before you can find your seat. So instead of talking about them, let's see the latest coming attraction. Professor, start the reel.
Coming direct from a spectacular Broadway run of 2 smash days, you were overwhelmed by the Western epic, My Cactus Gal. You were swept away by My Darling Clementine. You won't believe your eyes when you see...
My dopey Sadie.
One man and his girl standing alone against the dangerous forces of the Wild West, but determined to go onward, ever onward, in thrill-packed scenes like these.
Sadie, look at that rich prairie land ahead of us. There's hostile Indians ahead and all kinds of danger. But the land is rich, and you know what?
What?
I'm turning back.
Filthy Jim, stop talking that way. And tell me you ain't scared.
I can't.
What'd you say?
I can't.
Don't say that.
I can't.
That's better. I say, let's get her going onward, ever onward.
All right. Come on, get up there. Get up.
Don't you shout at me, filthy Jim.
This picture was brought to you at a cost of $5 million. 10,000 actors, 20,000 horses, 6,000 cows, 2 bulls. My Dopey Sadie is based on the famous short story published on the back of a box of cornflakes. Thrill to the scene where Filthy Jim meets the dangerous cattle rustler, Dirty Max, in Cockeye Frenchie's saloon.
I know you.
I know you, too.
You're dirty.
You're filthy.
I'm warning you, Dirty. Don't just steal my gal.
I will.
Well, then stop stealing my cows. You rustled 10 of my cows this week.
I ain't doing bad with Sadie, neither.
So, that's how you feel.
Maybe. You fixin' to...
Maybe. Have a shot of poison?
Maybe.
Frenchie, 2 poisons. Dirty. Sadie's a mighty good gal.
Maybe.
Well, now, Dirty, let's talk it over. Slow like.
Ain't we talking slow enough?
That'll be about enough out of you, Dirty. Reach for the ceiling.
That won't do you no good.
Why not?
I'm too short. But wait, I got an ID.
An ID?
A great ID. We both love her. Let's play poker for her.
You just moved over 2 states. Let's see. Let's play poker for my gal?
Yeah.
All right. But just to make it interesting,
Yeah?
let's play a nickel a deal.
Look says it's bigger than life. Life says it's bigger than look. Sadie was rough, tough, uncouth. Sadie spent her life in the great outdoors because no one would let her inside. But Sadie had the heart of a woman in touching scenes like these.
Sadie,
Yes, Filthy.
I've been a hankering for you now to 20 years.
A hankering?
A hankering and a blubbering.
Well, Filthy, I've been a hankering for you.
Not a blubbering?
Nope, just a hankering. A blubbering ain't ladylike.
Sadie,
Yeah,
I've been a thinkering. You know, I ain't a talkerin' man.
I know, Filthy.
I ain't a thinking man neither.
I know that too, Filthy.
But I got good horse sense. Ain't a horse around can outsmart me. I say there's a time for every man to get himself a woman.
There is?
Yeah, there is.
There is what?
I forget. Well, I gotta get it going.
Why are you a-getting, Filthy? Don't you love me?
Well, I'll tell you. Underneath the prairie stars in the western skies above, with the coyotes howling by the old gopher hole in the moonlight thirsty, I swears I love you, Sadie.
Have you always loved me, Filthy?
Well, I'll tell you. By the light of them there Kansas stars, they're shining on that old buffalo carcass out there in the middle of the purple sagebrush. Yes.
Then let us and get it. What do you say, Filthy?
Get up, Tallulah. Look for my Dopey Sadie in your neighborhood theater next week. Playing now at...
The Henry Morgan Theater are coming attraction.
Charlie, cease the applause. It wasn't that good. Mr. Bernard Green and the orchestra will now play the anniversary song. Of course, being Bernie Green, he can't play it straight, so it's tricked up just a little. Bernie says he got the idea from eating in different restaurants, so let's try Nick's in Greenwich Village first. Myself, I love that Hungarian gypsy music. Now, in this restaurant, they have a wonderful clarinet player who's called Al Galadoro because that's his name. I'll have a little of that goulash, please. Hey, Pedro, you know something? I think it's better we have some enchiladas, tortillas, and frijoles in this Spanish place. some lovely pretzels here. Also Kartoffelklöße, Sauerbraten, Knackwürsten, Schnitzel. Louis, noch 2 Bier, bitte. This is the way Bernie says it sounds on radio today. We have to wait a minute. Oh, he got his bass fiddle back. We thought he was going to have to wait for that. This is the real cutie 14-year-old Bobby Stock modern stuff. Men agree the 4 biggest shaving nuisances are the time it takes to shave, razor nicks and skin irritation, the nuisance of cleaning razors, the nuisance of unwrapping blades. Now, Eversharp Chick Injector Razor banishes these 4 nuisances forever. Ends nuisance number 1. No time wasted. Nationwide tests have proved Eversharp Chick Injector Razor at least 50% faster, 100% safer, 200% cleaner. Ends nuisance number 2. No nicks or cuts. Patented guard bar prevents skin irritation. Even under nose, Eversharp shaves clean and smooth without skin irritation. Ends nuisance number 3. Nothing to take apart or put together. World's easiest razor to clean. Just rinse under faucet, shake, and put away. Ends nuisance number 4. No blades to unwrap. Automatic blade changer locks a keen new blade, the world's sharpest blade, in correct shaving position instantly. For the world's fastest, easiest, cleanest shave, get an Eversharp Chick Injector Razor. It's $1.75 value. The Eversharp Chick Injector Razor is priced at $1. 20 blades, 75 cents. Both yours at the special combination price of only $1.25. A few weeks ago, on the Henry Morgan Trouble Clinic, we gave out a lot of advice. And nobody took any, so tonight we bring you once again the Trouble Clinic. Do your friends sneer at you because you don't have any troubles? Then why not get yourself a load of grief right now, right out of the old grief case? And now, Mr. Morgan, here is our problem case for the evening, the case of Mrs. R.G. Mrs. R.G.?
Well, Mr. Morgan.
No names, please, not even mine.
Well, I got 3 bouncing babies, and one that don't bounce so good. Now, my problem...
Please, don't touch the microphone. Now, as I understand it, you have 4 children. Are they boys or girls?
Oh, sure.
I see. Please, don't touch the microphone. Now, what are the children's names? No names, please.
Oh. A, B, C, and S.
I see. Now, madam, what is your problem?
Well, I'll give you the details.
No details, please.
Oh. Well, my husband is never home nights.
I see. As I understand it, this husband of yours has so little consideration for his marriage vows, so little natural affection for these helpless children that he has fathered, that he does not come home nights. Is that right?
Well, he'd get fired if he did. He's a night watchman.
I see. Well, madam, my advice to you is to go. Go to these people whom you've offended. Merely go to these people and offer to make amends and beg their forgiveness.
What people?
That, madam, is entirely up to you. Merely remember that a stitch in time saves 9. You can't tell a book by the cover. Still water runs deep. And a friend in need is a friend instead. That, madam, is my advice to you.
But I ain't told you my problem yet.
Oh, that. Well, never mind. You can always send that in by mail.
There's a new experience in writing with the Eversharp CA pen. Its Magic Sphere rolls ink on dry. Smoother, cleaner, easier. Writes and writes without constant refilling nuisance. CA means Eversharp's exclusive capillary action cartridge. Try an Eversharp CA pen. Great pen value at $15.
Morgan will be on the same corner in front of the cigar store again next week at the same time.
Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Chick Injector Razors and Blades, invite you to tune in same time, same station next week when Eversharp will again bring you the Henry Morgan Show.
This program was transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. The American Broadcasting Company. The American Broadcasting Company. The American Broadcasting Company.
The Henry Morgan Show? Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Chick Injector Razors and Blades and famous Eversharp Precision Writing Instruments, brings you the Henry Morgan Show, featuring Bernie Green and his orchestra and a few surprises. Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Thank you. Well, vacation time's here again. That's a season of the year when people try to find some quaint little place where they can live beyond their means. Did you know people save their money all year so that for 2 whole weeks they can watch it rain in the mountains? As a public service, we've established the Morgan Vacation Travel Agency. Now, Rolly is the clerk, Ann is the customer, and I'll be hotshot. And we're open for business right now. First customer, please.
Good afternoon.
Yes?
I would like to go away to a nice, refined place. I should have a hot time.
I see. What are you interested in? The lake, the mountains, the seashore?
Where there's lots of fellas.
Yes. Any special activities you're interested in?
Yes. I mean, I like ballroom dancing and an occasional game handball.
An occasional game handball. Let's see now. There's lovely Camp Schmo.
Where's that?
That's on lovely Lake Schmo.
How is the social life up there?
Well, you can judge for yourself. Their slogan is, fellas are raring to go on lovely Lake Schmo.
Oh, it sounds delightfully entrancing. How are the accommodations?
Oh, the front rooms are very nice. They overlook lovely Lake Schmo. Their slogan is, it's a little piece of heaven with semi-private baths. But the front rooms are rather expensive.
Well, what can you see from the back windows?
Lovely Mount Schmo.
That sounds delightfully exotic. Do you see the top of the mountain?
Oh, no. The rooms are built against the mountain. You only see the part of the mountain that sort of rubs against the window.
Oh, it sounds delightfully picturesque. But tell me more about the activities. You know, what kind fellas this place attracts.
What kind fellers? Well, as it happens, the social director of lovely Camp Schmo is right in the next room, and I'll call him, and he'll give you more information. Oh, Hotshot.
Yeah, Mr. Winters.
Hotshot. This lovely lady is considering spending her vacation at lovely Camp Schmo.
Ah, you're in luck, lady.
We're getting a snappy crowd this year. No cornballs. We got the activities all figured out for the season.
Like what activities, for instance?
Well, in the morning, you get your choice.
Of what?
Tennis, handball, or breakfast.
Well, suppose I like handball and I like breakfast, too.
You can have a cup of coffee on a court. After that, you have a choice.
Of what?
Rest period or shower.
Can't you have both?
If you want, you can lay down in a shower. That's your privilege. Our slogan is a veritable paradise of water sports, both hot and cold. After that, you get a choice.
Hotshot, always with the choice?
Always with a choice. After that, you either take a hike up steep Mount Schmo, or else participate in a ladies' snake hunt in lovely Schmo swamps.
You don't get a bite to eat?
Oh, we give you box sandwiches and a choice.
Of what?
Cucumber or pickle.
Suppose I go on a snake hunt in the swamps. What kind of snake do I hunt?
Well, you get a choice. Garter or rattle?
Suppose I find a snake, then what?
Lunch. After lunch, you get a choice.
What?
Rest period or shower?
Again?
Lady, if you go on a hike, you need the rest period. If you go on a snake hunt in the swamps, you need the shower.
Hotshot, what about the evening activities?
Well, in the evening, you get a choice.
What kind choice?
Square dancing in a casino, playing the pinball machine, or necking.
Supposing I happen to select necking, whom do I accommodate?
Well, you get a choice.
Of who?
Pardon me?
Of who?
Well, of the fellas around the pinball machine.
Well, by George, you know, that's curious, but I just noticed we're entirely booked up for this summer.
Say, how come you didn't tell me that when I first come in?
Well, you see, madam, we get a choice.
Since we started off with travel stuff, here's a cute number written by Peggy Marshall and sung by her and the Holidays. It's about some kids who just came to New York to visit, but I don't think they'd stay if we gave them the place.
All out Grand Central Station. Here we are in New York just for a day. Wanna take a look in on the great white way uptown, downtown, back and forth across town. We're on a holiday, we've gotta make it pay. Wanna see the Bronx Zoo and Aquarium, Planetarium, keeping on the run, run, run. Wanna visit Grant's Tomb, Statue Liberty, view is heavenly, what a sight to see, see, see. Peggy's gotta do some shopping.
Naturally, I tore my stocking.
And we've gotta buy a lot of presents for the folks at home. Look for Lacey's down at Macy's.
Go to Gimple for your thimble.
Gordon Taylor, Bonwit Teller, Saxon Best, and all the rest. Postcards, souvenirs, pose for photos. We're up to our ears. Uptown, crosstown, cocktails at the Waldorf.
How do you do? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. How do you do?
Crosstown.
Oh, my feet.
Downtown.
Let's eat.
Dinner time in Chinatown. Try to eat with chopsticks, suck gum, chewy yum, lum, made fooey young. Then a Broadway show.
Annie, get your gun.
And when it comes to nightclubs, no trip to New York is really complete unless you're seen at the Stork. Ah, there's Tallulah.
Darling, how nice.
And Betty Davis.
Darling, how nice.
And Ma Perkins.
Ooh, that oxide all sparkles.
And after the Stork, good night, New York.
You know, you might be out of your mind and want to give your old man a razor for Father's Day. Very few people know what Eversharp Schick Injector Razor really means.
Take the word Eversharp, for instance. Now, Eversharp comes from the ancient Greek word evasilios, meaning steam engine. Of course, the ancient Greeks didn't have a steam engine, so they changed the word to eversofali, meaning no steam engine. You know, to this day, it's very hard to shave a steam engine. With an Eversharp razor, anyway. The word Schick was a man's name, Mr. Schick. The word injector comes from two old Latin words, injo, meaning look, no hands, and the word ectoro, meaning, hey, look at me, hey. So today we have the word injector, meaning that the Eversharp razor changes blades automatically. The word razor itself comes from an old Blackfeet Indian word, a chugga-mugga-chinga-saw, a chog-a-chog, a dug-a-mug-a-saw. How they got razor out of that, I don't know. See. Now, $1.25, which is what it all sells for, the Eversharp razor, is pretty interesting. $1.25 comes from the old pocketbook. Boy, what an education this program is for a guy who doesn't know anything. Incidentally, the word program comes from the ancient Latvian word broskilivasanik, meaning Eversharp Schick injector razor and 20 blades sells for $1.25. Tell you something, kid, those Latvians know everything. Oh, that's very kind of you. That's real thoughtful. For you people at home, the laugh is on account of one of our actors looks funny. I don't know any other way of explaining it. Come up here, you rat. Now, no matter what you think, there are a lot of comedians in radio, and occasionally a couple of them meet. Like this, for example.
Whoa, Henry Morgan.
Well, hello, Arnold.
Say, Henry, I heard your show last night.
How'd you like it?
Great. It was all I could do to keep from laughing.
Thanks a lot, I guess. By the way, I heard your show last week.
Oh, yeah? Oh, glad you caught it. Glad you caught it.
Yeah. I was at a party. You know how it is. Everybody drinking. Some drunk turned it on.
Well, what'd you think of it?
Well, there was a lot of noise. It didn't come in very well.
What kind of noise?
I was talking.
Oh.
But, say, that was a good joke you had there about Sinatra and the pipe cleaner.
Sinatra and a pipe cleaner? That's Bob Hope's, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. But I like the way you told it. By the way, how's your Hooper rating?
Well, let's see. Oh, that rating doesn't mean a thing.
Mine's not so good either, as a matter of fact. You see, the trouble with me is I got a terrific audience among people who can't get phones.
Sure. Say, Henry, by the way, did you have a studio audience last night?
Why, certainly.
I knew it. I told my wife that. I could swear I heard breathing. But my wife said she read somewhere you got asthma.
Tell you the truth, I don't think the studio audience could hear the show.
Oh, that's a shame. Why not?
Well, some guy sitting in the fifth row brought in a portable radio and tuned in the ball game, and you know, that can be awfully distracting.
Oh, certainly.
Sure.
By the way, who won?
The Dodgers, from what I could hear up on the stage.
Well, you got a great show, Henry, a great show. So long.
So long. You got a great show, too. So long.
Boy, if he's a comedian, I'm Jack Dempsey.
Boy, if he's a comedian, I'm Jack Dempsey. Shouldn't have put the word Dodgers in there. It ruined our timing. This is National Foot Health Week, which for no good reason reminds me there are some people who are happy most of the time, some are sad most of the time, but there's one group of people that always looks down in the mouth.
The American dentist.
The profession of dentistry was born in the Middle Ages, shortly after the perfection of the torture rack, which it replaced. In June 842 A.D., the first filling appeared in the mouth of Augustus Qantas. The filling disappeared in July when Mr. Qantas bit into a caramel.
Today, modern dentists make their offices as comfortable as possible. The dentist to whom we now bring you even shows movies to the patient while he's in the chair.
Mr. Arnold, you have a bad cavity there. I'll have to treat it right away.
I'd rather you didn't.
Why not?
I've already seen the picture. Besides, I think your prices are too high.
Price is too high? Why? I've always charged $3 for a filling.
That's evening prices. I come matinees.
Well, as long as you've seen the picture, we'll just have a nice, jolly conversation instead. Open your mouth.
Okay, Doctor.
That's good. Now a wad of cotton here. A wad up here. A wad there. A wad of... Mr. Arnold, you have a tremendous mouth.
Thanks.
Are you comfortable? That's fine. How's your wife?
Doctor?
That's surprising. Didn't I see her with an old flame the other day? I'm sorry that you and your wife are having trouble. You don't say. When did she start drinking? Oh, well, of course, if it's hereditary, it's hopeless. Well, that's enough for now. I'll take out this wad, the dental vise here, this wad. There you are. Well, that was a nice chat about your wife, Mr. Arnold, and don't worry, I'll keep it to myself.
Thanks, Doctor, but there's just one thing.
What?
I'm not married.
As in other professions, dentists observe a strict code of ethics, never discussing the work of other dentists. We illustrate with the following scene.
Now, madam, you say someone did a filling in your back molar. May I look at that? My goodness.
Why, what's the matter? Dr. Loudon filled that just a few months ago.
Dentist did that?
Well, I heard that Dr. Loudon is pretty good.
Oh, he's very good for a man with palsy. He did reach the right tooth this time. I guess you can't stand the pain, can you?
Well, as a matter of fact, it hasn't bothered me since he treated it.
Oh, killed the nerve, eh? Well, that's too bad. I wouldn't blame Dr. Loudon too much. No dentist in the world could do any better using that carpenter's drill.
A carpenter's drill?
He's sentimental. Used to be a carpenter, you know. Still is.
Well, you've got me worried, Doctor. Dr. Loudon made my upper bridge.
Let me look at that, will you? Madam, I have news for you.
Yes?
Loudon's bridge is falling down.
Because the dentist wants his patients to understand what kind of treatments he's getting, the dentist today goes to considerable pains to explain to his patient why he is suffering such considerable pains. Many dentists pride themselves on being painless dentists. This means that while the dentist is treating you, he feels absolutely no pain.
Old joke.
We see now a dentist explaining exactly what he's doing.
Well, Doctor, can you tell me what's wrong with my teeth?
Yes. Your condition can be described most simply as a generalized parotid concrescence complicated by an edema resulting in a slight christmas of the temporal mandibular articulation. That's one tooth.
What does that mean in terms I can understand?
$75.
Is the treatment serious?
It requires a most unusual operation, but the chances are very good, I'm supposed to say.
What do you mean? Is it dangerous?
Oh, I don't think so. Works fine with guinea pigs.
Guinea pigs? But supposing it doesn't work with me?
Don't worry. I won't be discouraged.
You mean you haven't tried it on any other human beings?
Oh, don't be silly. I've tried it on 3 before you.
How are they?
Well, here we go.
Well, wait a minute. What about the other 3? How are they?
They're fine. I don't care what they say at the hospital. I think they're... Well, here we go.
All right, Doctor. I hope you know what you're doing.
Well, here we go. Open your mouth. That's right. Uh-oh, I see we're going to have trouble.
What's the matter, Doctor?
Your mouth is shaped altogether different from a guinea pig's.
And so the American dentist marches forward.
That's the dentist drill.
But what of the future? What of the future of dentistry? We have in our studio this evening two eminent Viennese specialists, Dr. Heinrich von Morgen and his colleague, Dr. Hans-Erich von Strudel. Dr. von Strudel is the prominent Austrian dentist, chemist, and trombonist. Dr. von Morgen is best known for his standard text, "Take care of your gums, they may be beechnut." Good evening, Dr. von Morgen.
Also.
And good evening to you, Dr. von Strudel.
Also.
Gentlemen, to start our discussion, do you agree with the theory that preventative dental treatment in childhood is essential to subsequent healthy teeth?
Yeah.
Nein.
Well, which is it, gentlemen?
Nine.
Ja.
Well, now, Dr. von Strudel, can you support your theory?
Sure. The famous Dr. Johann Sebastian Budweiser agrees with me.
Dr. Budweiser, a Dummkopf.
Who says it?
I says it and Mrs. Budweiser says it.
Now, gentlemen, to get back to our discussion, there's the theory that modern diet is a primary cause of dental decay. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Nein.
Well, Dr. von Morgen, can you support your position?
Well, the famous Viennese professor Dr. Ludwig von Pabst said the same thing which I am saying, only not so good.
Dr. von Strudel, what do you think of Dr. von Pabst?
Dr. von Pabst is a famous Viennese schlemiel.
Now, gentlemen, there is one thing with which we wish to leave our audience, and I'm sure you'll both agree that it is important to preserve the dental health of all the peoples of the world.
Ja.
Nine.
Thank you, gentlemen. And so we conclude our salute to the American dentist.
Around the World with Bernie Green. Tonight, he plays the How Are Things... Orchestra, please. He plays the How Are Things medley. First, Bernie plays How Are Things in You Know Where in the style of John Philip Sousa.
By the way, Henry, how are things in Glockamora?
Well, the way things is going, I suppose it's a faster, at least that's the way I heard it.
Bernie, how are things in the Belgian Congo? Henry, how are things?
I'll know.
How about Russia, Bernie? Henry, how about Leningrad?
It's junior protestatradi for 30 years drove, that's the way it was told to me.
Bernie, how are things in Glockenspiel, Austria?
Well, what everybody wants to know is what's new. This brings up the question, how are things in Shanghai?
How are things in Shanghai, Henry? And how about the United States?
The United States? Well, I'll tell you. In the United States, we have the north and the south. In Boston, a man parks his car in the square. In the south, he just might not bother to leave the house. But they both love...
Stop torturing that face. And yourself, brother. Start using the Eversharp Chic Injector Razor. It banishes forever the 4 biggest nuisances of shaving. First, it reduces shaving time. Second, it helps avoid nasty nicks and cuts. Third, it ends the bother of cleaning your razor. Fourth, it eliminates the trouble of unwrapping and handling blades. Yes, it's 50% faster, 100% safer, 200% cleaner. To change blades, just insert the automatic blade changer. It changes blades fast as this. Listen. Hear that double click? Push, pull, click, click, and you're shaving instantly with the world's sharpest blade. Patented guard bar holds each whisker erect, ensures closer, smoother, no-nick shave. And when cleaning your Eversharp, there's nothing to take apart. Just rinse, shake, put away. So for the world's quickest, easiest, cleanest shave, get an Eversharp Chic Injector Razor tomorrow. And listen, get one for Dad, too. A wonderful, economical Father's Day gift. It's $1.75 value. The Eversharp Chic Injector Razor is priced at $1. 20 blades, 75 cents. Both yours at the special combination price of only $1.25.
And now it's time to look in again on Henry and Charlie, 2 of the men who write the commercials you hear on the radio and the advertisements you see in the magazines. Charlie is seated at the bar of his favorite restaurant when who should walk in but Henry?
Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Henry. How are you feeling?
Not so good, Charlie. Been having headaches.
Oh, that's too bad. You should try 3-way headache tablets.
I did, but I get 4-way headaches. Front, back, and both sides. Can't seem to catch up with that 4th side.
Well, what'll you have, Henry?
Well, I'll have a glass of Ballanfance, the ale that makes rings on the bar when you set the glass down.
How's it taste, Henry?
Tell you the truth, old man, I've been so fascinated making rings, I've never drunk any.
Well, I'm having a glass of Chateau Frobisher wine. The domestic wine that makes you want to apply for a passport.
Yes? People all tell their friends about Chateau Frobisher, but it doesn't seem to hurt the sales any. Don't forget, Chateau Frobisher is made only from the center grape of each bunch. These grapes are trampled by the feet of postal clerks as the grapes are shipped east in soundproof mail bags.
Henry, you make it sound so attractive.
Always remember, Charlie, when you drink Chateau Frobisher, that's what you're drinking.
Hey, Henry, if I do say so, you certainly smell good. What's that stuff you're using?
I'm using He-Man cologne, the perfume with a He-Man aroma. It comes in 3 fragrances, you know. Gymnasium, barroom, smoking car number 5. All you have to do is put a dab of gymnasium on each knuckle, and you can convince the wife you've been playing handball all evening.
Say, Henry, speaking of the wife reminds me I've got to be getting on home. And speaking of home, did you ever stop to think, Henry, how many accidents occur right in the home?
Yes, indeed. That's why I have an accident insurance policy. This splendid policy protects me completely until I have an accident.
Oh,
what happens if you have an accident?
Well, naturally, the policy becomes void.
See. Well, I must be getting along. Push-pull, Henry.
Click, Charlie.
There's a new experience in writing with the Eversharp CA pen. Its magic sphere rolls ink on dry, smoother, cleaner, easier. Writes and writes without constant refilling nuisance. CA means Eversharp's exclusive capillary action cartridge. Try an Eversharp CA pen. Great pen value at $15. Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Schick Injector razors and blades, invite you to tune in same time, same station next week when Eversharp will again bring you the Henry Morgan Show. This is Charles Irving saying goodnight for Eversharp. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. The Henry Morgan Show? Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Schick Injector razors and blades and famous Eversharp precision writing instruments, brings you the Henry Morgan Show, featuring Bernie Green and his orchestra and a few surprises.
Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Good. Thank you very much. You know, here it is, summer, and I'm still in this stuffy studio, looking at the same old faces and telling the same old jokes. And it's nice outside. And I'd like to get out of here. Other guys in radio get out. When a news broadcaster gets bored, he says, "We take it now to London, to Portugal." Whether you want to go or not, he goes. Well, I want to get out of here, like a news broadcaster, and I have the equipment, studio, microphones, pad announcer. Come on, Charlie, let's get out of here.
Okay, Henry, okay. We bring you Morgan's Around the Globe newscast with 200 listening posts and one Saturday evening post. Sponsored by... Henry, you want a sponsor?
Sure. Nothing like a sponsor to give a program pep and money.
Okay. Sponsored by the Noog Watch Company, maker of Noog watches. Noog, a name of distinction. When you hear the time signal, it will be 10 p.m. in exactly 1 second. Turn that watch. Well, we now take you for a round-the-globe news trip to... The time is now, well, around 10 o'clock. Time for another trip around the globe with Henry Morgan.
Around the world! For our first on-the-spot broadcast, let's find out what's happening in far-off Philadelphia. The next voice you hear will come to you from Philadelphia. Come in, Philadelphia. Come in, Philadelphia. Come in, Philadelphia.
Hello, New York. I can't hear you, New York.
Keep trying, Philadelphia. Now, while we're waiting, we take you to a vibrant center of news in the making, the strategic listening post of the Midwest. Let's find out what people are thinking in East Trash, Kansas. Come in, Can.
This is East Trash Can. Hello, New York.
Hello, what's new, East Trash?
Nothing much. What's new with you, New York?
Can't kick. What are the people of East Trash, what are they saying about the all-important veto question in the United Nations?
Nothing much.
Well, give the regards of the people of the city of New York to the people of East Trash.
I'll tell them both.
And so we leave East Trash. Our next stop in this news survey is...
Philadelphia. I can't hear you, New York.
Keep trying, Philadelphia. Now, at terrific expense, we've made arrangements to contact the South Pole expedition with Admiral Richard E. Penguin. Come in. Come in, Admiral Penguin. Open the igloo, Richard.
While we're trying to contact Admiral Penguin, we
No,
bring
I
you...
got him. I got him. Come in, Admiral. Thank you, Admiral.
Before our next stop on our round-the-globe tour, a message from our sponsor, the Noog Watch Company.
Ladies, I'm sure you'll all agree with me that every lady should have at least one Noog in her lifetime. This year, everybody's giving Noog watches, except, of course, the Noog Watch Company. Just listen.
Here, open the box, Sadie. Oh, Max.
Look at it.
Oh, Max, it's a goon.
You're holding it upside down.
Oh, of course. It's a Noog. How could I be so stupid?
I don't know. You like it?
Oh, yes. When you got a Noog on your wrist, it gives your wrist that fat look.
Back to our round-the-globe broadcast. We switch you now to the town of Stink Bomb, Idaho, for a special broadcast from our on-the-spot reporter, Abe Snake. Come in, Abe.
This is Abe Snake on the roof of the Stink Bomb Chamber of Commerce building. And 5 stories below me on the 19th floor of the building, a window washer named Snag Werris is dangling in midair, held to the window only by a thin safety belt. The wind is now blowing to the east, and so is Mr. Werris. Standing next to me, looking down at her beloved husband, is Mrs. Werris. Ah, Mrs. Werris, how do you feel looking down at your heroic husband?
I'm dizzy.
Well, one more question. As you look down at your husband dangling there in midair, what are you thinking right now?
I never knew he had such a flat head.
Thank you, and good luck, Mrs. Werris.
Well,
what?
where's the refrigerator?
Later, Mrs. Werris, later. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our engineers have lowered a microphone to Mr. Werris himself, that courageous, heroic gentleman who has battled the elements for 4 long hours without a whimper. And the next voice you hear will be that of brave and fearless Mr. Werris.
Help!
Thank you, Abe Snake. And now we take you on our Round the Tube World broadcast. Maybe it was written that way, but I doubt it. We take you to Fearless Fosdick in the turbulent areas of Saudi Arabia, where Mr. Fosdick has set up a microphone on top of an Arab chieftain. Come in. Come in, Fearless Fosdick.
Hello, New York. This is Philadelphia. I can't hear you.
Shut up, Philadelphia.
Help!
Shut up, Mr. Werris. Shut up. Well, some of it was a little ridiculous, but it's pleasant. Around the World with Charlie Haywood. Tonight, Charlie has a little old classic song that he sings in, about 5 languages.
Il vecchio Donaldo aveva un poder funicula e aveva molti pulcini e gattini funicula con un cic qui e un cic là. Qui un cic là, un cic non lo un cic con perfect là. Qui un por là, un po' ne go per. Старый чок Николай Макдональд жил на колхозе. Очи черный. И на колхозе большой великий свинья. Очи черный, очень страсти. И позакуска здесь, и позакуска там. Здесь позакуска, там позакуска, здесь позакуска. Куна чик-чик вы, и un чик-чик-ла. Куи un чик-ла, un чик-ла, un чик-ла. Куи un por-ла, un por-ла. Der alte Junker von Donald hatte einen Pachthof. Schnitzelbank. Und auf dem Pachthof hatte allerlei junge und alte Pferde, Hühner, Ochsen und Kinder, Siegfried, Karl, Wolfgang, Wotan, Fritz, Brünnhilde und 2 Lämmelein. Schnitzelbank. Mit einem Mac hier und einem Mac dort. Hier ein Mac, dort ein Mac, überall ein Mac. Potakuski здесь, Potakuski там. Здесь Potakuski, там Potakuski, здесь Potakuski. Un chic-chic-li, un chic-chic-la. Oui, un chic-la, un chic-la, un chic-la. Oui, un por-la, un por-la, un por-la. Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O.
The ever-sharp Schick injector razor changes blades automatically, sells for $1.25, and saves you lots of time. For example,
A man named Buzznarker shaved with an ever-sharp Schick razor and saved 4 minutes.
Buzznarker's wife knew that he had 4 extra minutes and asked him to open a can of soup for her. He took the can opener, and when he tried to puncture the can, it slipped into his finger. The cut became infected. He got blood poisoning. Lockjaw set in. He died of starvation. Next case.
A man named Krubish shaved with an ever-sharp Schick injector razor and saved 3 minutes.
Krubish had 3 extra minutes, so instead of running across the street for his bus, he decided to walk across the street. A taxicab killed him. Next case.
A man named Bulb Snatcher shaved with an ever-sharp Schick injector razor and saved 2 minutes.
Mr. Bulb Snatcher decided to use the 2 minutes to run down to the basement to see if the furnace was all right. At that moment, the coal truck arrived and dumped 2 tons of pea coal on him. Later, the automatic stoker fed him to the furnace. Remember, the ever-sharp Schick injector razor saves you time. Oh, thank you. That's very thoughtful of you. Has this ever happened to you? You're walking along the street with your girl, trying to figure out how to spend the evening, and you stop in front of a store for a minute to look at the paper to see what's playing in the movies. There's a fella standing there, but you don't pay any attention to him. You don't find out till later that he's a professional advice giver. And you say to your girl,
Oh, honey, we're in luck.
Really? What is it?
Oh, here's a picture I've been dying to see. The Woman in Black. I hear it's a great mystery.
Oh, good. I love mysteries. I'm sure it's wonderful.
Pardon me, lady.
Yes?
It's a stinker.
What?
A stinker. I just seen it.
Oh, really? I hear it has a very good surprise ending.
The end? Why, the Undertaker did it. You won't find it no surprise.
Not anymore.
Tell you what you better do, Mac. You folks better go across the street and see the Woman in Blue.
No, I can't stand the leading lady.
You'll love her. In this picture, she plays a double role.
Oh, really? What part did she play?
A married couple.
Well, look, maybe we better just skip the movies and go out to eat, all right, honey?
That's a good idea.
I wasn't talking to you.
All right, dear. Well, goodbye, sir, and thanks for your help.
Goodbye.
So long, and thanks for all...
Bud, by the way,
Yes?
where you going to eat?
Well, we usually eat at Romaine's restaurant.
Hasn't the Department of Health closed that yet?
Why, everything's fresh in that restaurant.
Fresh? Why, they used the mold off of the bread there to make penicillin.
Look, thanks, Bud, but we're going to Romaine's. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Come along, dear.
Well, I'm not going. I don't want to eat penicillin.
That's a girl.
Look, you keep out of this. Honey, you'll like Romaine's. I've taken you to eat there every night this month.
Hasn't he got any imagination?
Haven't you got any imagination?
Will you do me a favor and shut up?
How dare you talk to me like that?
I wasn't talking to you.
He shouldn't talk that way to anybody.
You shouldn't talk that way to anybody.
What are you, a parrot?
Let her alone. She's got a right to free speech.
I've got a right to free speech.
Look, why don't you go home?
I'm going.
Not you, you.
Not me. Free assembly. You know, you folks certainly don't act like you're very fond of each other.
Well, you sure got a nerve. We happen to be engaged.
Engaged, and that's how you treat this sweet girl even before you're married.
I'll treat her any old way I like.
Well, if I was her, I know what I'd do.
What?
John.
Yeah?
Here's your ring back.
That's telling him.
That's telling him. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Not you, him.
Now look what you've done, Mac. She's left you.
Left me. You don't think she'll come back?
Never. That girl hates your guts.
Oh, that's impossible. I can't live without that girl.
That's right. She's in your blood.
Oh, I feel like killing myself.
Well?
I know what I'll do. I'll shoot myself. That's what I'll do. I'll shoot myself.
Don't be a fool.
No?
Listen to me.
What?
Mac, the Brooklyn Bridge is only 2 blocks away.
And now, kiddies, it's time for Uncle Henry to read the funnies. Now, the funnies Uncle Henry is going to read are the advertising cartoons you find at the bottom of the page. When you read the regular funnies in the paper, all you find out is that after 20 years, Orphan Annie is still 8 years old. And that everybody but me is ready for Freddy. But in the advertising cartoons, you really learn something. Here is Uncle Henry.
All right, kiddies. Let's look at the advertising funnies. Here's a funny one. Here's the first one. The title is...
Doctors prove that 2 out of 3 women can have lovelier skin. And 2 out of 3 cannot.
Well, let's look at the funny pictures here. Now, in the first box, you see there, kiddies, there are 2 beautiful young girls. And the funny thing about them is that balloons are coming out of their heads with what is supposed to be human speech printed in them. Now, you see this? In this here balloon coming out of Abigail's head, it says...
Here I am, a ravishing debutante, and nobody takes me to picnics, parties, dances, canoe trips, hikes, baseball games, movies, parcheesi games, or strawberry festivals. I wonder why. It's that dull, dingy skin you got there. That's the trouble. Even though you're the best friend I got, you probably got the worst face in this here whole town. This whole town of busted shin, Utah. I am also madly in love with handsome Roberto Kumquat, who is captain of the football team, swimming champion, flipper-in of the hounds at the quail shoot, debating champion, and your cousin. But he pays me little, if any, mind. It's that dull, dingy skin you got there. That's the trouble. What shall I ever do? I guess you never heard of the celebrated 14-second cucumber cream plan, did you? Well, under this scientific, tested, and approved plan, which doctors all agree, in impartial surveys made exclusively among independent surgeons and veterinaries, it was proved conclusively. It was? Sure. All you gotta do, see, is buy the economy special introductory offer of the $8 jar, see? And then you massage it into your dull, dingy skin for a couple of years.
Now, in the next box, kiddies, we see this beautiful but dingy girl rubbing stuff in her face. And then you look, see, there, in the next box, it's 14 seconds later, and it shows Roberto Kumquat. He sees Abigail, and there's a balloon coming out of his head with an electric light bulb in it. And he says,
Gee, Abigail, let me and you get married.
Then, you see there, kiddies, in the next box, Abigail and her girlfriend are talking again about the marriage, and in the balloons it says...
Oh, Abigail, ain't it wonderful? Yeah, I guess he don't mind your dull, dingy skin you got there.
We ain't through. We're not through yet.
Well, kiddies, let's turn the page. Now, on the bottom of this page is the Abba Baba toothpaste funny comic strip. Now, you see there? First, there's a picture of a man in a doctor's white coat with some kind of shiny thingamajig strapped on his head. And he's pointing at us with a little mirror on a stick. And there's a balloon coming out of his head. And in it says...
Yes, Abba Baba toothpaste is the only toothpaste containing Oxidol.
Then, kiddies, you see there, underneath that is the title of the comic strip.
What Sis's brother told Sis.
In the first panel, we find Sis and her boyfriend Elmer seated on the living room couch holding hands. That is, Elmer is holding his hands and Sis is holding hers. Sis's little brother, named Brother, enters the room.
Hello, Sis. Hello, Elmer. Oh, there's Brother. My little brother.
Shall we give him a quarter and have him go away, Elmer?
Well, it doesn't matter. If he'll give me a quarter, I'll go away.
But why do you want to leave me, Elmer? There must be a reason.
Yeah, there is a reason. So long.
Well, kiddies, at this, Sis breaks into tears and Elmer leaves. Brother comes over to Sis, pats her tenderly on the shoulder, and a balloon comes out of his head, and it says...
Sis, don't you know why Elmer left?
No, I don't, brother.
Look, Sis, why don't you see your dentist?
But Elmer is my dentist.
He is? Well, with a jerk like that, seeing him twice a year is enough.
Well, kiddies, that about ends the funnies for this week. There are a couple of more here in the paper. There's one about a stenographer who became a Hollywood star by brushing her teeth. And there's another here about a Hollywood star who became a stenographer by the same method. But they'll keep. This is Uncle Henry saying good night. Hooray! This is a fairly unusual number. This is Liszt's Hungarian Rhapsody number 2 by Bernie Green.
A week from Sunday, Father's Day, give Dad the keenest gift in town. Choose an Eversharp Schick Injector Razor, the razor that banishes forever 90% of all shaving nuisances. Ends nuisance number 1. No time wasted. Eversharp Schick Injector Razor has been proved at least 50% faster. Ends nuisance number 2. No nicks or cuts. Patented guard bar prevents skin irritation. Even under nose, Eversharp Schick shaves close and clean. Ends nuisance number 3. Nothing to take apart or put together. World's easiest razor to clean. Just rinse, shake, put away. Ends nuisance number 4. No blades to unwrap. Automatic blade changer locks a keen new Eversharp blade, the world's sharpest blade, in place instantly. Yes, it's 50% faster, 100% safer, 200% cleaner. So for Father's Day, give Dad an Eversharp Schick Injector Razor. It's a $1.75 value. The Eversharp Schick Injector Razor is priced at $1. 20 blades, 75 cents. Both yours at the special combination price of only $1.25. And there's no better gift at any price. And now, once again, we bring you our Hollywood reporter, Jimmy Morgan, who will tell us all about the doings in the film capital. And here he is, Jimmy Morgan.
Good evening, movie fans. This is your Hollywood reporter, Jimmy Morgan, with news and views of Hollywood. Exclusive. Mickey Rooney is taller than you think if you think he's shorter than he is. Exclusive. The Supreme Court has just ruled that you don't have to see Duel in the Sun unless you want to. Bulletin. The Marx brothers are definitely related. Bulletin. George Brent's first name is the same as Gladys George's last name, though you'd never think it to look at them. Open letter to nobody. Since I am addressing this open letter to nobody, naturally I have nothing to say. And since I have nothing to say, perhaps it is best that I say nothing, but I will not be silenced by such twisted logic. I stand on my rights and state firmly and without fear of contradiction that when I have nothing to say to nobody or something to say to somebody, it amounts to the same thing. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Very truly yours, Jimmy Morgan. Hollywood, June 1st. Today is Sunday. Hollywood, June 2nd. Clark Gable confirmed to rumor today that he may make a picture this year, or he may not. Remember, you heard it here first. Hollywood, June 3rd, 1870. There was nobody here then. Americans in the news. For details, see your local newspaper. Bulletin. When Gregory Peck's shoelace becomes untied, he stoops down and ties it. Think that over, some of you kids who want to attain success without working for it. Attention, New York newspapers. Watch your front pages tomorrow for a front page item. And so this is your Hollywood reporter, Jimmy Morgan, saying good night to you, and you, but certainly not to you.
There's a new experience in writing with the Eversharp CA pen. Its magic sphere rolls ink on dry. Smoother, cleaner, easier. Writes and writes without constant refilling nuisance. CA means Eversharp's exclusive capillary action cartridge. Try an Eversharp CA pen. Great pen value at $15.
I want to thank the producer of this program because this is the first time, to my knowledge, in the last 8 weeks that I've had a chance to say Morgan will be on the same corner in front of the cigar store again next week at the same time.
Manufacturers of Eversharp Chick Injector razors and blades invite you to tune in same time, same station next week when Eversharp will again bring you the Henry Morgan Show. This is Charles Irving saying goodnight for Eversharp. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. The Henry Morgan Show? Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Chick Injector razors and blades and famous Eversharp precision writing instruments, brings you the Henry Morgan Show, featuring Bernie Green and his orchestra and a few surprises.
Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Thank you. Last week in Washington, a congressman made a speech in which he said that New York was not an English-speaking city. This is true. The congressman from the South. He happened, of course, to be absolutely correct in his assumption that New Yorkers are not well-spoken. Except, of course, for a few of us born here. You see, it's quite true that many of us, or our parents, or their parents, came from abroad. For example, I understand that the congressman's antecedents were English and spoke quite clearly and distinctly.
What would happen with you here? The joint said nothing till all third there.
Of course, there are some of us who were born in the city of New York who were sufficiently fortunate not to have picked up any of the local speech mannerisms. I mean, it's been years since I was in school, of course, but that don't mean I can't speak no English.
It's a question of choice. Like the other night I was to dance, so I was standing around a couple of girls, and we was tuning a red. And after we took the dames home, and me and the other fellas had some beers and went to drinks. Following day, I had a hangover. I didn't go to work. I knocked off.
What's the matter with the congressman? That ain't English? Matter of fact, I heard that congressman speak once. And he really does know about the English language. You know what he said?
I'll tell the members of the Congress what I think.
Well, I got that off my chest. Sometimes, when I'm not sleeping so well, I go to the movies. The other day, I went to see a movie starring those immortal lovers, Cowboy Hernando Fenstermacher and his horse, Flatfoot. And there was a second feature, too. Gwendolyn Schmendelin and Carrie Nieback in a delightful $38 picture called Blondie Drops Dead. Also Andy Hardy. Well, I finally found a seat, and I just settled myself for a nice nap when the woman in back of me, the woman who's always in back of you, too, started talking.
Hey, look at that hat Gwendolyn's wearing. Yeah. You want another chocolate? Thanks. Mabel has a hat like that. Only $2.95 she paid for hers. On her, it looks terrible. She got it in that new place. Yeah. Hey, ain't that fella with the striped pants, Harry what's his name, used to be a child star? Yeah. What's he doing now, climbing into a lady's boudoir? Yeah, it's amazing how they grow up, ain't it? Now, look, her and her husband are leaving the room. Look out, Harry, he's got a gun. You want another chocolate? Thanks. Ooh, that was close. Did you see that? Now he's looking for the diamond bracelet. Not there, Harry. Over there in the drawer. What do you want to tell him where it is for? I don't know. Somehow I always liked Harry.
Personally, I'd grown to hate Harry. And I was glad when they caught him red-handed and the judge gave him 10 years. The sentence could have been worse. They could have made him sit through the picture. Well, I was just dozing off again when Poyle started in on the second feature.
Oh, this picture I've seen already. Look, they're at breakfast. He's hitting her in the face with half a grapefruit. Ain't that awful? Yeah, with grapefruit, 2 for a quarter. See, the reason they're arguing is that when they got married yesterday, she told him she was poor. Now she's confessed she's got $3 million. What man would stand for that? Only a heel of the face waters. Then later in the picture, she tries to regain his love. She tells him she gave away the $3 million. What happens then? He hits her with the other half of the grapefruit. Oh, look out. He's got a gun. Oh, I forgot it ain't loaded. He's just cleaning it. I mean, he thinks it ain't loaded, and you think it ain't loaded, unless you've seen the picture, of course. But one morning at breakfast, he's drinking orange juice and cleaning the gun. Orange juice? Yeah, she don't give him no more grapefruit. Anyway, he's cleaning the gun, and it goes off. It was really loaded, see what I mean? And he shoots his wife. Kills her, huh? No, she just incurs a nasty flesh wound. You have incurred a nasty flesh wound, Thelma, old Dr. Hospital tells her. Then he says, I brought you into this world, and I can heal this breach. But you must look into your heart to find out how to heal this breach in your marriage. Then he turns and walks slowly away. Oh, it's enough to make you cry. I understand what you mean. Then the doctor kills himself, huh? No, he comes back. Why? You see, he was so busy talking, he forgot to fix up the nasty flesh wound. Say, that man is listening to every single word we say. Which one? The one in front of us that's pretending to be asleep. Of all the noise. Oh, let him listen. Maybe he'll learn something. So how do they patch things up on account of his shot?
Certainly not, ladies.
How do you know, Smarty? You see the picture?
No, but I'm a pretty good guesser. Thelma finds that she's going to have a baby, but she's too proud to tell Poindexter, her husband. However, I imagine that what will happen is old Dr. Hosfeld has a man-to-man talk with Poindexter. Since they're both men, he has no other choice. And the proud father arrives at the hospital just in time. Thelma tells him that she hasn't given away the $3 million, but had merely buried it. So they decide to dig it up and put it in the baby's name. Then Poindexter hands him a fountain pen and insists that he autograph the baby. As he does so, they all fade and the picture ends.
Is that right, Boyle? Yeah, that's right. And all I gotta say is some people got a lot of nerve telling the ending and spoiling the picture for everybody else.
We have a pretty funny routine towards the end of the show. And now a short 15-minute commercial announcement. Maybe you didn't hear what I said. I said a commercial announcement for kids. Kids, the Eversharp Chick Injector Razor, the Eversharp, that is, makes an inexpensive Father's Day present if you have an inexpensive father. The razor changes blades automatically, which means that your father will have more time for giving you those lickings you need. All you have to remember, kids, is the name Eversharp. That's all you have to remember. Of course, if that's all you remember, you'll fail in geography, history, spelling, and arithmetic. But you'll be making the Eversharp Company very happy. And, of course, the razor's worth a lot more money. But we can't get it. Another interesting item, the razor blades are made from the same kind of high-quality steel that goes into razor blades. The Eversharp Chick Injector Razor comes with 20 blades, or enough so your father can slash you hundreds of times. Remember, $1.25 cash will help you to trim your father's mustache. As you know, Ray Heatherton is at the Biltmore Hotel now. He's appearing there, doing fine. And the last time Ray Heatherton was with us, he sang a cute Irish brogue. And to introduce him, I tried a little brogue myself. A number of letters came in and suggested that I do excellent dialect, except Irish. Well, it happens there's a dialect I do even worse, Scotch. Ray's number is Scotch, and he does it fine, so I quit.
It's nice to sit down when you're 94 down by the kitchen fire and think of the things you used to have and the girls that you admire. But a farmer's life's a healthy life and I feel as good as new. And I'll bet a Bob you'll be surprised at what I'll tell to you. I'm 94 this morning, I am 94 today. I'm not so young as I used to be, I'm getting old and grey. But my heart is young and I'm fond of fun and I'm very proud to say I'm getting married on Thursday, though I'm 94 today. I'm 94 today, and I didn't feel a day over 87. I've been married before, you know. And I have a fine son, Donald. Donald's a fine kid. He's 72. A little small for his age. Then there's his lad, Angus. Angus is 54 and a bit flighty. But he'll settle down when he gets older. His child, Sandy, is 36, and he has a tiny tot of his own, Wee Alec. Wee Alec is planning to get married, too, you know. And I heard him telling his dad and granddad, in the presence of his great-grandfather the other day, that he thinks I'm going to leave him the money for his honeymoon after I'm gone. Well, I'm going to fool him. The money's going for my honeymoon, and that's the reason I'm getting married again. It's not love, you see. Not love at all. Spite. I'm 94 this morning, I am 94 today. I'm not so young as I used to be, I'm getting old and grey. But my heart is young and I'm fond of fun and I'm very proud to say I'm getting married on Thursday, oh, I'm 94 today.
weeks ago, we opened the Morgan Summer Resort and Travel Agency to give people a choice of places where they could go to get their 2 weeks of sunstroke. Our agency, you remember, handles both Class A and Class B hotels. The difference between A and B is this. The Class A hotel has its name on the towels, and the towels of the Class B hotel have the name of the Class A hotel. Just a minute. I see another customer coming in. Good day, sir, and what can we do for you?
I come in to see about my wife wants she should go on one of them one-way cruises.
You know, I never wrote it that way.
Well, I come in to see about my wife wants she should go away on one of them cruises.
I see. What did she have in mind?
What she had in mind was she should go away on one of them cruises.
Yes. Well, I think that
You got boats?
Yes, we've got boats. I was just going to say that...
Then get her a boat. She should go away on one of them cruises.
Well, we have 2 luxury liners on our list. One goes to Bermuda.
And the other one?
Doesn't.
Where does that one go?
Well, there seems to be something wrong with it. It starts out for Bermuda, but the waves keep pushing it back to Pier 66. Would you care to see a picture of it?
Yeah.
I'll have my office boy get it. Oh, Mr. Arnold?
Yeah.
Well, you get a picture of that pleasure boat from the files.
Say please.
You know, it's the only time in radio a line like that ever got applause. You said, Mr. Arnold?
I said, say please if you want to get a picture from the files already.
All right. Please. You see, sir, he hasn't been paid in 3 weeks.
In the files. Let me see. Dude Rancher, Seashore, Camp Schmo. Oh, here it is. The SS Suicide.
Suicide?
That's his idea of a joke.
Joke?
Now, let's look at this boat. What do you think of her?
It don't look very sturdy in the picture.
Yeah, it's sturdier on the picture than it is on the water.
Mr. Arnold, if you please. You see, sir, the boat may not look perfect because she saw service during the war. She went down twice.
By enemy action?
No, it was apparently her own idea. Always was a strange ship.
My wife likes sports on a boat. They got sports for my wife on them cruises?
Yes, there's swimming.
In a pool?
In the ocean.
That's fine. Let's see now. What are them little boats on the side?
Oh, those are the lifeboats.
Lifeboats examined on every trip?
On this ship, they used on every trip.
That's so. Sounds dangerous.
Oh, not really dangerous. Let's call it thrilling. Your wife would have found the last cruise really stimulating. Don't take my word for it. Ask any survivor.
How long will my wife be gone?
Who knows? Well, what I actually mean is, of course, our 4-month cruise includes a stopover in South America.
Which country?
That depends on the wind.
I made up my mind. 4 months on the SS Suicide for my wife.
You sure now?
Yeah. She told me to make sure she should go away on one of them cruises.
But?
She didn't say I had to make sure she got back.
It was cute. Didn't mean anything much, but it was cute. Have you ever noticed what jolly fellows used car dealers are? Alan touched on this, but didn't really do it. Well, they all have names like the Giggling Turk, the Chuckling Arabian, the Guffawing Eskimo. I used to wonder what made used car dealers so happy. And I finally decided it must be the prices written on the windshields of the cars they're selling. And then there are some dealers who aren't content to be merely happy. They've lost their marbles entirely. Men like Screwball Rumshinsky, Crackpot Kleber, Maniac Morgan. Now, this last group, they're mostly prevalent on the West Coast, but they'll be here soon. This last group advertises that they've gone mad because they sell cars for less than they paid for them. And anybody in Wall Street will tell you that this sort of thing drives a man crazy quicker than anything else. Just the other day, a fellow I know got tired waiting for a new car and decided to buy a used car, so he went to see Maniac Morgan.
Hey, are you Maniac Morgan?
Sometimes. Sometimes a Napoleon. Not a fruitcake.
Well, could you get a grip on yourself so you could show me a used car?
Yes, sir. Now, just take a look at this 1934 Fadang convertible, $800, only 200 miles on the speedometer.
Well, how come there's only 200 miles on the speedometer?
We turned it back. How crazy can you get?
Oh, been taken care of, has it?
Sir?
I said been taken good care of, has it?
Mister, this little job here was owned by a nice old elderly couple in their old age who used to bring it into the house every night and give it a saucer of warm milk.
Yeah, well, I guess they didn't have much trouble carrying it. It don't have no chassis.
That's a beauty part. Your modern automobile today is loaded down with all kinds of useless accessories. Like a chassis, for instance. Now, this little baby is streamlined, ready to go wherever you throw it.
Hey, well, look, it's only got 3 wheels.
Friend, you going to accuse that nice old elderly couple of stealing a wheel, are you?
Well, no, I
Don't
didn't.
you have a mother and a father?
Yeah, I do, and they sure can wreck a car. But, could I see something with 4 wheels?
Okay, you want to be fussy. Here, how's about this 1928 Pat Vogel? Just look at that speedometer.
Hey, there's no mileage at all.
Right. Came direct from the factory in Detroit.
Well, I mean, there ought to be some mileage for a trip like that.
Don't be silly. 6 guys carried. They didn't want to dirty the tires.
Oh.
Look, this little car has 4 wheels. If it's wheels you want, wheels you get.
Well, let me look at something else, will you?
All right, look at this little job here. Belonged to this nice elderly lady, see? She never passed a driver's license. Practically like new.
But that's a snowplow, ain't it?
Friend, look, you paint over where it says Department of Streets. How many people going to notice?
Well, you got something a little less conspicuous?
All right. How about this brand new 1947 Buzzkirk over here? List price, brand new, $1,200.
$1,200 for a new car?
That's right, Jack, but we ain't allowed to sell no new cars here. Hand me that sledgehammer. Okay. We got a used car. Take it away for $1,800. Bernie Green leads the orchestra and makes the arrangements for it, too. The other day, Bernie and I were discussing the music number for this week, and I said I thought he ought to do a popular tune for once. So he agreed, and we went out and bought Variety, which lists the hit tunes every week. And then we decided that wasn't popular enough. We ought to get a real classic, something that everybody knows and loves. And we ought to make real symphonic stuff out of it. So finally we decided on a tune that's been on the secret hit parade for years, and nobody's ever noticed. Bernie Green and the orchestra, and one of the best-known tunes of our time.
Ladies and gentlemen, Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Chick Injector Razors and Eversharp Pens and Repeater Pencils, has an announcement so sensational, so important to you about pens, that tonight Eversharp pens take the spotlight. Ever hear a pen talk? You're going to right now. Eversharp CA pens are now on sale. And talk about values. Listen.
I am the $25 14-karat gold-filled Eversharp CA repeater pen.
Now $9.95.
I am the $15 Eversharp CA pen with 14-karat gold-filled cap.
Now $7.95.
I am the $8.75 Eversharp CA pen.
Now $5.95.
I am the $6.95 Eversharp CA pen.
Now $3.95. Here are values that may never again be duplicated. Here is an opportunity that you cannot afford to miss. So act quickly. Buy several now. Father's Day, graduation, and business gifts. Compare. Comparison proves. Give Eversharp, and you save on the finest.
I am the $6.95 way Japan.
You know, I spend many delightful and educational hours listening to the radio, trying to beat contestants on quiz programs to the answers. Like last week, I won thousands of dollars just sitting home. Now, one program particularly intrigues me. It's run by some medical man, doctor something or other. Maybe he's a dentist, I don't know. It's a very educational radio show, and if it was on every night, we could do away with all the colleges in the country. So to do our bit to improve America's IQ, we've put together a program something like this one. I'm ready, Charlie.
Okay, Henry. The following program is sponsored by the Acid Fruit and Vegetable Company. Try our fruit and vegetable. It's pre-treated with enough acid to kill all harmful vitamins. An acid fruit is guaranteed to give you that rich, healthy, glowing rash. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here he is, your quizmaster and mine, Dr. I.J. the Mental Fox.
Thank you. I'd like you to meet my associates, Mr. Hart in the left balcony.
Thank you, Doctor.
Mr. Schaffner in the right balcony.
Thank you, Doctor.
Mr. Marks in the left orchestra.
Thank you, Doctor.
Mr. Crunch in the right orchestra. Mr. Crunch in the right orchestra. Mr. Crunch, you're through with this show.
Thank you, Doctor.
Now, who's
Thank
our
you,
first
Doctor.
contestant, Mr. Hart? Our first contestant, please, Mr. Hart.
I have a lady in the balcony, Doctor.
Oh, then I won't disturb you now. Who's our first contestant?
I have a gentleman here, Doctor.
$10 silver to that gentleman if he can tell me whether the Atlantic Charter was signed on the Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean.
The Atlantic Ocean.
Oh, I'm sorry. But if you look it up, I think you'll find it was signed on a boat. But a bag of potatoes. Next contestant.
I have a lady, Doctor.
$16 silver if that lady will answer this question. Think now. How many states are there in the United States?
48.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I think you...
Dr. I.J., that's the right answer, 48.
I'm sorry. It says right here on my slip, 84.
Doctor, you're holding it upside down.
But a big bunch of grapes to that lady.
I have a gentleman in the balcony, Doctor.
$12 silver to that gentleman if he tells me whether a muskrat is an island in the Pacific, an island in the Atlantic, an island in the Mediterranean, or an island in the Antarctic.
I think it's an animal.
I'm sorry, sir, but you'll have to stick to those choices.
An island in the Atlantic.
Oh, I'm sorry, but if you look it up, you'll find a muskrat is an animal. But give that gentleman a carriage.
I have a gentleman in the mezzanine, Doctor.
$24 silver to that gentleman if he tells me who won the cutest baby contest in New York City in 1924.
Robert G. Croy.
Give that gentleman $24 silver. Your name and address, sir.
Robert G. Croy, New York. I have a lady in the loge, Doctor.
It's time for our regular feature, the tongue twister. $16 silver if you repeat this sentence after me exactly as I say it. Are you ready?
Yep.
Here I go. I can only say it once, so listen. Said Thelma to Thelma, if Elmer takes Thelma swimming, when Elmer and Thelma are sweet 16, listen carefully, I can only say it once. Says Thelma to Elmer, Thelma, if Thelma takes, give that lady $13 silver.
I have a gentleman, Doctor.
$75 silver to that gentleman if he answers this question correctly. If a man runs 100 yards in 10 seconds and a lady runs 200 yards wearing sneakers, how long will it take?
Would you repeat the question, please?
No, but a bag of split green peas.
I have a gentleman here, Doctor.
For our final question, we come now to our famous people contest. we will give you clues about a famous person. If you guess right on the first clue, you get $100 silver.
Oh, I'm dying.
Now, with each clue given, the price goes down. Are you ready?
Hurry up, Doc.
Very well, here's the first clue. He was a famous...
George Washington.
One moment, please. He was born in...
Abraham Lincoln.
Will you please let me finish the clue?
Oh, I'm sorry, Doc.
Very well. As a little child...
Margaret O'Brien.
Not yet. As a child, he was very small.
Mickey Rooney.
Please, one at a time.
Tommy Manville.
I give up.
Robert E. Lee.
Now, sir, listen. Second clue for $50 silver, and let me finish this time. It's the only way you can win, you know.
Okay, Doc, I got excited, but I'm relaxed now. I'm breathing regular. Go ahead, Doc.
Very well. This man...
Ludwig von Beethoven.
No, he's not a musician.
Oh, Carl Lombardo.
I'm sorry, your time is up. The person I had in mind was Lorenzo Camac, the man who modernized the pushcart. Let's give that man a small bag of soup greens.
And listen again next week to Dr. I.J. the Mental Fox. Only 3 days left before Father's Day to get Dad the one gift that's sure to click. An Eversharp Chick Injector Razor. The only razor with the automatic blade changer. He'll be thankful every time he shaves. You'll be thankful for that economical price. Only $1.25, complete with 20 Eversharp Chick blades. Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Chick Injector Razors and Blades, invite you to tune in same time, same station next week when Eversharp will again bring you the Henry Morgan Show. This is Charles Irving saying goodnight for Eversharp. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. The Henry Morgan Show? Eversharp, manufacturer of Eversharp Chick Injector Razors and Blades and famous Eversharp precision writing instruments, brings you the Henry Morgan Show, featuring Bernie Green and his orchestra and a few surprises.
Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Pity you people here in the studio had to miss that Hope Crosby thing. Boy, that was funny. Well, you're very kind anyway. Anybody here tonight from Brooklyn? Fred? Gee, I'm awfully sorry. That's the last mention of Brooklyn on the program, and you probably won't applaud anymore, but thanks for what you've done so far. Nice of you. Anybody here from Newark? There's a bus outside leaving in 5 minutes. Is there anybody, if I didn't know, is there anybody here from the Eversharp Company? They sit up there. At home, you can't tell where up there is, but we know, don't we? It's up there in that booth. That's executives, you know. They come every week, and on the way home, their wives explain the jokes to them. All the vice presidents of the Razor Company are here tonight. I can see, barely, the one in charge of edges. There's one vice president of Eversharp who started out with the company as an office boy. And today, he's a vice president. He's still an office boy. And supposed to be errand boy. I ruined it somehow. You know how those people come to a broadcast, or why? Free tickets. That's all. And they invite their friends, too. They say, why don't you come with us to the Henry Morgan Show? We own him. Yeah, we own him. That's a laugh. But who can laugh? Things are going... Radio isn't too bad, though. Really, it isn't. After you're on the air a while, you get to be pretty well known. Lots of people come up to you, shake your hand, ask you for free samples. It's a very nice feeling, everybody knowing who you are and everything. Like I was at a party the other evening, and there were a lot of people I'd never even seen before. And still, this is what happened. Hello, Mrs. Maynard. I'm Henry Morgan.
Who?
Morgan, Mr. Maynard phoned me. I mean, your husband.
Oh, Henry Morgan, the radio man, of course. Oh, come in, come in. Won't everyone be thrilled? Oh, Mrs. Fosdick. Yes? This is Henry Morgan. Who?
Morgan. Henry.
Oh, I'm delighted to meet you, Mr. Henry.
It's Morgan, Henry Morgan. You know, on the radio.
Oh, the radio. Oh, the voice does sound familiar. Say something, Mr. Muggin.
Say something. Say something. Push, pull, click, click.
What?
Push, pull, click, click.
How now, brown cow?
Brown cow. I simply must be leaving, Mrs. Maynard. This lovely party. Nice to meet you, Mr. Mutton. Push, pull, brown cow.
Come on, Henry. I must introduce you to everyone. Oh, Mr. Cantwell.
Oh, yes.
I want you to meet Henry Morgan. You know Mr. Morgan, of course.
Oh, surely, of course. How are you?
Fine.
I've been hearing a lot about you.
Really?
Yes. What are you doing these days?
Oh, well, the same thing.
Oh, bully. How is the old bunch?
Okay, I guess. Which bunch do you mean?
Tell me something. How is good old...
He went to California.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought he was still...
No, they closed down.
Well, bless my soul. Anyway, it's nice to have...
Not at all.
Oh, isn't it nice when old friends get together?
Yes, delightful.
Well, come on now, Henry. I want you to meet someone else. Oh, there's Dr. Peterson. Doctor.
Yes?
This is Henry Morgan.
Who?
Dr. Peterson, this is the Henry Morgan.
Oh, there are many of them?
No, Doctor, it's a common name. There's a Frank Morgan.
Frank Morgan, now there's a funny fellow. Don't you agree, Mr.
Peterson.
Yeah. Frank Morgan, yes, funny fellow. Every time he laughs, that funny laugh of his, I laugh.
That funny laugh of yours?
Doctor, this Morgan, Henry, is well known on the radio.
Oh, really? The voice does sound familiar. Say something.
Well, push, pull, click, click.
Oh, of course, there's no mistaking that resonant voice. The fat man, aren't you?
Maybe a little.
Oh, there's something I want to ask you, fat man. In your last case, how did you know that the murderer had the knife concealed in his pants?
What?
The knife. How did you know that he had it in his pants?
Well, before the program, we took his pants off.
I see. Well, I must be off. Goodbye, Mrs. Maynard. Goodbye, fat man.
Goodbye, madman.
I'm very embarrassed, Henry, but there's one man here who's very intelligent. He's a terrific fan of yours.
Oh, that's nice.
That's him pouring the punch over his head. Jerry.
Yes?
Jerry, this is Henry Morgan.
Who?
Henry Morgan, you know.
Oh, Henry Morgan. Oh, boy, am I glad to meet you. Everything you say kills me, no kidding.
How do you do?
It isn't what he says, it's the way he says it. Say something else, Henry.
Well, it's raining, you know.
You hear that? You know, it's raining, you know. As if there were some people who don't know. Oh, that's thinking. I can't stand it anymore. Hey, Mabel, come here. This will kill you.
Oh, Henry, there's a lady who seems to know you.
I certainly hope so.
Oh, Margaret, this is Henry Morgan. Who?
But, Mother! Boom. Here is Teddy Katsoftis. Teddy's been with us before because he sings in Greek, which gives the program a nice touch. And besides, it doesn't cost us too much because he plays his own accompaniment on the tuba. Tonight, Mandalay.
Θέλω να σε δω κρυφά ένα βράδυ. Μα να μην το μάθει αυτός κανείς. Κι όπως θα έργω πέφτει το σκοτάδι. Θα σε περιμένω να φανείς. Sagapo. 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 Istandromotis mandilace. Putapsaria, pesun, flying fishes. Getacolokitia, megalonum. Istakimatatis, thalassis, Puokirios, Venionis, Apsarevi. Faina.
We have invited the eminent scientist, Dr. Henry von Morgan, to say a few thousand words. Doctor?
Sure. I would like to discuss the ever-sharp chic injector razor for couple hours. The ever-sharp razor is frightening. The ever-sharp changes blades automatically. So simple a tiny child could do it if he was shaving. As a matter of fact, any tiny child with $1.25 could buy one. I don't care. The ever-sharp injector razor comes in a little box with 20 blades there in it also. And it makes the shaving quicker, hook adequate. Absolutely as a fact that hundreds of users are using it. And the reason that all these people is using the ever-sharp chic injector razor is that they got one. Just be so kindly, you remember the name, ever-sharp chic injector razor, which is on sale at all kinds of places too hideous to mention. Well, last night was one of those things. I stayed up late again listening to the radio. Stayed up very late listening to one of my favorite radio shows, the All-Night Disc Jockey. I don't know how those fellas stay awake, but every night millions of people stay awake to find out how they stay awake. Anyway, this is the way this guy sounded.
This is station WXC, the friendly station. The station that loves you to pieces. Bringing you Jiving in the Heaven from midnight till 7. And here's your all-night pal, Chuckles Morgan.
Hello again, guys and gals. This is Chuckles Morgan. Before I play the first record, I got a little request here from Milty G's wife, celebrating Milty G's homecoming from the Army. He was discharged 3 years ago in Paris and just got home. Well, folks want to hear that new hit song, Your Eyes Match Garbo's, Baby. I wish they'd match each other. Fine little record here. It's played by that great maestro from the South, Phil Hamhock and his orchestra, featuring Phil on the vocals.
Chloe!
Fine. That's great, Phil. Now I got a little request here. Got a little request from some of the boys at good old Sing Sing Prison. They want to hear their favorite Handle Me with Kid Gloves, Honey. They don't leave fingerprints. Coming right up, boys, but first a brief transcription.
I have stringy, shabby, sloppy hair.
Ladies, do you have stringy, shabby, sloppy hair? When you run your comb through your hair, do you find your comb has a nicer hairdo than you do? Then use Glove shampoo, made out of pure oil of oatmeal. Glove is the only shampoo that comes already cooked. Listen to what one regular Glove shampoo user says.
I have stringy, shabby, sloppy hair.
Fine. Now a little, relative. I have a little number put together by that master of the rumba, Xavier Gatt, and his 30 Spanish onions. The vocal chorus is by Miguelito Klein, and he sings that romantic old favorite, My Sweet Little Alice Blue Nose. Take it, Mig. Oh, yes. Oh, that Miguelito. He's a real Spanish cucaracha. Now, before our next number, a brief transcription.
Hot. Hot. That's what Callahan's Turkish bath is. Hot.
Hear that, gang? Callahan's Turkish bath is hot. The place where good fellows meet. Remember the special offer, half price to real Turks. Get our special rub down. Now, our special rub down, you're untouched by human hands. Callahan does it himself. But remember, we are not responsible for bodies left over 30 days.
Hot. Hot. That's what Callahan's Turkish bath is. Hot.
Now, guys and gals, I got a little request here from Kate G., Harry P., Ruth S., Freddie L., Charlotte Z., Frank T., Patsy F., and Carol M. They want to hear Sweet Georgia B. And we have it here, played by Spike Bones, and this is a special arrangement for piano and stool. The vocal chorus will be sung by the incomparable Hilda Borscht. And here is Sweet Georgia B.
Georgia B.
Lost his B there for a second, didn't he? Oh, Spike, that was trip. Now on the list, here's that old favorite Western, Give Me My Boots and My Bottle, Yip-I-Yay. But first, a brief transcription.
Oh, yes, it's fun. Real fun.
Yes, indeed. Sitting on Feinschreiber's feathers is fun. Especially when they're in a Feinschreiber fluffy feather pillow. Feinschreiber's feathers are sterilized. They are plucked from boiled chickens. Feinschreiber's feathers have many uses. One, pillows. And many other uses. Listen to what the average person in your block is saying. What time is it?
Which way is the fish market?
It's a beautiful day.
I feel nauseous.
Yes, everyone's talking about Feinschreiber's feathers. Try sleeping on Feinschreiber's feathers. You'll be tickled to death.
Now, guys and gals, Chuckles Morgan brings to you the final disc of the night. That old favorite, Every Little Breeze Seems to Whisper Max. Oh, but I see my time is up. Sorry, this is Chuckles Morgan. Signing off. Remember, I'll be here tomorrow night with... We received a number of letters recently from listeners who wonder why we never give anything away on this program. Here's a typical letter from a man who writes...
Yeah. I've been listening to your program week after week for 2 weeks. And I never hear you give nothing away. This is the way to run a radio show? Is everything coming in, nothing going out? Huh? Well, just let me give you a tip. For the past couple of weeks, I've been shaving with a rusty pair of scissors. And I get by. A wait to the wise is sufficient. Eh, Jack?
Well, after receiving the letter, after I got the letter, I decided it was about time we did run a contest. The most popular kind of contest at present appears to be the kind in which people are asked to identify a mysterious voice. And with the hot weather coming on, that's the kind of entertainment we're going to give you right now.
Can you identify the mystery voice?
Listen carefully. See if you can master the mysterious mutterings of the mystery voice. Come in, voice.
When it's 5 o'clock in Shanghai, it's Wednesday in Alaska. And when it's noon at 2 o'clock, it's leap year in Nebraska.
Friends, do you know who that is? That's a voice of someone you all know. Can't you place it? Listen again. Come in, voice.
When it's 5 o'clock in Shanghai, it's Wednesday in Alaska. And when it's noon at 2 o'clock, it's leap year in Nebraska.
The prize for identifying that voice is a brand new Buzzkirk automobile. Here at our microphones, we have 3 people picked at random from 200 people picked at random. And they're going to try for the grand prize. And here is our first contestant. Your name, please.
Mrs. Ingrid Sludge.
Now, Mrs. Sludge, who do you think is the mystery voice?
William Shakespeare.
Mrs. Sludge, Shakespeare is dead.
Well, we all gotta go sometime.
Thanks for a good try, Mrs. Sludge. And here is your free package of pollen. May we have the next contestant, if you please?
My name is Rancid Scobo.
Mr. Scobo, who do you think is the mystery voice?
Henry Morgan.
Now, what makes you think that I'm the mystery voice?
Well, they always pick some guy nobody ever heard of.
Wrong, but here's a sharp right cross to the jaw for you, sir. Next contestant.
When it's 5 o'clock in Shanghai, it's Wednesday in Alaska.
Why, it's the mystery voice himself. Tell me, how did you get in here with the contestants?
Somebody pushed me.
Well, I'm sorry, but you're disqualified from guessing since you are the mystery voice.
Oh, no, you don't, Morgan. You accepted me as the contestant, and I'll sue you for every razor you got. All I gotta do is name the mystery voice, and I get the great big grand prize. Yes, sir.
Well, come on then, out with it. Who are you?
Isn't that awful? I forget.
If any of you listeners... Oh, you see, that wasn't the end. We always get rooked that way somehow. The end was something like, if you know who the mystery voice is, send your answers to the Eversharp Company, Chicago. Remember, we give no prizes. Why should we? We know who it is. We should have left it out. I was wrong. Bernie Green put together a thing for tonight, which needs about a half hour of explanation. See, we had that thing earlier in the show about disc jockeys, and it gave Bernie an idea for a number. So he wrote a thing, and he calls it the Fabulous Disc Jockey. And it's his idea of how well, suppose that all the records a disc jockey plays in a single night began to run together somehow, the different tunes and the different orchestras, into a sort of a montage, I guess the word is. Maybe it would sound like Bernie's thing, the Fabulous Disc Jockey. Start the record, please.
Tonight, Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Chic Injector Razors and Eversharp Pens and Repeater Pencils, has an urgent message about CA pens. Urgent, you bet it is. You'd better hurry to your Eversharp dealers if you want to get in on the greatest pen buys in Eversharp history. Eversharp's sensational CA pen sale is now in its second week, with prices slashed up to 60%. Most stores still have the full line, including all styles, colors, and combinations, from 14-karat gold-filled to stainless steel and smart modern plastics. But they're going fast. Listen.
I am the $25 14-karat gold-filled Eversharp CA repeater pen.
Now $9.95.
I am the $15 Eversharp CA pen with 14-karat gold-filled cap.
Now $7.95.
I am the $8.75 Eversharp CA pen.
Now $5.95.
I am the $6.95 Eversharp CA pen.
Now $3.95. Here is the opportunity you've been looking for to buy your birthday, wedding, graduation gifts, and business gifts. But don't wait. Remember, this sale is for a limited time only. So be at your dealers early. Compare. Comparison proves. Give Eversharp, and you save on the finest.
I am the Eversharp 995.
Reduced. People are asking more questions today than ever before and getting fewer answers. Now, in an effort to alleviate this shortage of answers, we bring you now the man who knows everything, the Question Man. And here he is, the Question Man.
Good evening.
Our first question, sir, comes from Mr. K.L. of Buffalo, who writes, when introducing one man to another, is it correct to say, Mr. Jones, meet Mr. Smith?
No, you should use their real names.
And here's a letter. Here's a letter from Mr. T.O. of Miami, who asks, is the long side of a right triangle longer than the two short sides, or are the two short sides shorter than the long one?
No, quite the opposite. The long side merely appears to be longer because the short sides appear to be shorter, which is actually the case. If this is not clear, send for my free booklet entitled 10,000 Facts Which Are Not Clear.
And here's a question from Mr. Mosaic of Lexington Avenue. He writes, some cigarette companies claim that tobacco's harmful effects are caused by tobacco dust. Others blame tar and rosin. And still others blame the inferior tobaccos purchased by their rivals. What is the truth of the matter?
According to scientific tests, most of tobacco's harmful effects are caused by the use of tobacco.
And our last question, sir, comes from Mrs. C.M. of Medfield, who asks, what is the best way to curry a chicken?
The best way to curry a chicken is in a shopping bag.
That was the Question Man, brought to you every so often as a public service. They're yours again. Eversharp Chic Injector Blades for the world's fastest, safest, smoothest shaves. Just insert the automatic blade changer in your Eversharp Chic Injector razor, push, pull, click, click, and you're ready to shave. 20 blades, 75 cents at good stores everywhere. This is Charles Irving saying goodnight for Eversharp. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Company. The Henry Morgan Show? Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Chic Injector Razors and Blades and famous Eversharp precision writing instruments, brings you the Henry Morgan Show, featuring Bernie Green and his orchestra and a few surprises.
Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Thank you very much. And welcome to Bank Night. You know, most people think of banks as cold, heartless, large institutions. And they're wrong. There are small banks, too. Have you ever really thought about banks for any reason? Well, a bank is a place where you take your money and you give it to a man behind bars. Sounds like a joke coming, doesn't it? This man is known as a teller. Some tellers, of course, stay in the same job for years and never get anywhere. But some who get to learn the banking business soon rise to become embezzlers.
Either way, they're behind bars. That's a joke, see? That's the way we made it, starting with the first off. Since the war, the banks have become much more humanitarian institutions, especially in giving loans to veterans. Let's see how it works when a veteran walks into a bank where I'm working to get a loan.
Pardon me.
Yes?
Is this the First National Bank and No Trust Company?
Yes. What can we do for you?
Well, I'm here to talk about a loan.
A loan, certainly. For which country?
No, this is a personal loan.
Personal, I see. Well, we're at your service, and I'm sure we'll be able to give you the loan. But we do like to know a little something about you. Can you tell me something about yourself?
Well, I'm a veteran.
Next.
Oh. Yeah, but just a second. You see, I'd like to open a hot dog stand, and I need $500.
$500 for a hot dog stand. Banking circles, that's considered a great deal of mustard. Yes, it is. But we might consider the loan if you have a good character. You weren't a second lieutenant by any chance?
No.
Good. You see, I was a private.
You were? So was I. Hiya, buddy. What outfit were you with?
The MPs, and take your hands out of your pockets. Now, about the collateral for the loan. You own a car?
Yeah, I bought a second-hand car from a used car dealer last month. I paid $1,500 for it.
Well, that's worth $200. Stocks, bonds, insurance?
Oh, no, my wife and I have nothing but some furniture and food.
Furniture, eh? Where's your house?
Oh, we just have furniture, no house. I told you I'm a veteran.
But you mentioned food.
Oh, well, we keep our food in my mother-in-law's house. Just a half a dozen lamb chops.
6 lamb chops, eh? That's $10, $20, $30, $40, $50, $60. Anything else?
No, there's nothing else. Can I have the loan?
Well, let's see. Will you sit under this bright light, please?
This bright light is blinding.
Yes, isn't it? Now then, you admitted you had a car and furniture, didn't you?
Well, I
Didn't you, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
What about the jewelry?
What jewelry?
Where'd you hide it? Who's your fence?
Fence? Why, I haven't got a fence.
You're lying. You know what it means to hold on to the bank? Remember, you're under oath.
Oh, what do you mean? I just came in here.
Shut up. Who sent you? Who you fronting for?
Fronting? I want a lawyer. I want a lawyer.
A lawyer, eh, Casey?
Yeah.
Give this man 10 years in the vault with 6% off for good behavior. Well, there were some nice veterans jokes in there, but you can't expect anybody else, you know. I'd like to get your opinion about a singing group which sounded very good to me. It's the largest male quartet I ever saw. 10 men. The Harmonaires.
I got you and you got you.
All got you and got you. When you get to heaven, gonna put on my shoes, gonna walk all over that hen. Greet God, hen, my Lord, hen. Everybody talking about heaven ain't going there. Everybody talking about heaven ain't going there. Hen, my Lord, hen. Gonna walk all over that hen.
Well, I got a roll band, you got a roll band.
All got you and got a roll. When you get to heaven, gonna put on my robe, gonna shout all over that hen. Greet God, hen, my Lord, hen. Everybody talking about heaven ain't going there. Everybody talking about heaven ain't going there. Hen, my Lord, hen. Gonna shout all over that hen.
Well, I got a harp band, you got a harp band.
All got you and got a harp. When you get to heaven, gonna play on my harp, gonna play all over that hen. Greet God, hen, my Lord, hen. Everybody talking about heaven ain't going there. Everybody talking about heaven ain't going there. Hen, my Lord, hen. Gonna play all over that hen.
Well, I got a song and you got a song and
all got you and got a song. When you get to heaven, gonna sing 'em a song, gonna sing all over that hen. Greet God, hen, my Lord, hen. Everybody talking about heaven ain't going there. Everybody talking about heaven ain't going there. Hen, my Lord, hen. Gonna sing all over that hen.
Well, I got shoes and you got shoes and
all got you and got shoes. When you get to heaven, gonna put on shoes, gonna walk all over that hen. Greet God, hen, my Lord, hen. Everybody talking about heaven ain't going there. 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 I'm going to walk all over God's heaven.
One of the more fascinating aspects of the ever-sharp chick injector razor is that it changes blades automatically. What this means, actually, is that the ever-sharp saves you a few seconds here and there. Well, after all, at the end of a full year, this amounts to almost a minute. Perhaps even more if you hurry. Heaven only knows what you're going to do with all that extra time. I really have no interest at all in discussing it. Another dismal fact about the ever-sharp chick injector razor is that one may purchase the whole thing, razor and 20 blades, for $1.25. This saves you some money in the event you were thinking of spending more than that. So here you are with all this extra time and money and completely bored. Of course, you might try deep breathing exercises. Kills a lot of time. Goodness only knows what you're going to do with the money. You could repeat the words Eversharp Chick Injector Razor over and over a few dozen times until you're bored to death. I assure you it would make absolutely no difference to anyone at all. Well, thanks anyway. My Coming Attractions Theater is doing great business. You know, that's a theater where we show nothing but the best part of the picture, the Coming Attractions. It's very simple. We just cut the picture down from 2 hours to 2 minutes of boredom. For instance, last week we took the pictures It Happened on Fifth Avenue, Miracle on 34th Street, and Smash Up, combined them into 3 minutes, called it Scratched Fender at 34th and 5th. This week we have a very interesting bill. Gilda, Laura, Kitty, Mildred Pierce, and Men Wanted. And we're also showing newsreels this week for the first time. Here's the first one. Professor, start the newsreel.
Pathetic Newsreel presents...
Events of the world through the eyes of a rooster.
And here we are at the famous racetrack Upside Downs for the running of the annual $2,000 Cheapskates. As you know, every year there's an important... The horses are at the post. As you know, every year there's a very important... They're off. There's Creep Away ahead by a... No, that's Walk Away. No, that's... Or is it? No, it isn't. Watch Slide Away out in front. I mean in back. Where is that horse? Oh, he's at the post. He's off. They're coming down the stretch. The leaders are Hideaway, Runaway, Creep Away, Slide Away. Bringing up the rear are Crawl Away, This Away, and That Away. And the winner is... Max.
Here's Governor Horatio P. Hamhock speaking for Pathetic Newsreel from the Governor's Mansion.
I am happy to present this check. Am I standing all right? For the housing fund that the fine children of this proud state... Beat it, will you, kid? You're in the way of the camera. Have collected. I believe in housing. Can you see me all right? Yeah, I believe in housing for the people of my state. Someday, they're going to live in them. This check for better housing for this state was sent directly to the governor's mansion, and it will be used to maintain the governor's mansion. And I say further... Get out of the way, Senator. Your stomach is blocking the camera. And I say further that...
It's a gala day for the launching of the new destroyer, SS Seaweed. And here's the Admiral's wife about to swing the champagne bottle.
I christen thee in the name of my husband, Admiral Horatio B. Seaweed.
A little closer to the microphone, Mrs. Seaweed.
Horatio B. Seaweed.
Here goes the champagne bottle and... Oh, she missed it.
I christen thee.
Mrs. Seaweed, all right already. Here goes the champagne bottle and... Missed again.
I christen thee.
Here goes the ship down the ways. Followed by the champagne bottle and by Mrs. Seaweed.
Here comes the main feature, the Coming Attractions.
Coming, son, to Fry. At our regular unpopular prices.
You hated her when you saw Wicked Woman.
You were infuriated by Imperfect Lady.
You'll be thoroughly disgusted when you see...
The rotten tomato.
She was cruel, wicked, ruthless. But men went mad for her because she had...
A good figure.
She used men as toys, and her closet was full of them. In gripping scenes like these...
Listen to me, you.
What is it?
I love you, Sadie Corpuscle. You're different from all the other young women I've known.
How?
You're 65 years old. I tell you, I can't live without you.
Get out of my sight, Chester, quick, or I'll tell on you.
Tell what?
I'll tell about how you robbed your own mother to pay gambling debts, how you stole from the poor box to get drunk, and that you committed 4 vicious murders.
You tell?
Yes.
Sadie, you're a blabbermouth. Besides, you know I did all those things for you. You drove me to all those crimes. And what's more...
Yes?
When I was finished, you drove me back.
The Rotten Tomato is based on an idea suggested by the producer's 3-month-old son.
Sadie was unscrupulous, vicious. She ruined men's lives, trampled on their hearts. Why? Why?
I don't know. That's how I've been ever since I graduated junior high.
You'll never forget the scene where Sadie meets the dangerous nightclub owner and gang boss, Duke Murata.
Hey, Rocky,
Yeah, boss.
come here and let me hit you.
Boss, why do you hit me all the time?
Because you ain't as pretty as me. Now tell me, who's that dame sitting over there?
That's Sadie Corpuscle. People whisper her name.
Yeah? Well, tell Sadie Corpuscle to come over here.
Suppose she won't come.
I heard you, Duke Murata. I'll break your heart like I broke all the others.
I ain't got no heart.
Then I'll break your leg.
Oh, rough, huh? Well, when Duke Murata wants something, he gets it. And right now, I want a kiss. Give me a kiss.
No.
When I want a kiss, I get it.
No.
No, huh? Rocky,
Yeah, boss.
you give me a kiss. And it's for you.
Yes.
You're a worse flight than I am. But I love you. That's why I hate you, Sadie Corpuscle.
When you see the rotten tomato, you'll say, here is a girl who will go far. And what's she waiting for?
Your heart will break as Sadie lies dying and faithful Chester returns to her side.
Sadie, what's happened to you? You look terrible.
Oh, Chester, I am dying.
You look worse than that. You're so pale. You're so thin. Do something.
You expect me to gain weight while I'm dying?
Don't die, Sadie. Listen to me. Listen to me.
All right. Say something.
Even that short time we was married, and you were so cruel to me. I knew you was really affectionate and loving.
How did you know?
I watched you with other men. Sadie,
Yes.
give me a little old something to remember you by. Any little old something. Any little thing. Give me back that expensive diamond ring.
No, Chester. I want to keep this diamond ring for these last precious moments.
All right, then. Drop dead. Sadie Corpuscle.
Don't miss this picture. You'll get a strange sensation from
The Rotten Tomato.
At the Henry Morgan Theater, a current attraction.
Once again, we take great pain.
Oh, don't sound so serious now, for goodness sake.
Once again, we take great pain in presenting the Henry Morgan Trouble Clinic. Mr. Morgan is eminently qualified to solve all personal problems, having once spent 15 minutes thumbing through the magazines in a psychoanalyst's waiting room. His huge library contains the complete works of Dorothy Dix and 15 bound volumes of Little Orphan Annie. And here he is now, Mr. Morgan.
Good evening.
Our first case, sir, is the case of Mrs. R.T.
Hello.
You are Mrs. R.T.
Yes. Are you Mr. Morgan?
I'll ask the questions, if you please. Now, as I understand it, you are Mrs. R.T. and I am Mr. Morgan. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I'll answer the questions, if you please. Tell me, madam, when did you first begin to have these headaches?
I don't have any headaches.
I must remind you, madam, that I'm not a doctor. If you have no headaches, you should consult your physician.
Yes, sir.
Please don't touch the microphone. Now, as I understand it, when the FBI closed in, your husband took it on the alarm, and you were left alone with the baby. Is that correct?
No, Mr. Morgan. That was the case you had last week.
Yes, that's right. I got to do something about these blinding headaches. Well, let's review a minute as far as we've gone. I am Mrs. R.T. and you are Mr. Morgan. Is that right?
Well, if you say so.
No, we'll go on from there. Please don't touch the microphone.
Well, when I was 10 years old, I was living with my mother and father.
No names, please.
There were just the three of us.
No numbers, please.
Well, I mean, I was living with these relatives, and
just a moment, if you please. Am I to understand that at the age of 10, you were sponging on your parents for a living? You were so utterly lacking in self-respect that you forced yourself upon these people and demanded that they support you. Is that right?
No. I was supporting them. I was working in a sawmill.
Oh, I see. You were you?
Yeah.
In other words, I'm to understand that you were working in a sawmill, were you?
Yes, sir. There was a smokehouse just across the road, and
No smoking, please.
Well, it was there I met my husband, the father of my children.
You met these two men at the smokehouse?
No, it was the same man.
Please, madam, remember we're on the air. Now, what is your problem?
Would you like to go first?
I'm glad you asked me. My problem, madam.
Please don't touch the microphone.
Forgive me. You are Mr. Morgan?
No names, please.
Oh, these blinding headaches. Well, as I was walking across the lawn...
No trespassing, please.
All right, then. Drop dead.
Say the corpuscle.
So far, we've only made 12 mistakes. What a night. We now present one of the most celebrated musical duets of our time. Two fine musicians, one of whom studied for years with Hagenbeck Wallace, and the other a graduate of the Sells Floto School. These two fine artistes play a magnificent concerto conceived and arranged by Bernie Green.
Most men agree the four biggest shaving nuisances are the time it takes to shave, razor nicks and skin irritation, the nuisance of cleaning razors, the nuisance of unwrapping blades. Eversharp Schick Injector Razor banishes these four nuisances forever. Ends nuisance number one. No time wasted. Nationwide tests have proved Eversharp Schick Injector Razor at least 50% faster, 100% safer, 200% smoother. Ends nuisance number two. It's safer. Patented guard bar prevents skin irritation. Even under nose, Eversharp shaves clean and smooth without skin irritation. Ends nuisance number three. Nothing to take apart or put together. World's easiest razor to clean. Just rinse under faucet, shake, and put away. Ends nuisance number four. No blades to unwrap. Fingers never touch the blade. Just push-pull, click-click. Because Eversharp Schick's the world's one and only razor with the automatic blade changer that locks a keen new blade, the world's sharpest blade, in correct shaving position instantly. For the world's quickest, easiest, cleanest shave, get an Eversharp Schick Injector Razor. It's $1.75 value, but special now for only $1.25, complete with 20 blades. Buy yours tomorrow. And now, before the concert continues, a few words from our music critic, Professor Ivan Ivanovich Morgan. If you please, Professor.
Music lovers. A few words about the composer Ippolito Ivanov. In first place, is dead. In second place, he was born in small town. Of course, it's larger now. Some people moved in. A lot moved out, too. But some people who lived there had children. Some didn't. That's the way it was in those days. Today, there's nobody. No. Yes, there's a few people. 200,000 or 300,000, but they don't like it. No. Yes, some of them like it. But they don't live there. They live in Smirsk. Smirsk is on the seashore. Or near it. Not on it. Poops is on it. In Poops is always sunshine. Rains, too. About 300 days a year. But the rest of the time, fog. You know something about Poops there? You couldn't see your face in front of your head. Oh, you could see it, but you wouldn't like it. Ippolito Ivanov didn't write a single note music until he was 4 years old. Then he wrote a single note of music. That you call talent. I don't call that talent. You know what I call talent? Talent. Say, you know something? Smirsk is on the seashore. Of a lake. The people there love to go fishing. No fish in that lake. But to go fishing, you don't need fish. You need a boat. There they don't have boats. I used to have a boat. Oh, yes. Sold it. Then I bought another boat. Still got it. That's the way it was in those days. You know, at one time, they considered Ippolito Ivanov the greatest composer in Russia. They considered him the best-dressed fellow. They considered him a genius. They considered him a nobleman. They considered for a while and then rejected him. He didn't care. but he was heartbroken. Of course, today he's dead, but at that time he wasn't. Unless I got the wrong date, which is impossible. Oh, it's possible, sure. Possible. But I don't think so. Unless I'm wrong. That's possible. That's possible. It could happen to anybody, except me. And now a word about the orchestra. Stinks. And one last word about the composer, Ippolito Vivanov. If he was here today, I'd be surprised.
For birthdays, weddings, anniversaries, and business gifts, remember, the best gift of all is an Eversharp CA pen. Buy yours tomorrow during the sensational Eversharp CA pen sale. Buy now and save as much as 60%.
Contrary to rumors, Morgan will be on the same corner in front of the cigar store next week at the same time.
Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Chick Injector razors and blades, invite you to tune in same time, same station next week when Eversharp will again bring you the Henry Morgan Show. This is Charles Irving saying goodnight for Eversharp. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Henry Morgan Show. From Hollywood, Eversharp, manufacturer of Eversharp Chick Injector razors and blades and famous Eversharp precision writing instruments, brings you the Henry Morgan Show, featuring Bernie Green and his orchestra and a few surprises. Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Thank you very much. You know, we flew into Hollywood from New York about 10 days ago, and the pilot had a little trouble finding the airport until he saw the searchlight beams. Fortunately, they were opening a drugstore that night. As you Hollywood people here in the studio know, that's absolutely true. They opened an enormous Rexall drugstore on La Cienega with searchlights, vaudeville, free trips to Honolulu, and enough aspirin for everybody. When I got out of the plane and started across the street, the first thing that struck me here... Tell you the truth, I was going to make a joke about Hollywood driving, but I won't. It's no joke. I always thought that out here a madman sold the cars. Los Angeles, of course, is the city of the angels, which we can all hope to be pretty soon. One street is fascinating to a New Yorker. This street has two hospitals on it. A very big one for ladies' handbags. And, it's true. It's absolutely... They won't believe this back home. Then there's a small one for people. Well, like every other New Yorker, the first person I met out here was another New Yorker. I will now speak to him in our native tongue. Hey, Gerard, come here.
Yeah?
Hello, Gerard.
Hiya.
What's new?
Same old thing.
How's your wife?
Same old thing.
How do you like Sunny Cal?
What's not to like?
Like it, huh?
What's to like?
What's not to like about the mountains here?
Give me the Catskills.
So it's cold in the Catskills.
So it's hot here.
So?
So?
So, nothing. See any of the sights around here, Gerard?
Yeah, I went to Hollywood and Vine there, that place there that Bob Hope and them fellas make jokes about.
So?
So what's so funny?
Hey, Gerard.
Yeah?
How do you like about the Dodgers?
Who cares?
What kind of flatbush fellow are you? You don't care about the Dodgers?
They care a lot about me? Hey, Hank.
Yeah?
Or maybe if you're a big shot, I should call you Henry.
Maybe.
So listen, Hank. I gotta write a letter to the wife, see? So I don't know what to write.
So?
So you're a smart fella, so maybe you could tell me what to write.
Well, what have you written so far, Gerard?
Hey, all of a sudden you talk like a high school graduate. Anyways, here's the letter. See, here's the letter. Dear Sadie. Hey, you think I should write dear to my own wife?
Why not?
Well, it's like writing to a bank or something.
Yeah. Well, you can write darling Sadie or honey or sweetheart.
Darling Sadie. Honey. Sweetheart. Dear Sadie. Well, I have arrived safe and sound from good old NY to good old L.A. Imagine going 3,000 miles all the way from one continent to another.
Gerard.
Yeah?
It's all the same continent.
It's all the same to you, but what does Sadie know?
Gerard, if I may suggest, instead of writing dry facts, why don't you write about things you're both interested in? Things you and your wife always talk about.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh. Dear Sadie, how's your varicose veins?
Gerard.
What's the matter now?
Write her about people back home. There must be someone back home you're especially interested in and fond of.
I should write Sadie about Hortense?
Hey, by the way, Gerard, whatever happened between you and Hortense?
We went around together so long we began to agree on everything.
So?
So we agreed we didn't like each other. So what should I write to Sadie?
Listen, kiddo, why don't you just call her long distance?
You mean I should phone her up on the telephone?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oak?
Oak.
See you around?
Likewise.
These kids were around last week, and they sang a fine high-type song. To prove that it can be done twice, here again are the Jubilaires.
Look at your eyes, begging for sleep, but there's a date you have to keep. You fly too high, midnight butterfly. You got too many rings on your fingers, naughty Angeline. And you laugh at romance that lingers, naughty, naughty baby mine. Now you take a heart down and you break it, baby. You say you got fun, someday you'll break one too many. Yours may be the one. Everybody kisses the flower that's filled with sweet perfume, but nobody kisses a flower when it's lost its bloom. So you come to my arms, activate, baby, settle down and just be mine. Because deep in your heart, you're sweet little chick, naughty Angeline. The way that you walk, the way that you talk, the way that you look at me and smile, cute little ways, the things that you say, my heart go bumpity bump bump, driving me wild. Yeah, she's my baby. Driving me crazy. But a sweet little lady, settle down and just be mine. Oh, you cuddle up, baby. Cuddle up, baby. Naughty, naughty Angeline.
On behalf of the Ever-Sharp Schick Injector Razor, which changes blades automatically, I would like to bid you a fond nothing. The Ever-Sharp Shake Razor comes complete with 20 blades, and that's all the company can afford to give you for $1.25. They have no time for good wishes. I want you to know that the Ever-Sharp Shake Injector Razor changes blades automatically, and the company itself gives you an excellent value, and from there on, they quit. They don't bring you the correct time through their courtesy. They don't particularly hope that you have a happy weekend. They don't wish you a cheery good evening. I don't think they even like you. They don't like me. But I figure this way. I bought a Buick last month, and they didn't say they were madly in love with me. Why should Ever-Sharp be so crazy about you for $1.25? You get your money's worth. You get a fine shave. What more do you want? Never mind if they don't like you. I like you. Don't like them much. You know, I'm a pretty loyal listener to all the daytime radio serials. And I feel those stories have a real earthy quality. I often wonder where they're dug up. These dramas bring out the normal, healthy emotions of human beings, such as hate, jealousy, insanity. But they all seem to come on at the same time. So if you're lucky enough to hear some homely philosophy from homely David Harum, you might miss hearing how somebody got run over on the road to happiness. So we have devised a radio serial to end all radio serials. No applause, if you please. Where, in these stories, or in this story, all your favorite characters have a chance to get into their own favorite kinds of trouble.
And now, it's time for another episode in that stirring, heartwarming radio serial,
Just Plain Mr. Wagstaff of Flagstaff. That down-to-earth, true-to-life, nuts-to-you radio story which asks the question, can a woman of 65 really find happiness with a man twice her age? But first, a word about our product. Ladies, do you feel tired and logy after smoking only 3 or 4 packs of cigarettes a night? When you inhale a cigarette, does your permanent come out? Then it's time you changed your brand. Try a pack of Nicotini's today. A cigarette that contains no latakia, no apple honey, and no horse meat. It's made of just pure, mellow, shredded wheat. The only cigarette that can be smoked with or without milk. And remember, Nicotini's really gives you a smoke. They're 7 feet long.
and now, Just Plain Mr. Wagstaff of Flagstaff. When we last left Just Plain Mr. Wagstaff, that homely philosopher was talking over the fence with his next-door neighbor, young Widder Lastfogel. Let's listen as they chew the fat together.
Young Widder?
Yes?
Hand me another piece of that fat. I'm sorry to hear your husband passed away, young Widder.
Thank you, homely philosopher.
I hope it ain't caused you any trouble, young Widder.
A powerful lot.
It has?
I've had to cross his name off all the guest towns.
I sympathize with you in your hour of grief, young Widder. What was your husband's name?
Red Lastfogel.
Better off dead. Did he suffer long?
13 years.
How long was you married?
13 years.
Well, young Widder, when you gotta go, you gotta go.
That's true, homely philosopher.
Yes. When the call comes, man must respond.
How thoughtful, homely philosopher.
Yes, the paths of glory lead but to the grave. Well, how's about a kiss? Young widow, you're too young to be a widow, and I'm talking from the heart. It ain't no fun to be a lonely old man.
I ain't a lonely old man.
Well, I meant me. Could you think of marrying with me?
But homely philosopher, you are 31 years older than I am. Can a young woman of 32 really find happiness with a man of 63?
Is it the end of the program already? Oh, no. Age is not important, young widow. People are like fruits. First they bloom, and with the years they ripen.
But what about you and me?
I got at least one more season before I get rotten.
That's a good piece of homely philosophy, homely philosopher. But another man is also courting me.
Who dat?
Young Dr. Banana.
Young Dr. Banana is interested in your hand?
Yes. And in my eyes, ears, nose, and throat.
I sure would like to speak with that young whippersnapper. Is that him beyond that tall grass?
Yes.
And here he comes now.
While young Dr. Banana is making his way through the tall grass up to the microphone, a word about Nicotini's. The only cigarette that's dipped in cough medicine. Remember...
Nicotini's are so good, taste and smells like burning wood. Nicotini's cost a lot. Fill your lungs and watch them rot.
Oh, Dr.
And now, back to just plain Mr. Wagstaff of Flagstaff. Here comes young Dr. Banana.
Hello, young widow.
Hello, young doctor.
Hello, homely philosopher.
Hello, young doctor.
Hello, young widow.
Hello, homely philosopher.
All right, break it up. Young doctor, what have you and young widow got in common besides your youngness? You, young doctor, were at Rhett Lasvogel's bedside during his fatal illness. I'm suspicious of you, young doctor.
Why?
Is it common in your practice for a patient to die of chapped lips?
Yes, homely philosopher. Somehow I knew that Rhett would not recover.
How did you know?
Even before you examined my husband, you started calling me young widow.
So you were planning to marry young widow, young doctor?
I would like to plain Mr. Wagstaff, but I am betrothed to another girl.
Who dat?
It is Joyce Gordon, girl baritone.
And here she comes now. No, wait a minute. That's not Joyce Gordon, girl baritone. That's, why, of course, it's big sister-in-law.
Hello, homely philosopher.
Hello, big sister-in-law.
Hello, young widow.
Hello, big sister-in-law.
Hello, young doctor.
Hello, young widow.
Hello, homely
All right, break it up, break it up.
Oh, homely philosopher, what shall we do? I love him, but he loves her. And you love her, but she loves him. And she does not love you. And he loves her. Meanwhile, her husband lies dead. What shall we do?
Bury him.
But what about us, just plain Mr. Wagstaff? What shall we do?
Yes. What shall we do?
What will the homely philosopher advise big sister-in-law and young widow and young doctor to do? Listen in tomorrow when Nicotini's, a blend of pure domestic and Turkish shredded wheat, presents another episode of Just Plain Mr. Wagstaff of Flagstaff. Meanwhile, don't forget...
Nicotini's make a spot on each lung that you have got. Twice as much for your money, too. Nicotini smell like burning glue.
Oh, doctor.
From time to time on this program, we present the John J. Morgan Trouble Clinic, which helps people get rid of the troubles they have and take on some bigger ones. Friends, do you have troubles? Then bring them to the John J. Morgan Trouble Clinic, and watch them increase under Mr. Morgan's skilled analysis. And here he is, John J. Morgan.
Good evening.
Our first case, sir, is the case of Miss D.H., and here is Miss D.H.
How do you do?
Please, don't touch the microphone. And now, what is your problem?
I have no problem.
And what are you doing at this microphone? Please don't touch it.
I thought this was a quiz show.
Oh, you did you? Now, you say you have no problem. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Well, we'll see about that. Now, first, this man you married, this swaggering, ill-bred, loathsome, philandering fortune hunter who plied you with empty promises and took advantage of your youth. What about him, eh?
I'm not married, Mr. Morgan.
Uh-huh. Refused to marry you, did he? Did you go to the police?
The what?
The police. Police, don't touch the microphone.
Why should I go to the police?
Why? Now, let's review this as far as we've gone. If this suspicious character, whom you've been hiding and sheltering, has committed a series of dastardly crimes, you're equally guilty. Do you realize that, madam?
I don't know what...
And you say you have no problem?
What is your advice, Mr. Morgan?
My advice to you, madam, is to get a good lawyer, plead guilty, and throw yourself on the mercy of the court. That, madam, is my advice to you.
Our next case, Mr. Morgan, is the case of Mr. F.O.B., Detroit.
And what is your problem, sir? Please, remember, I cannot help you if you persist in lying.
Well, my wife...
Please, don't touch the microphone.
Well, my wife...
No names, please.
Well, my wife...
Try to control yourself, please.
My wife and I want a divorce.
I see. Well, that's perfectly natural for a young married couple.
Yeah, but we can't afford a divorce.
You should have thought about that before you got married.
Anyway, my
Try
wife...
to control yourself, please.
My wife thought that if I could get a job, we could save up enough for the divorce.
No. You cannot successfully combine a career and marriage.
Yeah, but we want a divorce.
No, you cannot successfully combine marriage and divorce.
Well, my wife...
I notice, sir, that this same woman keeps coming up in your conversation. Perhaps you'd better explain your relationship to her.
I'm her husband.
Then am I to understand that this woman whom you married is your wife?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been married?
5 years. We have 5 children.
Try to control yourself.
Advice, Mr. Morgan.
My advice to you, sir, is to get a good lawyer, plead guilty, and throw yourself on the mercy of the court.
Our next case is the case of Mr. M.J.
Please hurry, our time's getting short.
Well, my problem, Mr. Morgan...
Please don't touch the microphone.
Well, I wanted your advice about...
Please don't touch the microphone. That's my advice to you.
That was the John J. Morgan Trouble Clinic, brought to you every so often as a public service. Mister, are you a blade jockey? Do you keep jumping from one make of razor blade to another, always looking for a better shave? If so, you've got the wrong idea. Switching blades isn't the answer. Switch to a different razor, sir, a modern razor, the Eversharp Schick Injector. Yes, sir, the Eversharp Schick Injector outmodes, outspeeds, outshaves any razor you've ever used. It's made different, handles different, shaves different. And, man, what a difference your face feels. Cleaner, cooler, more refreshed. It's 50% faster, 100% safer, 200% smoother. Sure, it's the only razor with the automatic blade changer. Try the Eversharp Schick Injector for 1 week. See for yourself. No blades to unwrap, nothing to take apart. Just push-pull, click-click. Out goes the old blade, in goes the new. It's a $1.75 value. Special now, only $1.25, complete with 20 blades.
Special now, only $1.25, complete with 20 blades.
For the shave of your life, the rest of your life, remember, push-pull, click-click. Change blades that quick. Push-pull, click-click. That's Eversharp Schick.
have Bernie Green's arrangement of a number you've probably known for years and never knew the name of. It. A Franghesa.
With the Baseball World Series now underway, we are fortunate to have in our studio this evening the eminent Viennese authority on sports and physical culture, Dr. Heinrich von Morgen. Dr. von Morgen is the author of such well-known books on sports as 10 Important Differences Between a Baseball Pitcher and a Water Pitcher, and How to Play Soccer with Torn Socks, as well as such books on physical culture as Easy Ways to Add 10 Inches to Your Spine. Good evening, Dr. von Morgen.
Also.
Doctor, in America, the boys and girls like to play baseball. What do they do in your country?
Well, during the day, they go to school and work, and at night, I do not understand the question.
No, Doctor. I'm referring to baseball, which, as you know, is the great American sport. In your country, do you play baseball?
No. I'm too old. But in my country, we believe absolutely that sports is athletics is building up the body. Money is more important.
But, Doctor, I understood that you put great stress on the human body. In fact, I was most impressed with the photograph of you wearing tights that has been reproduced in so many physical culture magazines. You're a picture of virile strength. What made you look that way?
The picture was touched up a little.
You mean you didn't actually look that way?
Well, I was a little around too much in front and in back too. I can't explain in English. I was gewölbenschaft und übergefallen Bild mit geschützlich gelacht.
What does that mean, Doctor?
Fat.
Doctor, do you have any ideas for American young men on how they can get a beautiful body?
Well, if they see a girl, I like that stuff. I don't understand the question.
I'm referring to hints on building healthy bodies. For example, do you think that deep breathing is or is not necessary?
Not necessarily.
Then you disagree that it's necessary?
Not necessarily.
Well, do you mean that it not necessarily is or that it not necessarily isn't?
Money is more important.
How about exercise?
I don't like too much exercise.
Why not?
It's too much.
In conclusion, Doctor, what do you think is the most important factor in health? Exercise, diet, weight, fresh air, clean living?
I choose number 2.
I think you're right, Doctor.
Well?
Well, what?
Pass the Frigidaire.
Good night, Dr. Von Morgan. For school, birthdays, weddings, anniversaries, and business gifts, remember the best gift of all is an Eversharp CA pen. Has foolproof 1948 cartridge with triple ink supply. The Eversharp CA pen, formerly $6.95, now only $3.95.
Morgan will be on this same corner in front of the cigar store again next week at the same time.
Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Schick Injector razors and blades, invite you to tune in same time, same station next week, when Eversharp will again bring you the Henry Morgan Show. This is Art Ballinger saying good night for Eversharp. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. American Broadcasting Company. American Broadcasting Company. American Broadcasting Company.
The Henry Morgan Show.
From Hollywood, Eversharp, manufacturer of Eversharp Schick Injector razors and blades and famous Eversharp precision writing instruments, brings you the Henry Morgan Show, featuring Bernie Green and his orchestra and a few surprises.
Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Thank you very much. Now I've been in California 3 weeks, and I find they only have 4 industries here. Movies, real estate, automobiles, and oranges. The oranges are good. Of course, not all the oranges are good, but at least when you buy an orange, you don't have to buy accessories. For those of you who are about to buy a new car, especially in California, I have a word of caution.
Accessories.
On a new car, an accessory is something which you absolutely don't need, which they won't let you have the car without it because you need it, because they need it. I went into a place to buy a new car at list price, and the fellow said, He finally said I could buy a Ford at list price, at the Cadillac list. And then he said,
accessories.
First, seat covers. Sounded reasonable. Then seats to be covered with seat covers. I played along. Slip cover to protect the seat cover. I acquiesced. Car cover. Sensible. Cover to cover the car cover. Nothing under cover. A flying Diana radiator cap. A top cover for the flying Diana radiator cap. A bottom cover for the flying Diana radiator cap. And a cap for the flying Diana radiator cap. No cap for the hubcaps. A windshield wiper. A windshield wiper wiper. Cover for the windshield wiper wiper. And a cap. Aside from these things, he said, you need a few
accessories.
You see, they won't sell you the car unless you have accessories to keep the engine in good condition. You must buy 4 quarts of an anti-friction fluid called Zamilipoid. Also, 8 quarts of anti-Zamilipoid. That's to get rid of the Zamilipoid. You must buy 10 quarts of Fluxiposh. That cleans out the anti-Zamilipoid. Fluxiposh comes with a free cover. You only pay for the covers for the Zamilipoid and the anti-Zamilipoid. Fortunately, though, the accessories are delivered immediately. The car comes in 2 years. But the oranges are good.
Henry, that fellow you knew from New York's here again.
Oh, you mean Gerard? Where is he?
Oh, that's him, fidgeting in his seat.
Oh, that's right. Hey, Gerard.
Yeah?
Hiya, Gerard.
Hiya.
So, how's the world treating you?
Can't kick.
No?
No, I got rheumatism. I got that one from my wife, Sadie.
Yeah? How is Sadie?
She can't kick.
Why not? She got rheumatism?
Sadie tells it better.
So, you heard from Sadie yet?
Yeah, she wrote me a postal card.
So what's new with her?
Nothing. It was a waste of a penny. Here she writes me, Darling Gerard, all of a sudden I'm 3,000 miles away. Sadie gets sexy.
So read what she says.
So nothing important. She writes me, we was robbed on Monday.
That's not important?
She means the Dodgers.
Sadie's a big rooter for the Brooklyns?
Yeah. She likes to see Dixie Walker.
She goes to the ballpark a lot, huh?
Yeah, wherever Dixie Walker goes, she goes.
So you don't care she's got a crush on Dixie Walker?
Don't bother Dixie. It don't bother me. He don't even know she's living.
And if he knew?
He wouldn't care. Every year with Sadie, it's a different ball player. Last year it was Pee Wee Reese. All day long around the house, all I could hear was Pee Wee, Pee Wee, Pee Wee.
So what's wrong? After all, Gerard, Pee Wee's a heck of a shortstop.
So I have to have his picture over my bed? Down comes my father, up goes Pee Wee.
Gerard, you know women. She'll change her mind before you can say Jack Robinson.
He's on the wall, too.
Anyway, Gerard, when all's said and done, I can see that you really like Sadie.
What's not to like?
So why don't you write her a couple of words?
So I did. So I sent her a postal card there with a picture of Gene Autry and his horse there.
She likes Gene Autry, too.
She knows a lot what to like.
So why are you sending Sadie his picture?
She makes me look at Dixie Walker. I'll make her look at Gene Autry's horse. Well, so long, Hank. Have yourself a time.
See you around.
Likewise.
And in this corner, wearing 4 pairs of trunks and weighing 620 pounds, the Jubilaires.
Now me and Brother Bill went hunting up in the woods in Maine. Now the reason why we went up there was to try to get some game. Now me and Brother Bill just hunted till way in the middle of the night. When we shot at something, the thought was a bear, but the doggone thing turned white. Well, I dropped my gun. He dropped his gun. And away I run. Brother Bill said, boy, what's the matter with you? Had he been hep, he'd run some too. I run so fast to say, until they couldn't catch me all day. All the way I run across the field, they couldn't catch me with an automobile. Now Brother Bill got trigger happy. He took a pot shot at me. Now the bullet went right by my head, struck a tree. Oh boy, I started shuffling, my feet most left the ground. I said, look, feet, don't fail me now, 'cause I'm Alabama bound. Drop my gun, and away I run. Brother Bill said, boy, what's the matter with you?
Had he don't like me, he'd run some too. I run
so fast to say, until they couldn't catch me all day. All the way I run across the field, they couldn't catch me with the automobile. Well, I went by a poker game, wanted to win the pot, but Brother Bill's gun went boom. Didn't have time to stop. I went shuffling by a windmill, had to catch my wind. When Brother Bill's gun went boom, I had to start running again. I'm going home, going home. I'm all alone, all alone. Brother Bill said, boy, what's the matter with you?
And he don't like me, he runs
Run so fast to say, until they couldn't catch me all day. On the the way I run across the field. You couldn't catch me with an automobile. You couldn't catch me with an automobile. You couldn't catch me with an automobile.
The makers of the Eversharp Schick Injector Razor are very happy that leading athletes prefer the Eversharp Schick Injector Razor. During the baseball season, all baseball players used it. And now that the baseball season's over, football players have started using it. We have in our studio Bronco Hugenstratton, the left tackle of the Tuscaloosa Tomcats, who has this to say.
I always use anti-demullifier to keep my engine.
No, Bronco. This is the Eversharp Schick Injector Razor.
What is?
It is.
It is what?
It's $1.25, complete with 20 blades. You know, push, pull, click, click.
Sorry, Chief. I had the wrong card here. For breakfast, I always eat a heaping bowl of cornflakes.
You mean bowl of cornflakes?
Oh, yeah. A heaping...
Wait a minute. It's the wrong card. It changes blades automatically.
Cornflakes?
No, the Eversharp Schick Injector Razor.
Yeah, say, I heard about that. Is it any good?
Listen, Bronco.
I got you.
Wrong card. Wrong card. You know, oh, look, never applaud at a commercial. You'll ruin radio forever. You know, I've been listening again to my favorite all-night disc jockey, the man who keeps you up with his music and puts you to sleep with his commercials. See, you ruined that line, too. That would have been... Just in case you forgot how he sounds, here's the same disc jockey we had on our show a few times last year.
This is station WXZ, the friendly station. Station that loves you to pieces. Bringing you jiving into heaven from midnight to 7. Here's our all-night disc jockey, Chuckles Morgan.
Thank you, Lefty, thank you. Hello, guys and gals. This is your old midnight pal, Chuckles Morgan. Now, here's our first request of the evening. The night workers at Feeney's Bar and Grill want to hear that new hit. It's Heaven in Your Arms, baby, but put me down, I'll be late for work. I just happen to have it right here, as sung by America's famous troubadour, Vaughn Meatball.
Racing with the moon, sailing through the midnight blue.
Ah, there's no one who can sing like you, Vaughn. And that's the way it's going to be. Now, we got another request here, but first, a brief transcription.
Listen, what are these people talking about?
What's that?
Really?
Mean it? That right.
No kidding?
Huh?
These people are asking about O'Houlihan's dog and cat hospital. Dogs, are you worried? Do tramps bite you? Cats, do you feel you're wasting 9 lives? Then come to Dr. O'Houlihan's. Dr. O'Houlihan loves all 4-footed animals, and all animals love 4-footed Dr. O'Houlihan. And that's why people are asking...
What's that? Really? Mean it? That right.
No kidding?
Huh?
Now, I got a phone call here from the guys and gals having a party at the home of the famous screen star, Evelyn Gans. They're celebrating Evelyn's 5th wedding anniversary. Yes, sir. 5 happy marriages. They all ask for the same thing. They want to hear that tender old ballad, Somewhere There's a Little Gray-Haired Psychoanalyst Waiting for Me, as sung by the one and only Bing Crosby.
Racing with the moon, sailing through the midnight blue.
There's no one who sings like Bing, except Frankie. Now there's a request from the boys at Feeney's Bar and Grill. They want to hear that old favorite, Stay As Drunk As You Are. It's played by Phil Spitball and his orchestra, featuring Sadie and her magic water glasses. Coming up later, boys. But first, a brief transcription.
Ladies, does your cigarette taste rotten lately? Then switch to Nicotini's, the cigarette that doesn't leave a yellow stain on your fingers, only on your lips. So remember...
Nicotinis are a pain, but they're wrapped in cellophane. Nicotinis leave no stain, but guarantee to affect your brain.
Oh, doctor.
Now, fellas and girls, I got a little request here. Got a little request here from a used car dealer, Madman Minsk, and he wants to hear, I got $1 million, baby, for a 5 and 10 cent car. Got it right here, folks. Sung by the one and only Frankie Sinatra. Hit it, Frankie.
Racing with the moon, sailing through the midnight blue.
There's no one who sings like Frankie, except Perry. Now, before our next number, here's a brief transcription.
Hear that? Yes, kids, it's Cheapies, the breakfast food that chirps like a bird. Just leave some on your windowsill at night and it wakes you up in the morning. And remember, when you leave Cheapies on the windowsill overnight, in the morning it tastes like something you left on the windowsill. Eat one bowlful, and you too will say...
Oh, doctor.
Now, I got my last request here for tonight. It comes from the Sonny Tufts fan club. Got a letter here from the president, Judy S., age 7. The girls in the club all want to hear, Climb Upon My Knee, Sonny Tufts. Haven't got that one, but I got a lot of requests for Vaughn Meatball's theme song, Racing with the Moon. So here it is, as only Meatball can sing it.
Swanee, how I love you, my dear old Swanee.
There's nobody who can sing like Vaughn, except Hildegard. Now, this is your all-night disc jockey saying so long for now. Before I sign off, ask yourself this question, folks.
What's that?
Really?
Mean it?
Is that right?
No kidding?
Huh?
You know, I came out to Hollywood to be in a movie, and it's a very interesting, new kind of a picture. It's a talkie. And, the more I see of these talkies, the more I miss the silent pictures. In those, you could always tell what was happening without even looking at the screen, just by listening to the fellow who played the piano. And that fella who played the piano in the silent pictures inspired Bernie Green to write a symphony for silent movies, which he's going to play now. I'll help out by reading the titles as they appear on the screen.
The Fearless Courage of Tom Mixmaster.
The most famous ranch in all the Wild West, El Rancho Schmo, a bronzed horseman, rides up on his sturdy horse.
What's your moniker, stranger? Tom Mixmaster? Never heard of you.
Ladies, please remove your hats. Can you use an extra hand on this here ranch?
Maybe. How many hands you got?
Who's that darn pretty gal, partner?
That there pretty gal's my daughter, Tallulah Bell, and you can't marry her.
I loves that there pretty gal, and I'm going to marry her, and my name ain't... And so their love ripened till one day... Baby in gray carriage crying outside. Till one day the orneriest critter in the West rode up, Dead-Eye Max.
So you're going to marry Tom Mixmaster?
Yes.
No, you ain't.
Yes, I am.
No, you ain't.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
I'm taking you to the Indian tribe, the Vicious Flatfeet.
Help! Help! Help!
At the camping grounds of the vicious tribe of Flatfeet, there is much activity around the steak. They are eating it. One moment, please. Reel is being changed. Tom Mixmaster to the rescue! Meanwhile, the Indians rope Tallulah Bell to the stake. Meanwhile, Tom Mixmaster is still coming to the rescue. Meanwhile, the Indians are starting the fire. Meanwhile, Tom Mixmaster. Meanwhile, the Indians. One moment, please, while reel is changed. One Indian bites the dust. 2. 12. 3,000. The fearless courage of Tom Mixmaster wins again. He takes her in his arms, and with their lips pressed together, they walk into the setting sun. The end. Men, do you need money? Does your wife need money? Do you need your wife? If you can answer 2 out of 3 of these questions, either yes or no, chances are you're eligible for a loan from the Morgan Friendly Loan Company. Why live within your income when it's so much nicer outside? Oh, I beg your pardon. Excuse me, a customer just walked in.
Is this the Morgan Friendly Loan Company?
Friendly? Why, we're positively chummy. Would you care to dance?
No. I came down to borrow some money. My name is...
Tut, man, we don't care about names here. Your face is your security.
You mean I have to leave it?
Nothing of the sort, old man. I was referring to our motto, if your face is good enough for you, it's good enough for us. Don't forget, this is a friendly loan company, friend.
Well, Mr. Morgan,
Call me Henry. Now, how much did you want to borrow? $100?
300.
Call me Hank.
Well, do I need a steady job to repay a Morgan loan?
Don't worry, friend. Repaying a Morgan loan is a steady job in itself. Here, I want you to sit down and be comfortable. Now, tell Uncle Henry all about it.
Well, I heard your radio commercial saying the thing to do was borrow from you to pay bills. See, I owe the doctor, the butcher, the dentist, the butcher, the landlord, the butcher, and the butcher.
Well, of course you do, friend. So why not borrow from us to pay those bills?
Yeah, but if I borrow from you to pay my debts, won't I be in hock for the same amount?
Look at it this way, friend.
Uh-huh.
You don't pay interest on your bills, do you?
No.
I thought not. But if you take a personal loan from us, you can pay interest on the whole amount. Ever think of that?
No, sir.
Well, don't you worry. You'll grasp the idea around the 1st of next month.
Well, when can I have the money?
Right now, just as soon as you put up the collateral.
Oh, well, what do you want as collateral for $300?
$400 cash.
Mister, think this over. If you put new white wall tires on a 1917 car, you'd still chug along in 1917 style, right? And no matter what make of blade you use in an old-fashioned razor, you still get old-fashioned shaves. If you really want better shaves, smoother, safer, quicker, more comfortable shaves, don't just switch blades. Switch to a really different and modern razor, the Eversharp Schick Injector. The Eversharp Schick Injector outmodes, outspeeds, outshaves any razor you've ever used. It's made different, handles different, shaves different. And man, what a difference your face feels. Cleaner, cooler, and more refreshed. Try the Eversharp Schick Injector razor for 1 week. See for yourself. No blades to unwrap, nothing to take apart. It's the world's only razor with automatic blade changer. Just push-pull, click-click. Out goes the old blade, in goes the new. It's a $1.75 value. Special. Now only $1.25, complete with 20 blades.
Special. Now, only $1.25, complete with 20 blades.
For the shave of your life, the rest of your life, remember, push-pull, click-click. Change blades that quick. Push-pull, click-click. That's Eversharp Schick.
Now that the fall radio season is underway, we're fortunate in having in our studio that eminent expert on European radio, Dr. Heinrich von Morgen. Dr. von Morgen is widely known as the author of such outstanding studies in the radio field as The American Radio, How to Plug It In. Also, the difference between the oil heater and Gabriel heater. Good evening, Dr. von Morgen.
Also.
Doctor, how would you compare American radio techniques with those used in the European broadcasting industry?
Well, yeah, the radio in Europe is, well, of course, it's changing now. A little bit. It used to be, but it isn't anymore. Not much. Not much.
Doctor, can you elucidate?
No, but I can chin myself.
I mean about the difference between European and American radio.
Yeah, well, there's a big difference between radio in Europe and America, as you know.
What is it?
I don't know. I thought you knew.
Well, Doctor, have you ever been in Radio City?
No, but Kansas City I've been.
Do you have daytime radio serials in your country?
Oh, sure, yeah. We got one there. We call it the gemütliche Alschen Südenschaft in Bewahrungskeiten.
What does that mean?
Just plain bull. In addition, we got a sponsor there also on that program. He's asked Schwellen, it got ubekend with pretzels mitgenommen.
And what does that mean?
Pretzels does everything.
But, Doctor, do you feel that American radio, if left alone, will make itself heard?
No.
Why not?
Somebody has to turn it on first.
To sum up, Doctor, what do you feel is our best weapon against bad radio shows?
Movies.
Thank you, and good night, Dr. von Morgen. For school, birthdays, weddings, anniversaries, and business gifts, remember, the best gift of all is an Eversharp CA pen.
has foolproof 1948 cartridge with triple ink supply. The Eversharp CA pen, formerly $6.95, now only $3.95.
Morgan will be on this same Hollywood corner in front of the cigar store again next week at this same time.
Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Chick Injector razors and blades, invite you to tune in same time, same station next week, when Eversharp will again bring you The Henry Morgan Show. This is Jay Stewart saying goodnight for Eversharp. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting...
The Henry Morgan Show?
From Hollywood, Eversharp, manufacturer of Eversharp Chick Injector razors and blades and famous Eversharp precision writing instruments, brings you The Henry Morgan Show, featuring Bernie Green and his orchestra and a few surprises.
Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Tonight's program is sponsored by that new breakfast cereal called Shh. You know, that's a pretty subtle joke and a very poor start. Thank you. I am now engaged in making a motion picture here in Hollywood, and I am engaged in a personal civil war, testing whether this motion picture or any other picture so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. And I can tell you right now, before you even see it, I'm not that fat. It's something to do with the camera. Nobody has ever written in to ask me what I look like, and I know it's mostly because you're just modest. Well, in the first place, a lot of people are taller than I am. I haven't grown an inch since I was 30 years old. And I can tell you exactly how old I am, too. You know Hobart Fenstermacher of 1402 Jamaica Parkway Extension, Jamaica, New York? I'm about 2 years and 3 days younger than his Aunt Gussie. I was born completely bald, but that condition has improved. I have a darling nose, which crinkles when I laugh in a cute way, which makes it look like it was folded in half. I know I should say looks as though it were folded in half, but if you want to hear good English, you shouldn't be listening to the radio. I wear glasses sometimes, not because they make me look intelligent, but when I take them off, I look stupid. Actually, I am a lot handsomer than I admit, but unfortunately, it doesn't show.
Say, Henry, that friend of yours from New York, he's waving at you.
Oh, yeah, Gerard. Come on up, Gerard. Hiya.
Hiya.
How you feeling?
Me?
Yeah. What's the matter?
Nothing.
So what's eating you?
Me?
Yeah. Gerard, what's the matter eating your heart out? You're here in sunny Cal. You got here the sun there, the climate.
The palm trees.
Yeah, the palm trees.
I'm here 3 weeks. Enough already. Sick for New York.
So what's to like in New York?
What's not to like? In New York, there, they got the Statue of Liberty, Grant's Tomb, Museum of Natural History there.
Hey, Gerard.
Yeah?
You ever been those places?
Never.
So?
So today, it just happens I feel like going.
Yeah, but Gerard, they got culture here, too.
Culture? The La Brea Tarpus, that's what they got here.
What's wrong with that?
So on the radio, all I hear is the La Brea Tarpus, La Brea Tarpus. So I went to see it there.
So?
So it smells from tar.
So, here they got beautiful streets, nice stores.
Nice stores. On Wilshire Boulevard there, they got a couple of blocks, drugstores, a tailor, and a barbershop. So what do they call it?
What?
The Miracle Mile.
So?
So what's the miracle? In New York, on the same type street, they wouldn't even bother collecting your garbage. If they collect it, that's a miracle. Well, have yourself a time, Hank.
See you around.
Likewise.
The peachy thing about the Eversharp Schick Injector Razor is that it saves you time. You see, it changes blades automatically, which is a great help. For example, the following shavers have saved the following amounts of time.
A man named Buskirk String shaved with an Eversharp Schick Injector Razor and saved 3 minutes.
Mr. String had 3 minutes to spare, and to kill the time, decided to play the minute waltz 3 times on the piano. This got too monotonous for his downstairs neighbor, who stuck his head out the window and yelled, "Hey, String!" String went to his window to see what the shouting was about, opened the window, fell out, and broke his neck. Next case.
A man named Pinhead Botnick shaved with an Eversharp Schick Injector Razor and saved 4 minutes.
Botnick decided to use his 4 minutes by visiting a friend of his who had German measles. A few days later, the friend recovered. Botnick didn't. Next case.
A man named Todo La Noche shaved with an Eversharp Schick Injector Razor and saved 1 minute.
La Noche saved 1 minute. Well, what can you do with a minute? Nothing. But shave with an Eversharp Schick. It saves you time. Our next exhibit, ladies and gentlemen, on your left, that Sterling Quartet, the Jubilaires.
Why don't you swing down, sweet chariot, stopping? Let me ride. Swing down, chariot, stopping. Let me ride. Rock me, Lord, calm and easy. I've got a home on the other side. Why don't you swing down, sweet chariot, stopping? Let me ride. Swing down, chariot, stopping. Let me ride. Rock me, Lord, calm and easy. I've got a home on the other side. Well, Ezekiel was out in the middle of the fields. He said he saw an angel with a chariot wheels. Wasn't too particular about the chariot wheels. Just wanted to see how a chariot feels. Why don't you swing down, sweet chariot, stopping? Let me ride. Swing down, chariot, stopping. Let me ride. Rock me, Lord, calm and easy. I've got a home on the other side. Well, Ezekiel went down and got on board. The chariot went bumping on down the road. Wasn't too particular about bumping down the road. Just wanted to lay down his heavy load. Why don't you swing down, sweet chariot, stopping? Let me ride. Swing down, chariot, stopping. Let me ride. Rock me, Lord, calm and easy. I've got a home on the other side.
And now, we again present our all-star daytime radio serial, featuring all your favorite soap opera characters. Chapter 2 of... Just Plain Mr. Wagstaff of Flagstaff. That soul-stirring, heart-warming, tobacco-chewing radio drama that asks the question, can a man who has spent 15 years in Sing Sing find true happiness in San Quentin? We will soon see. But first, a word about our product.
Men, are you sick and nervous? After 14 shots of bourbon, do you notice anything peculiar? Do you notice anything? When you're playing basketball, do you find yourself dribbling when you haven't even got the ball? Don't worry. Your condition is common to more than 9 out of 10 men. What you need is a bottle of Professor Chavchavadze's Rejecto Nerve Grease. Professor Chavchavadze's Rejecto Nerve Grease is made from nature. Herbs, roots, and mud. Remember, Chavchavadze spelled backwards is pretty interesting. Listen to how one man, Mr. D.C. of Washington, sounded before he took our nerve grease. The same man 3 weeks later.
And now, today's episode of Just Plain Mr. Wagstaff of Flagstaff. When we last left Just Plain Mr. Wagstaff, that homely philosopher was trying to console his neighbor, young widow Lastfogel, through her usual Monday morning trial. Murder. Let's listen.
I can't believe that you killed your husband, young widow.
Thank you, homely philosopher.
You're just not the type.
Thank you.
You're not capable of murder.
That's true.
Then why did you do it?
He was real cruel. Cruel down deep.
Well, he's not cruel no more.
No, he's just down deep. I warned him that someday he'd cross my path once too often.
And when he did?
I ran him over.
Just goes to prove what I always say, young widow.
What's that, homely philosopher?
Woman is born to suffer.
How thoughtful, homely philosopher.
Man is evil and woman's got him.
Reckon you're right, homely philosopher.
In 1492, Columbus discovered America.
How true, homely philosopher.
Tell me, who's going to defend you at the trial, young widow?
Oh, I got the best and smartest and handsomest and smartest talking lawyer in the whole country.
Who dat?
Young Lawyer Saloon. I love young lawyer, and I love young doctor and young Indian chief.
But what about me, young widow?
Can a woman of 25 find happiness with a man of 63? I'm 25.
Really?
No. Can a woman of 34 find happiness with a man of 63? Or should she seek a man her own age? Like young Lawyer Saloon.
Say, there he is, making his way through the chicken wire.
While young Lawyer Saloon makes his way through the chicken wire up to the microphone, a word about Professor Chachatsvatsky's Rejecto Nerve Grease. Ladies, I'm talking to you, you nervous wrecks, you. Don't hesitate. Get up off your chair and stumble down to the drugstore at once. Get a bottle of Chachavatsy's Nerve Grease.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Remember, Professor Chachavatsi is recognized at all the leading medical schools in this country for what he is. Listen to what one satisfied user of his nerve grease says.
Thanks for making me the Chachavatsi man of distinction. It's satisfying.
Remember, Chachavatsi's nerve grease comes in two handy sizes, pints and fifths.
And now, back to Just Plain Mr. Wagstaff of Flagstaff. And so, young Lawyer Saloon greets young Widow Lastfogel and our homely philosopher.
Hello, young widow.
Hello, young lawyer.
Hello, homely philosopher.
Hello, young lawyer.
Hello, young widow.
Hello, homely
All
philosopher.
right, break it up. Young Lawyer Saloon, I got a suspicion you planted the idea of killing her husband in young widow's head.
I didn't plant it. I found it growing there and watered it a little.
Like I always say, behind the misfortune of every woman stands a man.
That's true, homely philosopher.
Yes, young lawyer, you can't pull the wool over my eyes. Maybe I'm only an ornery, cussed, stupid old man.
That's true, homely philosopher.
Not yet, young lawyer.
But 'tweren't me, 'twere another man who gave her the idea, who's been cozying up to her, whispering pretty nothings about killing her husband. 'Twere the slyest, slickest, slipperiest, smoothest man in this here county.
Who dat?
Young Dr. Banana.
Ain't that him walking through the hot desert?
Hello, homely philosopher.
Oh, young doctor.
Hello, young widow.
Hello, young doctor.
Hello, young lawyer.
Hello, young widow.
Hello, homely philosopher.
Hello.
All right, break it up.
Oh, homely philosopher. They say that I killed him, but you think he did, and he thinks he did. And they think you did, but you think I did, and I think he did. Oh, homely philosopher, what do you think?
I don't know. What do you fellas think? What do you think, young doctor? What do you think, young lawyer? What do you think? All right, break it up.
What does the homely philosopher really think? Does he approve of the romance between young lawyer, young widow, and young doctor? Listen in tomorrow for another episode of Just Plain Mr. Wagstaff of Flagstaff. Meanwhile, don't forget Professor Chachavatsy's nerve grease. Listen to what two satisfied users say.
Come on over here, babe.
Tonight, we are proud to present as a public service the first in a great series. Cavalcade of Industrial Cavalcades. Tonight, we salute a pioneer industry of this country, an industry which has seen many twists and turns. The American pretzel.
Today, the pretzel is an accepted part of our everyday life and stands high in the roster of American industry. Our economy today depends upon steel, rubber, coal, pretzels, and lumber. How did the gigantic pretzel industry start? It was in 1848, the same year that the inventive brain of Morris Mortimer Stonemetz developed the idea of selling oxygen in the form of tents. It was also in this year that two immigrant brothers came from Salzburg to this country, and locked in their hearts was the secret formula for the making of pretzels. They were the famous brothers Karamazov, Philip and Morris. We take you now to the first pretzel bakery in this country, where the brothers Karamazov made pretzels in a cowshed under difficult circumstances, and also under a cow.
Now, Morris, a twist to the left, a twist to the right. Pull it tight, tighter.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That's my finger. The pretzel's over there.
Oh, slip. Well, now we put it in the oven to bake. But we got to watch it every minute to see that it stays sizzling hot.
Yeah, that's right.
Well?
Don't look at me. It's your turn to get into the oven.
Well, while we're waiting, let's have a cigarette.
Okay, Philip.
Okay, Morris.
What kind you got?
Lucky Strikes.
Say, the pretzel's done. It looks delicious.
That's the second pretzel we manufactured this week. What should we done with it?
Let's eat it. I'm starving.
Say, listen, Morris, I've been thinking. We've been making pretzels now for a year and a half.
Yeah.
Every week, 2 pretzels. And every week, we eat them. Listen, Morris.
What?
We's in a rut.
Yeah, we gotta find a way to make more pretzels. Maybe if we hired another worker, we could make 3 pretzels a week.
What an idea. Then you and I would eat 2, and we'd have 1 left over.
Yeah, but what would the worker eat?
Well, we could give him the other... maybe if we hire 2 workers, and 4 of us would have...
4 pretzels.
5 workers?
5 pretzels.
Only one thing to do.
What?
The 2 of us will keep making 2 pretzels a week.
Yeah?
And you get no pretzels.
Finally, the brothers Karamazov hired their first worker, and the American pretzel industry was born. This worker, whose name has gone down in American history as the father of the pretzel industry, was George Washington, the grandson of the famous man of the same name, who, as we all know, posed for the George Washington Bridge. It was George who conceived the idea of producing pretzels by machine. And with this idea, he went to his rich uncle, Seattle, Washington.
Uncle Seattle, these pretzels will make you rich.
I am rich.
These pretzels will make you famous.
I am famous.
They'll make you sick.
I'll do it. Now tell me just how this pretzel machine works.
Well, first, I take a piece of dough and I push it into this machine with all my 8 fingers.
You used to have 10 fingers.
The machine has a few kinks in it yet.
And so the first mechanical pretzel factory was born and soon began showing a real profit. And, as in the development of every other major American industry, the next step was for the man who had the money to get rid of the man who had the idea. We take you now to the home of the American pretzel, Pretzeltown, Pennsylvania. In this enormous building, workers are giving each pretzel that comes out of the machines a right twist. That's on your left. To your right is the left twist building. Let's stop for a moment at the testing department. That tester is now about to break a pretzel to test it for lightness and fluffiness. Listen.
Delicious. Our last stop is at the important pretzel planning department. Let's stop and talk to the general manager.
Listen, I think we're going to have to do this much. You know we're 12 jokes behind right now. We
How
got
do you do,
enough
sir?
left over. We should have done last week's program next week, and we could eliminate this week. Oh, I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
All right. How do you do, sir? I say, how do you do, sir? I'm from the Cavalcade of Industrial Cavalcade show. Will you say a few words about your work?
Gladly. We here are all members of one big happy pretzel-type family. All the people of this plant are pretzel-minded.
I see. What are you working on at this moment?
At this moment, we're busy preparing for the Christmas-type season. We're making pretzels in the shape of Santa Claus.
Fine, fine. Would you like to say anything else into our portable pretzel? Microphone?
Yes. We here in this plant are striving forward, ever forward toward the pretzel of tomorrow, the pretzel divine.
And so we say farewell to the American pretzel industry.
Cavalcade of Industrial Cavalcade marches on.
Men, do you realize that over 40 different makes of blades fit your old-fashioned razor? And yet not one is the answer to the ideal shave. No, sir, if you really want tops in shaving comfort, don't just keep trying different makes of blades in your old-fashioned razor. Switch to a modern razor, the Eversharp Schick Injector. Listen, nationwide tests prove Eversharp Schick outmodes, outspeeds, outshaves any razor you've ever used. It's made differently, handles differently, shaves differently. And man, what a difference your face feels. Cleaner, cooler, more refreshed. Just try the Eversharp Schick Injector for 1 week. See for yourself how it makes shaving almost automatic. Yes, it's the only razor with automatic blade changer. No blades to unwrap, nothing to take apart. Just push, pull, click, click. Out goes the old blade, in goes the new. It's $1.75 value, special. Now, only $1.25, complete with 20 blades.
Special. Now, only $1.25, complete with 20 blades.
For the shave of your life, the rest of your life, remember, push, pull, click, click. Change blades that quick. Push, pull, click, click. That's Eversharp Schick.
One of the best commercials we've had. I don't want to make a point about this, but I'm from New York City, and for years, every time I'd hear Bob Hope make a joke about California weather, I'd think to myself, oh, it can't be as bad as all that. Tonight, I would like to apologize to Bob Hope for what I've always thought. Bernie Green agrees with me and will now play his arrangement of a number dedicated to California, the Ice Skater's Waltz. was one dog missing in that number, which I would like to put back. Too high. And as long as we're not through yet, could I try this joke again, please? Tonight's program is sponsored by that new breakfast cereal called Shh. Well, some other week, I'll just put it back next week, that's all. It's based on the idea that a breakfast cereal makes a lot of noise. This is once more, please. Tonight's program is sponsored by that new breakfast cereal called Shh. I would like to thank you one and all. You will each receive $1.25 on the way out.
Now then, once again, we bring you our Hollywood reporter, Jimmy Morgan, who will tell us about the doings in the film capital. And here he is, Jimmy Morgan.
Good evening, movie fans. This is your Hollywood reporter, Jimmy Morgan, with news and views of Hollywood. Exclusive. My gosh, we found a device. Let's take that again. Exclusive. It is rumored that the latest rumor about Clark Gable is thought to be merely a rumor. Remember, you heard it here first. Exclusive. Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall make a nice couple because there are two of them. Exclusive. Bing Crosby's 4 sons are all younger than he is, and Bing is the first to admit it. Open letter to myself. Dear Jimmy, it is rather difficult to write an open letter to oneself, but there is nobody else left who has not received one. Think that over, Jimmy, and you'll find it a thought well worth dismissing. Yours very truly, Jimmy Morgan. Americans in the news. Each week, this department presents a sundial to an American who has distinguished himself by an heroic act. Tonight, George Flugg wins this coveted award. Last month, Flugg fell into the tepid waters of the Upper Plate River. Although the water reached nearly to his knees, Flugg, who could not swim a stroke, saved his own life by wading ashore. America needs more men like George Flugg. Attention, autograph hounds. Barry Fitzgerald without his glasses on is a dead ringer for Margaret O'Brien with her hat off. Attention, New York newspapers. Watch for a big story to break within the next year. Remember, you heard it here first. Attention, New Jersey newspapers. Watch the New York newspapers. And so... What did you say? And so this is your Hollywood reporter, Jimmy Morgan, saying good night to you and you, but certainly not to you.
For school, birthdays, weddings, anniversaries, and business gifts, remember, the best gift of all is an Eversharp CA pen. Has foolproof 1948 cartridge with triple ink supply. The Eversharp CA pen, formerly $6.95, now only $3.95.
Morgan will be on the same corner in front of the cigar store again next week at the same time.
Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp Schick Injector razors and blades, invite you to tune in same time, same station next week, when Eversharp will again bring you The Henry Morgan Show. This is Jay Stewart saying good night for Eversharp.
We hope you've enjoyed your visit with ABC. Join us again next Wednesday night, won't you? Tune in early and listen late. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Henry Morgan Show?
From Hollywood, Eversharp, manufacturer of Eversharp chick injector razors and blades and famous Eversharp precision writing instruments, brings you The Henry Morgan Show, featuring Bernie Green and his orchestra and a few surprises.
Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Thank you very much. You know, I came here from New York to make a movie because they said they had to film it in Hollywood. The name of the picture is So This Is New York. That's true. It's absolutely true. And I think we're going to make a sequel called So This Is Hollywood. Of course, we're going to do that in New York. This is the first picture I've ever been in, and naturally the producers wanted to know all about me, my interests, my habits, my personal life. The only thing they forgot to ask me is if I can act. They didn't ask me, so I didn't tell them. They'll find out.
Say, Henry, isn't that your friend Gerard from New York coming in?
Oh, yes. Oh, please. Please don't do that. I can't pay him a cent more. Hello, Gerard.
Hiya.
Well, what's new?
Nothing to write home about.
So?
So I don't write home?
Anyway, Gerard, you getting a little more used to California?
Yeah.
I don't know. You still don't look like you fit here.
What do you want, a palm tree should grow out of my head?
No, what I mean is whenever I see you, you're wearing the same dark suit with a vest and a starched collar with a bow tie. Why don't you at least open your shirt?
So I did.
So?
So I froze my neck.
So you don't like it?
What's to like?
Gerard, you're just lonesome out here. You don't appreciate how beautiful it is. I'll take you for a drive and show you the Pacific Ocean.
I already seen an ocean.
Which one?
The Hudson.
The Hudson isn't an ocean, Gerard. It's just a little river.
Big enough for the Queen Mary. It's big enough for me.
But, Gerard, the Pacific is beautiful, especially at night when you can see the flaming sun like a ball of fire descending slowly into the water. I tell you, Gerard, you've never seen anything like it.
I seen it already.
Where?
On a calendar for my plumber.
Gerard, it's not the same. You stand on the beach, the dying sun is disappearing into the cool waters, and the wind sweeps in from the ocean.
I tried it. It ain't for me.
Why not?
I froze my neck. Well, maybe I'll think it over. So long, Hank.
See you around, Gerard.
Likewise.
Hey, Bud, come here. Come here. Yeah, you with the two-tone Mackinac and the saddle shoes. You want to know something interesting about the Eversharp chick injector razor? Come here. This here razor changes blades automatically, you know. Push-pull, click-click. You do the push-pull. It does the click-click. Well, I got a little news for you. Push-pull, click-click ain't the whole story. It also goes tinkle-tinkle. That's a fact. That's when the old blade falls on a bedroom floor. So the real explanation of the whole deal, the real story in the Eversharp chick injector razor is as follows, to wit. Push, pull, click, click, tinkle, tinkle. Come here. This makes it the fastest shaving razor in the world. Also the noisiest. That's all. That's all I wanted to tell you, Buster. Thanks for hanging around. Hey, by the way, where'd you get that Mackinac? Pardon me, just a moment. There's a little boy standing here. Do you want something, little boy?
I play the piano.
That's very nice, little boy. But we have a guest piano player coming.
What's his name?
Devon Pershing.
That's me.
No, that's I.
Oh, do you play the piano, too?
Well, that's the end of the joke, little boy. Ladies and gentlemen, 12-year-old Devon Pershing will play the 12th Street Rag, one rag for each year. You know, really 12. We've all heard a great deal about the programs on the British Broadcasting Company, and they're probably very interesting. But unfortunately, very few of us Americans can get those programs on our sets. I imagine, though, they're pretty similar programs to ours. So, as a public service, last year we formed an American branch of the BBC, and we did several of the shows from the Morgan British Broadcasting Company, and I do believe we're about to do another one. This is London calling in the overseas service of the BBC. Cheerio, this is Googie Morgan of the Devonshire Morgans. On my mother's side. Hello, Mother. Bringing you another fascinating session of that enchanting interrogation program consisting of questions and answers for money, entitled Take It, or if you'd rather not, you needn't. At this juncture, I should like to say a word or two about one of our more notable manufacturers. This broadcast is sponsored by Frothingham and Fripp, by appointment to His Majesty King William the Scotch, of the British Isles, and until recently of India, Emperor. Frothingham and Fripp are the makers of Mrs. Miniver tea bags. The little bag with the big string, don't you know? They do say it's quite good, really. I've never had any. My friends haven't either. The bag spoils the taste, I'm quite sure. Haven't made too much of a study of it. However, if you'd care to try some, I'm certain that Frothingham and Fripp would be terribly pleased. And now for our master of ceremonies, that engaging young chap, that witty fellow. And a jolly lot of fun he is in a drawing room, too. Googie Morgan. Oh, that's me. How silly of me. Well, cheerio, everyone. We're ready for another session of Take It, or if you'd rather not, you needn't. Now, who is our first contestant this evening?
It's Sir Reginald Cantaloupe, Googie.
Cheerio, Sir Reginald.
Pip, pip, Googie.
Sir Reginald, a bit of clever banter between you and me is required here. Do you mind?
Not at all. What's the purpose?
To make you look a fool.
Oh, how wonderful. Do go on.
Yes. Tell me, are you gainfully employed, Sir Reginald?
Oh, good heavens, no. Married money, you know.
I see. Do I know your wife? Is your wife the stoutish Lady Harriet?
No, she's the skinny-ish Lady Barbara. Her family's on Wimpole Street.
Lady Barbara?
You know, the beanpole.
Oh, of course, the beanpoles of Wimpole Street. Yes, naturally. Now, tell me, what category have you chosen, Sir Reginald?
Number 2.
Number 2, I see. The second category is, that's entitled Famous Prime Ministers Who've Been Hit by Cricket Balls. Very good. Now then, for 1 shilling, this is a question about America.
Oh, the colonies. Whatever happened to them?
Haven't you read about them?
Don't have to. Married money, you know.
I see, quite. Now then, after what English nobleman was the city of Raleigh, North Carolina, named?
English nobleman. Is he living or dead?
Dead.
Pity.
Yes, I suppose he is, but he was quite famous.
Was he really?
Did you answer, Walter Raleigh? Pip, pip. Oh, he's done it. Excellent. You have 1 shilling, old boy. Would you care to try for 2 bob?
Oh, dear me, no. I must show this shilling to my wife. She'll be so shocked.
For heaven's sake, why?
Well, it's the first shilling I've ever earned. Won't the old beanpole be thrilled, though?
Oh, I suppose. Good luck to you. Thank you so much, Sir Reginald.
Here's our next contestant, Googie.
How do you do?
How do you do? Harold Hotchkiss is my name, Governor.
How do you do, Mr. Hotchkiss?
You can call me Harold, Governor.
Well, I hardly know you well enough.
Go on. Call me Harold or I'll punch your eyes out.
Very well. Harold?
Harold. There's a H in it.
All right, Harold. Tell me, are you gainfully employed?
Heavens, no.
Married money?
Oh, God, it never your mind how.
But you are married, aren't you?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not.
I see, I think. Tell me, how did you happen to meet your wife?
Oh, God, I never your mind how. Now, get on with it. Get on with it.
Yes, well, now, usually, first we have...
Oh, pop off. That's about a question, eh?
Oh, dear me, this has been a terrible mistake. Have you selected a category, Mr. Hotchkiss?
Hotchkiss, there's a H in it. I want number 8.
Number 8, I see. Who's ooh in the Aussie set, it's called. Dear me, whatever will I say to the boys tomorrow at tea?
Come on, get to it, get to it. I want me 64 bob.
Very well. First question. First question is, do you know who is the president of the Cambridge Lawn Tennis Club?
I do.
You have 1 shilling. Now, the next question, this is for tuppence. Do you know the difference in square kilometers between the areas of eastern Mongolia and western Somaliland?
I do.
Just for our own edification, would you tell us the answer?
Sure. The answer is pop off. How about the next question, eh?
Very well. Now, for 4 guineas...
All right. I've had enough of your iron mighty ways. Skip the rest and get to the 64 bob question.
I know, but...
Get on with it or I'll stomp on your monocle.
Very well. Now, for 64 bob...
I dare say you'll have cause to regret it.
What was that remark?
I said, I dare say you'll have cause to regret it.
Oh, pop off. That's telling him, eh?
It's telling him, yes. The 64 bob question. By what methods did Great Britain get its vast colonial holdings in Asia and Africa?
They got it. Never your mind how.
Correct. You have 64 bob. And don't leave, Mr. Hotchkiss. Stand by for the teapot question. Now, before our next contestant appears, I'm obliged to say a word about Mrs. Miniver's tea bags, the little bag with the big string, don't you know? Sometimes, however, the string may become detached through carelessness, negligence, and sloppiness on the part of Mrs. Miniver. But no matter. Merely place the tea bag between thumb and forefinger and plunge into a pot of boiling water. Then squeeze. If you don't get tea, then by George, you've done it wrong. Now, our final contestant.
Googie, here is Lady Pamela Cauliflower.
Lady Pamela.
Googie!
How good of you to come, Lady Pam. And your husband, Sir Tommy, what's he doing?
Nothing much.
Really? Why not?
He's dead.
Oh. Well, you have 1 shilling. You know, everyone was quite fond of your husband.
Really? I wasn't.
Then why did you marry him?
Oh, the attraction of the sexes.
Really?
Yes, he was from Essex and I was from Sussex.
Well, you have 2 bob. Too bad about Sir Tommy, but after all, you're still quite young. How old are you?
24.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're 32, but better luck next time. So now it's time to pop off. Listen in again next week to Take It, or if you'd rather not, you needn't. at one of the times or another on one or another of our stations. This is London Calling.
In view of the increasing interest expressed in the problems of child training in this country, we are delighted to have in our studio tonight one of Vienna's foremost authorities on the subject, Dr. Heinrich von Morgen. Dr. von Morgen is widely known in his native country as a leading obstetrician, pediatrician, physician, and he is the author of such outstanding works as How to Balance Your Baby's Diet on Your Head and Your 2-Year-Old Child, Why He Should Go to Work. Dr. von Morgen will discuss briefly the care and feeding of infants. Dr. von Morgen.
Also. Well, now, feeding infants, the main thing about feeding infants is if you don't, they get starved. After all, an infant is a little baby, and someday it will grow up to be a man. Unless it's a baby elephant or something. A baby eats special things which all must be sterilized and clean. Milk and cereal and dirt and carpets and the stuff from the vacuum cleaner bag. That, of course, is before he gets teeth. After he gets teeth, then he eats the solid foods like nails and furniture and relatives and so forth. Sometimes a baby doesn't want to eat what you give him. A lot he knows. When this happens, if he don't like what you feed him, give him a couple cents and let him go out buy what he wants.
Doctor, I have here a number of questions which people would like you to answer. First, many American pedagogues put particular emphasis on the preschool developmental picture when they say most emotional conditioning takes place. What do you think?
What do I think about what?
About the question.
About what?
About the question.
Oh, that's a very nice question.
Now, in a recent paper about your work, Dr. Hans von Obermeyer said...
Dr. Hans von Obermeyer's a bum.
But he said you are an expert of recognized excellence.
Dr. Hans von Obermeyer's a bum to some people, but he's really a great man. He has a very pretty wife, too. In fact, I can't understand why such a nice girl should... What's the next question?
Well, Doctor, many people are interested in child discipline. Do you believe that parents should beat disobedient children?
No.
Why not?
When they grow up, they'll kill you.
Thank you. And good night, Dr. von Morgen.
Bernie Green, our conductor and arranger, frequently goes to the movies, but he doesn't bother watching the picture. He just listens to the music. That's his business, you see. And he can pretty much tell what's happening just from listening to the music alone. So let's listen to a movie that Bernie heard recently. Meatball, Gold Brick Meatball present... a 19th century Fox release. Starring Betty Gargle and James Basin in He Died a Bum. With Richard Moe as Joey, Robert Joey as Moe, Doris Doey as Floey, Florence Floey as Doey, and Lassie as Chloe. Gowns by Orange Adrian. Toupees by Murphy. Screenplay by Valentine Sherry, William Glickman, Harriet Stone, Maynard Gould, Alexander Salt, David Pepper, and Max Tabasco. Adapted by Valentine Sherry, William Glickman, Harriet Stone, Maynard Gould, Alexander Salt, David Pepper, and Max Tabasco. Based on an idea by William Shakespeare. Directed by Lemuel. Produced by Lawrence B. Meatball, a big producer. No, a big producer. The girl is a waitress, and she and the hero are in her penthouse apartment. They're sitting on the piano bench together. He looks at her. She's a lovely platinum brunette. And under the spell of her beauty, his fingers pass idly over the piano keys, and he makes up a big hit. But somehow, the music sounds familiar. Suddenly, we find that there's a big symphony orchestra right behind the couch. Well, the boy loses the girl because the beautiful song he's written is not in her key. He is heartbroken and is torn between killing himself and writing another song. So he writes a sad song called Holiday for Tuba Moderne. He pours all his anguish into music and sends his song to her. She hears it. She kills herself. The end.
Just between us, mister, doesn't that morning shave often get you pretty riled? When that happens, do you swear you're going to switch to another make of blade? Well, believe me, that's not the answer. No, sir, don't keep trying different makes of blades in your old-fashioned razor. Switch to a different and modern razor, the Eversharp Schick Injector. You'll find, just like millions of others, that the Eversharp Schick Injector outmodes, outspeeds, outshaves any razor you've ever used. It's made differently, handles differently, shaves differently. And man, what a difference your face feels. Cleaner, cooler, more refreshed. See for yourself. Just try the Eversharp Schick Injector for 1 week. What a difference. No blades to unwrap, nothing to take apart. It's the only razor with the automatic blade changer. Just push-pull, click-click. Out goes the old blade, in goes the new. It's a $1.75 value, special. Now only $1.25, complete with 20 blades.
Special. Now only $1.25, complete with 20 blades.
For the shave of your life, the rest of your life, remember, push-pull, click-click. Change blades that quick. Push-pull, click-click. That's Eversharp Schick.
People are asking more questions today than ever before and getting fewer answers. In an effort to alleviate this shortage of answers, we bring you now the man who knows everything, the Question Man. And here he is, the question man.
Good evening.
Our first question, sir, comes from Mrs. J.W. of Nantasket, who writes, a friend of mine often uses the expression, butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. What does she mean?
She probably means oleomargarine.
Mrs. T.D. of Portland writes as follows. A man I know claims that scientists have discovered definite evidence of life on the planet Mars. His brother, however, disagrees. Which brother's right?
The Wright brothers made their first flight at Kitty Hawk.
And here's a letter from Kitty Hawk. She asks, should you keep a box lunch in a lunchbox?
No. You should remove the box lunch before eating the lunch box. Unless the lunch contains locks, in which case you remove the lunch locks from the lunch box. That is, unless the box is locked, in which case... Would you repeat the question, please?
Certainly, sir. The question was, what is the difference between a statesman and a politician?
A statesman is a politician who got elected.
Thank you, sir. That was the Question Man, brought to you ever so often as a public service.
For school, birthdays, weddings, anniversaries, and business gifts, remember, the best gift of all is an Eversharp CA pen. Has foolproof 1948 cartridge with triple ink supply. The Eversharp CA pen, formerly $6.95, now only $3.95.
Morgan will be on this same corner in front of the cigar store again next week at the same time.
Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp stick injector razors and blades, invite you to tune in same time, same station next week, when Eversharp will again bring you The Henry Morgan Show. This is Jay Stewart saying goodnight for Eversharp. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Henry Morgan Show?
From Hollywood, Eversharp, manufacturer of Eversharp chick injector razors and blades and famous Eversharp precision writing instruments, brings you The Henry Morgan Show, featuring Bernie Green and his orchestra and a few surprises.
Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Thank you very much. Every once in a while on this show, we publish a radio edition of your daily newspaper, the Morgan Daily Gazette. Our newspaper comes in several editions, and just like every other newspaper, the earliest edition is called Late Edition. The earliest edition, called Late Edition, is Thursday's paper, which comes out late Wednesday. That is, the early evening of the edition is the After that comes the later edition, then latest, final, 5-star final, and then, oops. This is the oops edition. Because of the freedom of the press, any American has the right to start a newspaper. All he needs is courage, integrity, $10 million. In fact, if he has $10 million, he doesn't need courage and integrity. In fact, if he... slightly radical applause there. Of course, the backbone of the American newspaper is the small town editor. Small town editor is generally fearless, outspoken, says what he likes, whether it pleases his publisher or not. This kind of small town editor usually winds up in a much smaller town. But the newspaper today is a vital part of everyday American life. In millions of homes, every morning, the husband and wife come down to breakfast, and the morning paper provides them with subjects for cheerful, gay table conversation. Like this couple.
Honey, listen to this. Prices are really going down. Here's a mink coat reduced from $1,500 to $1,498. Isn't that wonderful?
Hmm?
Oh, listen Listen, honey, the West End Lady Civic League is having a lecture on making your marriage happier through electrotherapy. Would you like to go? Oh, look, darling, they're making ladies' suits out of pigskin trimmed with organdy. Don't you think that would look attractive on me? Oh, dear. If you don't stop grunting at me, I'm going to dump this pot of coffee all over your bald head.
The joke in there somewhere. I don't know what we did. However, to go on, newspapers also supply us with great thinkers to tell us what's going on in the world. The year is 1945, and two men are discussing a newspaper.
Say, Harry, I see where Westlake Pegbrook says that OPA is keeping prices up. He says if we want lower prices, we better get rid of OPA.
Yeah? The year is 1946. Year is 1946, and the same two men are discussing a newspaper.
Say, Harry, I see where Westlake Pegbrook says that the unions are keeping prices up. He says if we want lower prices, we better get rid of the unions.
Yeah? 1 year later.
Say, Harry, I see where Westlake Pegbrook says that people buying things are keeping prices up.
What does he want us to get rid of?
I think people.
Well, from what Westlake Pegbrook says, we got to get rid of something.
Well, how about Westlake Pegbrook?
Another advantage of the newspaper is that it gives people a broader outlook on life, helps people see the more cheerful aspects of the world they live in, like these two women.
Oh, Agnes, look at this. Mrs. Malloy is suing her husband because he beat her every morning with a broom handle. Oh, isn't that awful? And Agnes, listen to this. Old Banker Moore died and left all his money to build a home for orphan porcupines. He left his widow enough car fare to visit them once a week. Isn't that terrible? Agnes, here's something about one of our dearest friends, Luella Gans. She went into the hospital for a simple tonsil operation, and they found she has a rare disease that makes her bark like a dog. Oh, isn't that simply horrible? Oh, here's the weather. It says rain tomorrow. Rain? Oh, that newspaper is so depressing.
Well, let's open the Morgan Daily Gazette to the letters to the editor column, which is read very widely by people who write letters to the editor. Here it is.
Page 7, we the people write.
Dear editor, your cooking column yesterday advised us to make an Irish lamb stew. My problem is, where can I buy an Irish lamb? Signed, Orangeman.
Dear editor, your paper has had a lot of editorials against the factories which produce all that smoke or smog. Why don't you mind your own business? Smoke is a lot better than you think. Signed, Dr. B.J. Jones, throat specialist.
Dear editor, my name is Gerard. And I'm in sunny Cal now for 4 weeks now. Everybody says it's wonderful here. All I can say is, how come at 11 o'clock at night the whole town goes to sleep? You can't even find a drunk on the street to talk to. I think the whole place is full of deadheads, and I think it should be investigated. Signed, I'm sick up to my ears.
Dear editor, I've been reading about the Hollywood investigation in Washington, and I'm disgusted. I think it's nothing but a witch hunt. Signed, a witch.
Page 5. An advertisement. In great big letters it says, Eversharp, Schick, Injector, Razor. Then in littler letters it says, America's fastest shave with the Eversharp Schick Injector Razor. Then in little letters it says,
On sale at all leading drugstores.
I noticed that these days almost everything is on sale at leading stores. What happens in the trailing stores? Don't they have anything to sell? Maybe the way it works is this. The salesman goes on the road for the Eversharp Company, and he comes to a trailing drugstore. The druggist orders 10 razors. The salesman whips out his order book, pats the druggist on the head with it, and he says, "Arise, druggist. From now on, you will be known as a leading drugstore." Then, thank you very much, Thank you, Trombone. Then the advertisement always says, "Buy one today." Did you know that the company would make just as much money if you didn't buy it till tomorrow? As a matter of fact, this is a pretty silly time of night to go out to buy anything. If I were you, I'd stay home and listen to the radio. Here's a really strange item. It says, musician named Stanley FREBERG gives peculiar concert.
Push, pull, click, click.
Now let's take a look at a page in the paper which isn't read by many people. The news page. Let's glance over the headlines on page 1 of the Morgan Daily Gazette and see what vital things have been happening today. Say, this sounds interesting. Film actor divorces wife for mental cruelty. Claims every night before going to bed she refused even to look at his picture. Wife asserts his picture ran 2.5 hours. Another headline. Another headline says, woman claims battering husband's brains out with monkey wrench was accident. Meant to fix his automobile, she says. Did not mean to fix his wagon. Sort of a pun, you might say. Here's a fascinating news story on page 3. It says, on 35th birthday, King of Ruritania reviews Navy maneuvers. King appears in Admiral's regalia, wearing all his medals. Always wanted to know about those uniforms and all those medals. Let's look behind the scene of this news item as the king prepares for this occasion.
I beg pardon, Your Imperial, Exquisite, Magnificent, Royal Highness.
Yeah?
This is the day you're supposed to review the Navy, Your Highness.
Oh, hot diggity, I can wear my sailor suit.
I approve of that decision, Your Highness, as your Minister Plenipotentiary and Secretary of State.
Thanks, Mac. Mac, can I wear my big sword today?
I think you'd better not, Your Highness. You know how it drags.
Oh.
Remember last year when you turned around, your sword tripped the foreign minister and he fell right off the balcony?
Yeah, but we saved his pension money. Well, if I can't wear my sword, I'm not going. All the other kings wear their swords.
But you know you're shorter than they are.
Max, remember, I am your highness.
But you're only a 5 foot highness.
Max, watch your tongue. You're talking to His Majesty, King Arnold, XVIII.
But, Your Highness, you can wear your medals, as many as you want.
Oh, Peachy, let's see. I think I'll wear the gold medal that Parliament gave me for waving back at the crowds. And the platinum one with my profile in diamonds and rubies that I got for winning 3rd place in a high school broad jump.
What about the one given you by the Royal Order of the Garter for wearing your garters?
No, I didn't like that medal. It itched my leg. I like the kind of garters where no metal can touch you.
Well, you're all dressed, Your Highness. Oh, don't you want to wear your medal of the Royal Bar?
No, I lost it.
You did?
Yeah. While I was wearing it, the royal plug come out and it went down a royal drain.
Page 6. News item of vital interest to all of us. The headline says, Governor John B. Meathook denies he's interested in presidential nomination. Tours country in active campaign of denial. Then the article says, Governor Meathook and his party arrived today in Cactus, Nebraska. He was greeted at the station by a group of loyal Boy Scouts who left immediately after learning he wasn't Pee Wee Reese. The governor... I beg your pardon. Some of this seems awfully funny to me. The governor stopped at the farm. You're entitled to your opinion. This is a free country. By gosh, it is. The governor stopped at the... I don't blame you in the least. If you don't want to... The governor stopped at the farm of an old friend where he shook hands with a number of well-wishers whom he found at the bottom of an old well. You're wrong. It's not as good as the other joke. It was at this farm that the governor was interviewed by reporters and photographers.
How about a story, Governor?
Certainly, my friends. You mind if I lean on this hoe while we talk? As you can see, I'm just a man of the soil, just plain folk.
We know, Governor, but why don't you make yourself comfortable and put down that cow?
As soon as I take the picture, boys, yes, sir, I'm just a man of the soil. Just look at these fingernails.
What about them?
They're filthy. I'm proud of this dirt. Good American dirt. Back home, got trunks filled with it.
Governor, we'd like to ask you about some things that people are vitally interested in before they cast their votes.
Go right ahead, young lady. I'm vitally interested in the people before they cast their votes.
Well, Governor, how do you stand on the question of foreign loans?
I stand 4 square.
But, Governor, exactly what is 4 square?
16. That's arithmetic, friends. American arithmetic. Don't let any foreign power tell you different.
Governor, you recently toured all of Europe. What did you find there?
A lot of foreigners.
Yes, I see. And did you find out anything about the people there?
How could I? Most of them couldn't talk English. Why, Europe is filled with uneducated people.
Getting back to domestic issues, Governor, how do you feel about one of our leading senators' idea of eating less?
I think it'll do them good.
Talking about the senator, do you think he can swing the West?
Yes, indeed. Not sure to which party.
And finally, Governor, you still say you're not a candidate for president?
Yes. I will say it and keep saying it till the day I'm nominated.
Well, thank you, Governor. It was an honor to talk to a man who may well be our next president, if we're not careful.
Page 12, the comic section. Let's see. Hey, here's a funny comic. The Happy-Go-Lucky Axe Murderers. Oh, here's a better one. Terry and the Burlesque Queens. That's a beaut. Oh, here's my favorite. Little Orphan Sadie. Let's read that one, huh? First box. Little Orphan Sadie says...
Gloriosity, Sandy. It's a really and truly Gloriosity day, isn't it, Gloriosity?
Arf, arf.
Gloriosity, just think. Daddy Sawbucks will soon be home again from his big business trip to the Sahara Desert, where he set up a whole chain of hot dog stands. Right, Sandy?
Arf, arf.
Gloriosity, I was beginning to miss Daddy Sawbucks. I'm glad he was only gone 30 years this time. But I always say, it doesn't matter how long he's gone, as long as when he comes back, you know that even though he went away, he's back. Right, Sandy?
Arf, arf.
And as I was saying, to cheerful old Mr. Poverty-stricken, who lives in that nicely decorated swamp, I said, it doesn't matter how poor you are, you can still be happy as long as you're stupid. What do you think, Sandy?
Arf, arf.
Oh, Sandy, looky, and Gloriosity. It's Daddy Sawbucks coming in through the drain pipe. Daddy Sawbucks, it's you. Oh, Daddy, it's you. Daddy Sawbucks, it's you.
All right, break it up. But it's good to see you both. Sandy, stop wagging your tail and say hello to your old daddy.
Arf, arf.
And little orphan Sadie, say hello to Daddy Sawbucks.
Arf, arf.
Little Sadie, you never change. You're just as bright as when I left.
But Daddy Sawbucks, you're home again for keeps, aren't you?
Yeah, for keeps.
Gloriosity, let me give you a big fat kiss.
Well, I gotta be leaving. Goodbye, little orphan Sadie. I'm off on a very, very important trip.
Where are you going, Daddy Sawbucks?
To Italy. I have to build a great big cork to put into Mount Vesuvius. But before I go, I want to give you a little something that'll bring you good luck. Close your eyes. Now, look in your hand.
Gloriosity, $10 million.
Yes, all in singles. Well, goodbye, little orphan. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Daddy Sawbucks. Oh, he's gone again, Sandy. He's gone.
Arf, arf.
Well, back to the little old orphan asylum.
Arf, arf.
Shut up.
And now, the gossip column. In Austria, they call gossip Touch, or something like that, which is also the name of a polka by Strauss, which is also an arrangement by our conductor, Bernie Green. we come to the sports page. The football season is well underway, and it certainly is invigorating to hear once again the sound of foot on pigskin, the crunch of foot on face. I always say there's nothing better to do on a nice fall day than watch a football game, unless you have something better to do.
Say, Henry, here's a familiar headline. Colleges decry professionalism in college football. And it's an interview with Marmaduke Morgan, All-American tackle at Northeastern Southwestern University. Let's see what he has to say about college football players being paid. Okay? You are Marmaduke Morgan.
Whatever it says on my sweater, bud.
You have trouble remembering your own name?
I got other things in my mind, bud.
Yes. Well, Morgan is a rather unusual name.
Yeah, that's a funny thing. I only knew one other Morgan.
Who was that?
My father. His first name was Marmaduke, too. I forget his last name.
Morgan?
You knew my old man?
Now about your college, Marmaduke. Just where is Northeastern Southwestern?
You got me there, bud. They take me back and forth by bus.
What courses are you taking, Marmaduke? Physics, chemistry, math?
Huh?
I mean at the college. What classes do you attend?
Classes? How do you like that? I always wondered what went on in them buildings.
Getting back to football, Marmaduke, what do you think of professionalism in college football?
I decry professionalism in college football.
You don't think college football players should be paid?
Who said anything about that?
Do you get money from the university?
Yeah, I get $75 a week. But not for playing football, for services rendered.
Oh. What kind of services?
Well, it's one of my jobs to shovel snow off the campus.
Is that a hard job?
I don't know, bud. It ain't never snowed.
What other services do you render?
Well, in case of a cyclone, it's my job to stand in front of the gymnasium and holler, "Cyclone! Cyclone!"
No cyclone.
Nope.
No snow, no cyclones?
Nope.
Well, that seems like an easy way to make $75 a week.
What do you mean easy? Don't forget, bud, I also got to play football. And now, the woman's page. This contains menus by Prudence Nickel. He used to be Prudence Penny, but you know the joke. Menu for today. Oxtail soup. First, catch one ox and... Well, let's look at the, Let's look at the helpful hints for housewives. Here's one. If you like 3-minute eggs boiled 5 minutes, you don't like 3-minute eggs. To make your husband's den... We got about 40 here. You just sit them out. Where were we? Oh, to make your husband's den look more attractive, keep your husband out of it. Way in back of the paper, you always come to the booby hatch section. First, there's the astrologist. He says, today, Sagittarius is in Saturn. So, if it's your birthday, it's a good day for dancing with your dentist. It's a bad day for falling off an ocean liner. Tell you the truth, if you believe that stuff, I don't care whether you shave or not. Then, of course, there are the amusements. I get the most amusements out of the movie ads. For instance,
coming soon! Don't miss that great lover Junior Quilts and gorgeous Laura Fedora in the sequel to The Outlaw, The In-Law. Written by Joe Bananas. Directed by Harry Cabbage. Produced by Louis Potato.
Investigated by Parnell Thomas. Morgan will be on the same corner in front of the cigar store again next week at the same time.
Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp chick injector razors and blades, invite you to tune in same time, same station next week, when Eversharp will again bring you The Henry Morgan Show. This is Jay Stewart saying goodnight for Eversharp.
This program was transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting.
The Henry Morgan Show?
From Hollywood, Eversharp, manufacturer of Eversharp chick injector razors and blades and famous Eversharp precision writing instruments, brings you The Henry Morgan Show, featuring Bernie Green and his orchestra and a few surprises.
Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Thank you very much. I would like to thank everybody in California who's written in for tickets and to say that I'm sorry that some of you have received no answer. I would like to explain to our Eastern listeners the reason for this rush to be in our studio. Suddenly it's become much colder out here. Now, we're going to try something a little different this week. Last Wednesday, a number of people in the studio fell asleep during the broadcast. It's sort of true. So tonight, as an experiment, we're putting a few jokes in the script. Of course, if it doesn't work out, we'll go back to doing mystery shows. First joke. I have just invented a horse. This horse has 2 automobile powers.
Oh, say, Henry, isn't that your friend from New York who just came in?
All right, didn't care for the joke. This horse has 2 automobile powers. It's a very... Yes.
He's your friend from New York.
Thank you. Oh, yes, Gerard. Hello, Gerard.
Hiya.
How you feeling, Gerard? Good?
Nah.
Feeling bad?
Nah.
How are you feeling? Trouble with you, kiddo, you're just sulking. Why don't you get out of that hotel room and look around Hollywood?
So I did.
Yeah?
So last night I went out of my hotel room on the street.
And?
So a tough-looking cop on the street gave me a look.
So?
So I went right back on my hotel room.
Well, Gerard, there are lots of things to do here. You can take a trip up a mountain.
That'd be crazy.
Why?
I got dizzy.
Well, you can't blame the mountain for that.
I'm not blaming it. I'm not going.
Gerard, it's just beautiful on top of mountains here. You can see the whole city. You can see your own hotel, clear as day.
Big deal.
Well, why don't you do something else? Why don't you go on a sightseeing tour? See the homes of the movie stars.
So I went.
So?
So what's to see? I went there in a bus there. The driver was hollering, the people were shoving, 2 babies was crying their heads off.
So?
So is that worth $1.25 plus tax?
Well, you must have seen some movie stars' homes. The driver must have pointed them out.
Yeah, he pointed out a house there. He says, Humphrey Bogart lives with Lauren Bacall there.
Say, that must have been interesting.
What's interesting? They're happily married.
Well, did he show you any other houses?
Yeah. So he showed a place there. He says Ingrid Bergman lives there.
So?
So if she doesn't live there, could I sue them? She doesn't live there. Because, listen to this. You listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So listen. You listening?
Yeah, I'm listening. Didn't you like my timing on the first one?
Anyway, listen. The driver there said this is Ingrid Bergman's estate, see? Now, would Ingrid Bergman have a flagpole and a cannon on her lawn? And trash baskets?
Oh, you must be wrong, Gerard.
Okay, I'm wrong.
I'm sure you're wrong.
Okay, it was Bergman's lawn.
Okay.
And I suppose she put up all those benches so people could sit there feeding pigeons.
You see any other stars home?
Yeah. We're going 50 miles an hour. The driver hollers out, there's Charles Boyer's house.
Well, wasn't that Charles Boyer's house?
I'll be fair, I don't know.
Why don't you know?
We're going so fast, all I saw was a couple garbage cans. Could be anybody. Well, Hank, I gotta be going.
What's the rush?
I want to get back to that hotel room before that cop comes.
Okay, Gerard, see you around.
Likewise.
All over America, people are celebrating Be Kind to the Eversharp Chick Injector Razor Company Week. It isn't a national holiday. It isn't even citywide. It's just for me. So I pledge myself to observe Be Kind to the Eversharp Chick Injector Razor Company Week in the following manner. All day Thursday, I shall think only high-class thoughts about how the razor changes blades automatically. Friday, I shall observe as greater push-pull-click-click day. Saturday, I'm going to a football game. Next Tuesday will be the last day of the week, and at midnight, Be Kind to the Eversharp Chick Injector Razor Company Week comes to an end. At that time, we'll have a little ceremony in which I shoot the president of the company. This will bring the week to a fitting climax, and then the way will be open for the celebration of the following week, which will be known as Be Cruel to Coyotes Week. It's sort of silly, but I hope you all can come. Never applaud on the commercial. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very high-type act. Lorraine Burton and her partner, Dooley. Dooley's the first dog to have an Africa card of his own. Lorraine sings, and Dooley, well, I don't know. He didn't in rehearsal, but maybe if he feels it now. Dooley, a Cocker Spaniel, will sing Sugar Blues.
The March of Science. The story of great discoveries which have benefited mankind. Tonight we present the discovery of weather.
There was a time when we had no weather. No rain, no snow, no cold. There were no overcoats or umbrellas. The only man who wore an Adam hat was Adam. Without cold weather, no one would have invented steam, and Turkish baths wouldn't be investigated by the Un-Turkish Investigating Committee. Without snow, Bing Crosby would be dreaming of a hot Christmas. It was different types of weather which inspired the writing of such great books as Storm over Asia, Reap the Wild Wind, and The Reign of Queen Elizabeth. But how was weather discovered? What great geniuses of mankind first foresaw its possibilities? It was 320 years ago when the whole Earth was always covered with sunshine, and our planet was then known as California. It was a great year for science, the same year that Absalom Buckshot wrote a song while lying in bed, thus inventing sheet music. In a remote part of California, 3 Indian tribes, the Anaheims, the Azuzas, and the Cucamongas, were using their primitive knowledge to try to bring forth different forms of weather. Several wise medicine men of these tribes meet to discuss the problem of the endless sunshine, which was making the redskins so redskin. I am Rainmaker, and I say to other medicine men, I say, how?
How?
What your how mean?
How you mean?
How you mean what I mean? I mean, how you mean when you say how?
How I know. All I know is how is idiomatic expression employed by Indian-type people.
Well, everybody talking about sun. Sun kill 'em corn, kill 'em wheat.
What else kill 'em?
Kill 'em conversation. I go now, make water come from sky. Me, big rainmaker.
Me, big snowmaker. Who your friend over there?
Him, big shoemaker. Him name Chief Brown Cow.
How, fellas?
How now, Brown Cow? Brown Cow, me want you meet my friend, Chief. Make 'em water come from sky and make 'em golden wheat grow big, strong, and tall. Make 'em golden corn grow big, strong, and tall. That his full name.
How, Chief, make 'em water come from sky and make 'em golden wheat?
All right, break 'em up, break 'em up. Now, me, Rainmaker, I go make rain.
Okay, I go make 'em snow.
Okay, me go make 'em too.
What you go make 'em?
Me go make 'em umbrella. And so these two great medicine men, consulting with each other, by putting their scalps together, dozens of them, used their knowledge of nature and primitive magic to create rain and snow. And by the use of tom-toms, they sent messages to each other about their progress.
What Chief Snowmaker say?
Him ask if you got 'em rain.
Tell him no. Why so long tell him no?
Me entitled to 10 words. I asked him if he got 'em snow.
What him say?
Him say, getting dark, turning cold.
Maybe tomorrow get snow.
No. He say, tomorrow fair and dusty.
What him say now?
Him pause for tom-tom identification. Now him say, compare, comparison proof. Use ever-sharp poison arrows, and you use the finest.
You know, Chief Snowmaker, great man. He no got him snow, but he got him something better.
What?
Got him sponsor.
And so these Indian tribes, struggling valiantly against nature and using all of their great folklore, contributed absolutely nothing to science. Thus, 100 years later, it was left to a young French scientist and his wife, Monsieur and Madame Laquelle, to discover weather. In their small laboratory, they conducted their historic experiments.
Lorraine,
Yes, Pierre.
a little more champagne?
Working in the laboratory several hours later, Monsieur and Madame Laquelle are busy over their chemicals and test tubes.
Now, to get water from the sky, we need water, and water is H2O, right?
Right, darling.
Kiss me. Now, I take this test tube and fill it with H2O.
Water.
Right.
Kiss me.
Now, we know from our scientific research that all the water in the sky is in the Big Dipper, right?
Right.
Now, all I have to do is to make the water in the Big Dipper spill over the earth.
But, Pierre, how you are going to do this?
Kiss me. Well, we try again. Now, I take this tube of the test and I put in it this gorgeous chartreuse capsule. It's gorgeous.
What is it, Pierre?
Who cares? It's gorgeous. Voila.
Look, Pierre. It is getting dark outside.
Why is this?
I do not know. Maybe it is because of the capsule I put in the test tube. This gorgeous capsule can change the weather.
Yes. Do you know what you are saying?
No. Now, I put this gorgeous lavender capsule in the test tube.
Pierre, it is getting darker, and the big wind is blowing.
I cannot believe it. As a man of science, I say the Chartreuse capsule could not turn the world dark and make the wind to blow.
Then what did it?
It was the lavender capsule. Did you say something?
Nothing.
You are sure you did not say something?
Pierre, as Madame Laquelle, a woman of science, I will tell you what made that noise.
What did, Lorraine?
Our love. Kiss me. Look, Pierre. Look. The water. She's coming down from the sky. We did it. Our great love has changed the weather. What shall we call this water coming down?
I shall call it after you, my Lorraine.
And so it became known as Lorraine. In English, the rain. And to this day, when Frenchmen see all that water coming down from the heavens, they turn to each other and say, Lorraine Laquelle. And so... today, rain and other forms of weather have become an accepted part of our everyday life. But what of the future of weather? What new uses will mankind make of changes in climate? We are fortunate to have in our studio tonight the famous European meteorologist who has made a detailed study of evaporation, precipitation, and Grand Central Station. Dr. Heinrich von Morgen. He's the author of such distinguished works as Twitter Weather, Twither, and the famous bestseller, Wet Socks in the Sun. Good evening, Dr. von Morgen.
I'm so sure. Recently, I published a pamphlet in writing about the wintertime. It's cold there, and I'm very fond of the bicycles.
Bicycles, Doctor?
Yeah. A bicycle means two icicles. Actually, of course, one icicle is really a monocycle, which is half a bicycle, but it don't come out that way. I published a pamphlet on this whole question.
Well, then, a tricycle is three icicles?
Don't be ridiculous. A tricycle is for little boys and girls, a centipede.
No, Doctor, no. A centipede has 1,000 legs.
100. If it has 1,000 legs, it's a millipede. But you are thinking of it's a velocipede. This is a tricycle.
But you just said that a bicycle...
Ridiculous. I published a pamphlet on this whole question. Later on, we will have... Say, let me inquire you something. What is a little pump?
A little pump?
Yeah. P-U-M-P. Now, I know that a lambkin is a little lamb, so I've seen some verse about a pumpkin. So what's a little pump?
Well,
Never mind what it's got to do with climate. Nothing. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, for this subject, let me recommend on you a couple books. There's a book by Pabst, a book by Schlitt, and one by Casablanca. And myself, I have published a pamphlet on this whole question.
Doctor, the constellations like the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper affect weather, I understand. Incidentally, is there a basic difference between the Big and Little Dipper?
Oh, sure, yeah.
What is the difference?
The Little Dipper is bigger.
Well, then, why do you call it the Little Dipper?
What I should call it, Tallulah?
Well, anyway, Doctor, we have one final question. Can you tell us, in scientific terms, the effect of the Gulf Stream on the land around it?
Yeah, it makes it very soggy.
Thank you, and good night, Dr. von Morgen. Science marches on.
Bernie Green has put together the music from an old story, Scheherazade. It seems that a sultan was no longer in favor of women and decided that after every marriage he'd put his new wife to death. Then he married Scheherazade, and she started to tell him a long story. It took 1,001 nights, and it kept him so interested that he never got around to having her killed. She started her story with the Monday afternoon episode. The cast included Akbar Ben Akbar, the mad Arabian, Nellie Ben Akbar, his mad sister, and Big Ben Akbar, an infidel dog. In those days, they had plenty of infidel dogs, but no Scotch Terriers or Spaniels.
Thursday, Omar is busy making tents and trying to get a war contract from the Arabian army. Meanwhile, he writes a poem for Nellie Ben Akbar. A loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and thou. Second verse, a jug of wine, and thou. Third verse, a jug of wine. Fourth verse, another jug of wine. Fifth verse, well, just one more small one. Ben Adam is asleep dreaming. The Caliph has put Nellie in jail, and the Muezzin has fallen off his minaret and busted his arm. Meanwhile, Ali Ben Ali is on trial for his miserable life. Allah illallah Muhammad Rasulallahi. What will happen now?
Just heard the first 4 episodes of that thrilling serial story, The 1,001 Nights by Scheherazade. That leaves 997 episodes to go. For the conclusion, listening again on July 19th, 1962, for the final episode of Muhammad's Other Wife.
Mister, think this over. If you put new white wall tires on a 1917 car, you'd still chug along in 1917 style, right? And no matter what make of blade you use in an old-fashioned razor, you still get old-fashioned shaves. If you really want better shaves, smoother, safer, quicker, more comfortable shaves, don't just switch blades. Switch to a really different and modern razor, the Eversharp Schick Injector. The Eversharp Schick Injector outmodes, outspeeds, outshaves any razor you've ever used. It's made differently, handles differently, shaves differently. And man, what a difference your face feels. Cleaner, cooler, more refreshed. Try the Eversharp Schick Injector razor for 1 week. See for yourself. No blades to unwrap, nothing to take apart. It's the world's only razor with automatic blade changer. Just push-pull, click-click. Out goes the old blade, in goes the new. It's $1.75 value, special. Now, only $1.25, complete with 20 blades.
Special, now only $1.25, complete with 20 blades.
For the shave of your life, the rest of your life, remember, push, pull, click, click. Change blades that quick. That's Eversharp Shake.
And now it's time to look in again on Joe and Henry, two big advertising men who are responsible for the commercials you hear on the radio and the advertisements you see in the magazines. We find Henry in the game room of his palatial home, surrounded by the trophies he has shot. Joe enters, and they greet each other in the peculiar jargon of ad men. Push, pull, Henry.
Click, click, Joe. Well, certainly is good to see you.
Why?
You got me there, old man.
Say, that's certainly a nice collection of heads you've got on the wall. What's that one on the corner there, huh?
You remember the Happy Exterminator radio program? That's the comedian.
I thought he looked familiar, yes.
Yes, got him last season. If you stand a little to one side, you can notice his low hooper.
That's ghastly, isn't it?
Yes, have a spot of whiskey, Charlie. You'll find the bottle over there on that target.
On the target?
Yes, I always keep my red eye on the bullseye.
Why, Henry, this whiskey is none other than genuine old Rum Dum.
Yes, old Rum Dum has aged 20 years, and it'll do the same for you. So remember, when ordering old Rum Dum, always insist on substitutes.
Say, Henry, your teeth look wonderful.
Yes, indeedy. I'm using that new 2-time toothpaste. It costs twice as much, but it's worth it. Gets teeth twice as bright.
Well, how does it do that?
You use twice as much.
And your hair looks wonderful, too.
That's because I use Wonder Foam, the new shampoo. It gives my hair this wonderful luster, sheen, and glow, and removes dandruff. That's why my hair looks so good. Besides, it's a toupee.
Well, Henry, I must be running along.
Have a cigarette before you go. It's a Magneto, the only cigarette containing iron filings.
Oh, what are the iron filings for?
They're magnetized by your bridge work so the butt won't fall out of your mouth.
Well, thanks, Henry. Push, pull.
Click, click, Joe.
For school, birthdays, weddings, anniversaries, and business gifts, remember, the best gift of all is an Eversharp CA pen. Has foolproof 1948 cartridge with triple ink supply. The Eversharp CA pen, formerly $6.95, now only $3.95.
Morgan will be on the same corner in front of the cigar store again next week at this time.
Eversharp, manufacturers of Eversharp stick injector razors and blades, invite you to tune in same time, same station next week, when Eversharp will again bring you the Henry Morgan Show. This is Jay Stewart saying goodnight for Eversharp. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Company.
The Henry Morgan Show?
The Henry Morgan Show, featuring Bernie Green and his orchestra, and a few surprises.
Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan. Thank you very much. I would like to thank everybody in California who's written in for tickets, and to say that I'm sorry that some of you have received no answer. I would like to explain to our Eastern listeners the reason for this rush to be in our studio. Suddenly it's become much colder out here. Now, we're going to try something a little different this week. Last Wednesday, a number of people in the studio fell asleep during the broadcast. It's sort of true. So tonight, as an experiment, we're putting a few jokes in the script. Of course, if it doesn't work out, we'll go back to doing mystery shows. First joke. I have just invented a horse. This horse has 2 automobile powers.
Oh, say, Henry, isn't that your friend from New York who just came in?
All right, didn't care for the joke. This horse has 2 automobile powers. It's a very... Yes.
Here's your friend from New York.
Thank you. Oh, yes, Gerard. Hello, Gerard.
Hiya.
How you feeling, Gerard? Good?
Nah.
Feeling bad?
Nah.
How are you feeling? Trouble with you, kiddo, you're just sulking. Why don't you get out of that hotel room and look around Hollywood?
So I did.
Yeah?
So last night I went out of my hotel room on the street.
And?
So a tough-looking cop on the street gave me a look.
So?
So I went right back in my hotel room.
Well, Gerard, there are lots of things to do here. You can take a trip up a mountain.
That'd be crazy.
Why?
I got dizzy.
Well, you can't blame the mountain for that.
I'm not blaming it. I'm not going.
Gerard, it's just beautiful on top of mountains here. You can see the whole city. You can see your own hotel, clear as day.
Big deal.
Well, why don't you do something else? Why don't you go on a sightseeing tour, see the homes of the movie stars?
So I went.
So?
So what's to see? I went there in a bus there. The driver was hollering, the people were shoving, 2 babies was crying their heads off.
So?
So is that worth $1.25 plus tax?
Well, you must have seen some movie stars' homes. The driver must have pointed them out.
Yeah, he pointed out a house there. He says, Humphrey Bogart lives with Lauren Bacall there.
Say, that must have been interesting.
What's interesting? They're happily married.
Well, did he show you any other houses?
Yeah. So he showed a place there. He says Ingrid Bergman lives there.
So?
So if she doesn't live there, could I sue them? She doesn't live there. Because, listen to this. You listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So listen. You listening?
Yeah, I'm listening. Didn't you like my timing on the first one?
Anyway, listen. The driver there says this is Ingrid Bergman's estate, see? Now, would Ingrid Bergman have a flagpole and a cannon on her lawn? And trash baskets?
Oh, you must be wrong, Gerard.
Okay, I'm wrong.
I'm sure you're wrong.
Okay, it was Bergman's lawn.
Okay.
And I suppose she put up all those benches so people could sit there feeding pigeons.
You see any other stars home?
Yeah. We're going 50 miles an hour. The driver hollers out, there's Charles Boyer's house.
Well, wasn't that Charles Boyer's house?
I'll be fair, I don't know.
Why don't you know?
We're going so fast, all I saw was a couple garbage cans. Could be anybody. Well, Hank, I gotta be going.
What's a rush?
I want to get back to that hotel room before that cop comes.
Okay, Gerard, see you around.
Likewise.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very high-type act. Lorraine Burton and her partner, Dooley. Dooley's the first dog to have an Afro-card of his own. Lorraine sings, and Dooley, well, I don't know. He didn't in rehearsal, but maybe if he feels it now. Dooley, a Cocker Spaniel, will sing Sugar Blues.
now, kiddies, it's time for Uncle Henry to read the funnies. Now, the funnies Uncle Henry is going to read are the advertising cartoons you find at the bottom of the page. When you read the regular funnies in the paper, all you find out is that after 20 years, Orphan Annie is still 8 years old. And that everybody but me is ready for Freddie. But in the advertising cartoons, you really learn something. Here is Uncle Henry.
All right, kiddies. Let's look at the advertising funnies. Now, here's a funny one. Here's the first one. The title is...
Doctors prove that 2 out of 3 women can have lovelier skin, and 2 out of 3 cannot.
Well, let's look at the funny pictures here. Now, in the first box, you see there, kiddies, there are 2 beautiful young girls. And the funny thing about them is that balloons are coming out of their heads with what is supposed to be human speech printed in them. Now, you see this? In this here balloon coming out of Abigail's head, it says...
Here I am, a ravishing debutante, and nobody takes me to picnics, parties, dances, canoe trips, hikes, baseball games, movies, parcheesi games, or strawberry festivals. I wonder why.
It's that dull, dingy skin you got there. That's the trouble. Even though you're the best friend I got, you probably got the worst face in this here whole town. This whole town of busted shin, Utah.
I am also madly in love with handsome Roberto Kumquat, who is captain of the football team, swimming champion, whipper-in of the hounds at the quail shoot, debating champion, and your cousin. But he pays me little, if any, mind.
It's that dull, dingy skin you got there. That's the trouble.
What shall I ever do?
I guess you never heard of the celebrated 14-second cucumber cream plan, did you? Well, under this scientific, tested, and approved plan, which doctors all agree, in impartial surveys made exclusively among independent surgeons and veterinaries, it was proved conclusively.
It was?
Sure. All you gotta do, see, is buy the economy special introductory offer of the $8 jar, see? And then you massage it into your dull, dingy skin for a couple of years.
Now, in the next box, kiddies, we see this beautiful but dingy girl rubbing stuff in her face. And then you look, see, there in the next box, it's 14 seconds later, and it shows Roberto Kumquat. He sees Abigail, and there's a balloon coming out of his head with an electric light bulb in it. And he says,
Gee, Abigail, let's me and you get married.
Then, you see there, kiddies, in the next box, Abigail and her girlfriend are talking again about the marriage, and in the balloons it says...
Oh, Abigail, ain't it wonderful?
Yeah, I guess he don't mind your dull, dingy skin you got there.
We ain't through. We're not through yet.
Well, kiddies, let's turn the page. Now, on the bottom of this page is the Abba Baba toothpaste funny comic strip. Now, you see there? First, there's a picture of a man in a doctor's white coat with some kind of shiny thingamajig strapped on his head. And he's pointing at us with a little mirror on a stick. And there's a balloon coming out of his head. And in it says...
Yes, Abba Baba toothpaste is the only toothpaste containing Oxidol.
Then, kiddies, you see there, underneath that is the title of the comic strip.
What Sis's brother told Sis.
In the first panel, we find Sis and her boyfriend Elmer seated on the living room couch holding hands. That is, Elmer is holding his hands and Sis is holding hers. Sis's little brother, named Brother, enters the room.
Hello, Sis. Hello, Elmer.
Oh, there's Brother. My little brother.
Shall we, give him a quarter and have him go away, Elmer?
Well, it doesn't matter.
If he'll give me a quarter, I'll go away.
But why do you want to leave me, Elmer? There must be a reason.
Yeah, there is a reason. So long.
Well, kiddies, at this, Sis breaks into tears, and Elmer leaves. Brother comes over to Sis, pats her tenderly on the shoulder, and a balloon comes out of his head, and it says...
Sis, don't you know why Elmer left?
No, I don't, brother.
Look, Sis, why don't you see your dentist?
But Elmer is my dentist.
He is? Well, with a jerk like that, seeing him twice a year is enough.
Well, kiddies, that about ends the funnies for this week. There are a couple of more here in the paper. There's one about a stenographer who became a Hollywood star by brushing her teeth. And there's another here about a Hollywood star who became a stenographer by the same method. But they'll keep. This is Uncle Henry saying good night.
The March of Science. The story of great discoveries which have benefited mankind. Tonight we present the discovery of weather.
There was a time when we had no weather. No rain, no snow, no cold. There were no overcoats or umbrellas. The only man who wore an Adam hat was Adam. Without cold weather, no one would have invented steam, and Turkish baths wouldn't be investigated by the Un-Turkish Investigating Committee. Without snow, Bing Crosby would be dreaming of a hot Christmas. It was different types of weather which inspired the writing of such great books as Storm Over Asia, Reap the Wild Wind, and The Reign of Queen Elizabeth. But how was weather discovered? What great geniuses of mankind first foresaw its possibilities? It was 320 years ago when the whole Earth was always covered with sunshine, and our planet was then known as California. It was a great year for science, the same year that Absalom Buckshot wrote a song while lying in bed, thus inventing sheet music. In a remote part of California, 3 Indian tribes, the Anaheims, the Azuzas, and the Cucamongas, were using their primitive knowledge to try to bring forth different forms of weather. Several wise medicine men of these tribes meet to discuss the problem of the endless sunshine. I am Rainmaker. And I say to other medicine men, I say, how?
How?
What your how mean?
How you mean?
How you mean what I mean? I mean, how you mean when you say how?
How I know? All I know is how is idiomatic expression employed by Indian-type people.
Ugh. Well, everybody talking about sun. Sun kill 'em corn, kill 'em wheat.
What else kill 'em?
Kill 'em conversation. I go now, make water come from sky. Me, big Rainmaker.
Me, big snowmaker. Who your friend over there?
Him, big shoemaker. Him name Chief Brown Cow.
How, fellas?
How now, Brown Cow? Brown Cow, me want you meet my friend, Chief. Make 'em water come from sky and make 'em golden wheat grow big, strong, and tall. Make 'em golden corn grow big, strong, and tall. That his full name.
How, Chief, make 'em water come from sky and make 'em golden wheat
All
grow
right,
big
break
and
'em up, break 'em up. Now, me, Rainmaker, I go make rain.
Okay. I go make 'em snow.
Okay, me go make 'em too.
What you go make 'em?
Me go make 'em umbrella.
And so these two great medicine men, consulting with each other, by putting their scalps together, dozens of them, used their knowledge of nature and primitive magic to create rain and snow. And by the use of tom-toms, they sent messages to each other about their progress.
What Chief Snowmaker say?
Him ask if you got 'em rain.
Tell him no. Why so long tell him no?
Me entitled to 10 words. I asked him if he got 'em snow.
What him say?
Him say, getting dark, turning cold.
Maybe tomorrow get snow.
No. He say, tomorrow fair and dusty.
What him say now?
Him pause for tom-tom identification. Now him say, compare, comparison proof. Use ever-sharp poison arrows, and you use the finest.
You know, Chief Snowmaker, great man. He no got him snow, but he got him something better.
What?
Got him sponsor.
And so these Indian tribes, struggling valiantly against nature and using all of their great folklore, contributed absolutely nothing to science. Thus, 100 years later, it was left to a young French scientist and his wife, Monsieur and Madame Laquelle, to discover weather. In their small laboratory, they conducted their historic experiments.
Lorraine,
Yes, Pierre.
a little more champagne?
Working in the laboratory several hours later, Monsieur and Madame Laquelle are busy over their chemicals and test tubes.
Now, to get water from the sky, we need water, and water is H2O, right?
Right, darling.
Kiss me. Now, I take this test tube and fill it with H2O.
Water.
Right.
Kiss me.
Now, we know from our scientific research that all the water in the sky is in the Big Dipper, right?
Right.
Now, all I have to do is to make the water in the Big Dipper spill over the earth.
But, Pierre, how you are going to do this?
Kiss me. Well, we try again. Now, I take this tube of the test and I put in it this gorgeous chartreuse capsule. It's gorgeous.
What is it, Pierre?
Who cares? It's gorgeous. Voila.
Look, Pierre. It is getting dark outside. Why is this?
I do not know. Maybe it is because of the capsule I put in the test tube. This gorgeous capsule can change the weather.
Pierre, do you know what you are saying?
No. Now, I put this gorgeous lavender capsule in the test tube.
Pierre, it is getting darker, and the big wind is blowing.
I cannot believe it. As a man of science, I say the Chartreuse capsule could not turn the world dark and make the wind to blow.
Then what did it?
It was the lavender capsule. Did you say something?
Nothing.
You are sure you did not say something?
Pierre, as Madame Laquelle, a woman of science, I will tell you what made that noise.
What did, Lorraine?
Our love. Kiss me. Look, Pierre, look. The water, she's coming down from the sky. We did it. Our great love has changed the weather. What shall we call this water coming down?
I shall call it after you, my Lorraine.
And so, it became known as Lorraine. In English, the rain. And to this day, when Frenchmen see all that water coming down from the heavens, they turn to each other and say, La Reine Laquelle. And so... and so today, rain and other forms of weather have become an accepted part of our everyday life. But what of the future of weather? What new uses will mankind make of changes in climate? We are fortunate to have in our studio tonight the famous European meteorologist who has made a detailed study of evaporation, precipitation, and Grand Central Station. Dr. Heinrich von Morgen. He's the author of such distinguished works as Whither Weather, Whither, and the famous bestseller, Wet Socks in the Sunset. Good evening, Dr. von Morgen.
Also, sure. Recently, I published a pamphlet in writing about the wintertime. It's cold there, and I'm very fond of the bicycles.
Bicycles, Doctor?
Yeah. Bicycle means two icicles. Actually, of course, one icicle is really a monocycle, which is half a bicycle, but it don't come out that way. I published a pamphlet on this whole question.
Well, then, a tricycle is three icicles?
Don't be ridiculous. A tricycle is for little boys and girls, a centipede.
No, Doctor, no. A centipede has 1,000 legs.
100. If it has 1,000 legs, it's a millipede. But you are thinking of is a velocipede. This is a tricycle.
But you just said that a bicycle...
Ridiculous. I published a pamphlet on this whole question. Later on, we will have... Say, let me inquire you something. What is a little pump?
A little pump?
Yeah. P-U-M-P. Now, I know that a lambkin is a little lamb, so I've seen some verse about a pumpkin. So what's a little pump?
Well,
Never mind what it's got to do with climate. Nothing. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, for this subject, let me recommend on you a couple books. There's a book by Pabst, a book by Schlitt, and one by Casablanca. And myself, I have published a pamphlet on this whole question.
Doctor, the constellations like the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper affect weather, I understand. Incidentally, is there a basic difference between the Big and Little Dipper?
Oh, sure, yeah.
What is the difference?
The Little Dipper is bigger.
Well, then, why do you call it the Little Dipper?
What I should call it, Tallulah?
Well, anyway, Doctor, we have one final question. Can you tell us, in scientific terms, the effect of the Gulf Stream on the land around it?
Yeah, it makes it very soggy.
Thank you, and good night, Dr. von Morgen. Science Watch us on. And now it's time to look in again on Joe and Henry, two big advertising men who are responsible for the commercials you hear on the radio and the advertisements you see in the magazines. We find Henry in the game room of his palatial home, surrounded by the trophies he has shot. Joe enters, and they greet each other in the peculiar jargon of ad men. Push-pull, Henry.
Quick, Joe. Well, certainly is good to see you.
Why?
You got me there, old man.
Say, that's certainly a nice collection of heads you've got on the wall. What's that one on the corner there, huh?
Oh, you remember the Happy Exterminator radio program? That's the comedian.
I thought he looked familiar, yes.
Yes, got him last season. If you stand a little to one side, you can notice his low hooper.
That's ghastly, isn't it?
Yes, have a spot of whiskey, Charlie. You'll find the bottle over there on that target.
On the target?
Yes, I always keep my red eye on the bullseye.
Why, Henry, this whiskey is none other than genuine old rum-dum.
Yes, old rum-dum is aged 20 years, and it'll do the same for you. So remember, when ordering old rum-dum, always insist on substitutes.
Say, Henry, your teeth look wonderful.
Yes, indeed. I'm using that new two-time toothpaste. It costs twice as much, but it's worth it. Gets teeth twice as bright.
Well, how does it do that?
You use twice as much.
And your hair looks wonderful, too.
That's because I use Wonder Foam, the new shampoo. It gives my hair this wonderful luster, sheen, and glow, and removes dandruff. That's why my hair looks so good. Besides, it's a toupee.
Well, Henry, I must be running along.
Have a cigarette before you go. It's a Magneto, the only cigarette containing iron filings.
Oh, what are the iron filings for?
They're magnetized by your bridge work so the butt won't fall out of your mouth.
Well, thanks, Henry. Push-pull.
Click, Joe.
The Henry Morgan Show is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.